Chapter 1. Rebirth. Kloss Klein, the eldest son of Count Sos Klein of the Borderlands. At the tender age of 6, his father sent him to the military academy of the Kloss Empire, and from that day forth, Kloss never returned to his homeland. 12 years later, a day arrived when he received the tragic news of his father's passing. While journeying home, an unforeseen calamity struck. An agile assassin pierced his chest with bare hands, and before Kloss could react, he fell into a complete abyss of unconsciousness. Kloss Klein was dead. Weightlessness. A plunge. This was the initial sensation Kloss experienced as consciousness flickered back to him. Although he could not open his eyes or discern his surroundings, he was acutely aware of his descent. Moreover, the speed of his fall was intensifying, as if an invisible force were dragging him deeper into the abyss. The exacerbating sensation of weightlessness immediately engendered a surge of fear and anxiety. Within Kloss, he felt his heart racing uncontrollably and desperately yearned to understand his situation. In a visceral response, he instinctively opened his eyes. Who? Kloss gasped for breath, akin to many who awaken from a nightmare. Yet, as he regarded his surroundings, realization dawned upon him. The nightmare was only just beginning. Enveloped in boundless darkness, Kloss found that sight had lost all significance in this realm. The terror of the unknown quickened his breath, and his heart's rhythm remained alarmingly elevated. Fortunately, he felt his feet firmly planted on solid ground, or rather, on something that resembled it. This solitary reassurance gradually calmed his fraught emotions. He began to ponder. Had I not already perished? Could this be the legendary hell? The endless darkness starkly contrasted with the depictions of hell he had read about. Accepting this world of death with remarkable composure, Kloss found himself restored to tranquility. At that moment, an ethereal voice resonated from all directions. It resembled a low, protracted horn, echoing with profound power that penetrated Kloss' very being, reverberating through every nerve within him. The immense force clashed inside him, and all he could feel was agonia, as though his entire existence was being rent asunder. Letting out a cry of despair, he fell to the ground, yet his consciousness remained intact. Is this death? Is death leading me to the true hell? The inscrutable and maddening voice continued to reverberate in the infinite darkness, while Kloss, remarkably, began to adapt to the sound. The tearing pain gradually dulled, and he cautiously rose in the gloom, striving to sense all that surrounded him. Even in death, even as a spirit, he could not shake his instinctual caution. Suddenly, his consciousness was besieged by a violent influx of information, an overwhelming deluge that surged into his mind. The sensation felt as though his brain were being torn apart, collapsing him once more into the shadows. He barely had time to rub his throbbing head. Kloss passively absorbed this sudden influx of knowledge. The sheer volume and its peculiar conveyance ultimately led him to comprehend and retain only fragments of it. Kloss was dead, and he now resided within the depths of his soul, where a spirit named Xol, referred to as the Old God, resided. Moreover, Kloss was not merely human, he bore the blood of the old gods within him. His death had awakened these dormant bloodlines, which began to mend his damaged form and grant him a new lease on life. However, the information also revealed that should Kloss die once more, the blood of the old gods would offer him no salvation. Furthermore, this bloodline held a tremendous backlash for mortals, producing devastating consequences that could even lead to death. Fortunately, the information contained potential remedies for the backlash. It could be quelled by magic. Only by absorbing magic could he mitigate this adverse effect. Kloss, endowed with the blood of the old gods, could sense the presence of magic. At last, the torrential flow of information subsided, and his awareness returned to clarity. However, this clarity was accompanied by a plethora of doubts and confusions. Soul depths, old gods, resurrection, magic terms that had only existed in the tales recounted by Barcho. Could they possibly manifest in reality? He could not accept these revelations, nor could he reconcile with the notion that he was no longer wholly human. In that moment, he noticed that the haunting sound had vanished from the darkness. Kloss suddenly realized that the information he had just received was likely conveyed through that very voice. Astonishment washed over him. The whispers of the old gods? Could this truly be within the depths of his soul? Were the tales told by bards, in fact, true? Straining to rise, He resolved to converse with the old god, named Xul, if the preceding information held true. Yet as he finally steadied himself, he felt an unsettling motion beneath him. Intuition urged him to flee, but he found himself powerless. A thick serpent began coiling around his legs, swiftly ensnaring him entirely. Faced with such terror, Kloss instinctively fought back. He struggled fiercely, screaming in desperation, when suddenly a brilliant light cleaved the darkness, and he felt himself soaring upwards with extraordinary speed. Kloss opened his eyes wide. His rapid breaths echoed in the emptiness that surrounded him. This time, it was not the deprivation of sight, but a dim light that allowed him to make out his surroundings. I am alive. This was Kloss' first instinctive thought. He sat up reflexively, beginning to assess his body. He first examined the left side of his chest, the very spot where he had been pierced. The darkness made it difficult to see, so he relied on touch. The hole in his coat remained, yet beneath it, his skin felt smooth, as though it had the softness of an infant's. And not a single scar. Feeling the rhythm of his heartbeat and savoring the long-missed air, Kloss finally confirmed his rebirth. He sat in a daze as tears streamed helplessly from the corners of his eyes. At that moment, only the most primal expressions of humanity could convey his joy at newfound life. However, he quickly regained his composure. His resurrection and the unblemished condition of his chest validated the message from Xul. Though those revelations had shattered Kloss' understanding of reality, the undeniable truth lay before him, compelling his belief. Now that the blood of the old gods within him had been awakened, he would likely face its backlash. He needed to find magic swiftly, preferably pure magic. Yet Kloss was uncertain of what magic truly was, nor how to perceive it. Regarding magic, he resolved to gather information once he left this place. At that moment, a more pressing concern gnawed at him. Where was he? And was there danger? With that thought, his heart began to race. He understood fully that as a victim of assassination, he ought not to find himself in this place. If he awoke in the wilderness, he would feel a sense of relief. Just then he heard human voices. "Watson, you fool! It took you all day to procure the bloodstone. Do you not know that a corpse decays when left too long? My apologies, Master Sorcerer. Guard the entrance to the cellar. Allow nothing to pass, not even a mouse." "Yes, Master Sorcerer." Chapter 2. The Necromancer. The words bloodstone, corpse, and sorcerer instantly illuminated Kloss's predicament that he was about to confront a necromancer, a figure spoken of only in the tales of wandering poets. After discerning the direction of the sorcerer's voice and the flickering light seeping through the crevices of the stone wall, Kloss swiftly concealed himself behind a boulder. With a rumbling sound, a heavy stone door creaked open. The sorcerer, eyes shut, inhaled deeply, exclaiming, "The aroma of this chamber is eternally enticing. The scent of decay always stirs excitement." However, in the next moment, he detected something amiss in the chamber. Where are the corpses? Where have they vanished? The urgency in the sorcerer's voice escalated, for Kloss's lifeless body was evidently of great value to him. Hiding behind the stone, Kloss held his breath, gripped by fear and anxiety. He had never before faced a sorcerer. Yet, he harbored a modicum of confidence in his abilities. Within the military academy, no more than 10 could claim victory over him in direct confrontation. However, the present scenario was far more complex and perilous. This was no drill, nor a mere exercise that a moment's carelessness could lead to death. The thought of the scene where an assassin had ruthlessly struck him flashed through his mind, causing him to gasp sharply. Nevertheless, the vision of his assassination did not plunge him into panic. Rather, he began to analyze the situation with a cool head. Perhaps it was humanity's instinct when faced with death, or perhaps it was Kloss's unwavering resolve to survive. The habits cultivated in the military academy enabled Kloss to swiftly conclude, aside from the sorcerer. A certain Watson was stationed at the entrance of the cellar, and the sorcerer had yet to discover his presence. Yet, he had already deduced the sorcerer's approximate location from the sound of his voice. Outnumbered and outmaneuvered, the best strategy to turn the tide lay in a surprise attack. A lethal one at that. Kloss had resolved to fight to the death. He picked up a skull from the ground and hurled it toward the opposite corner. The skull struck the stone wall with a sharp sound. Seizing the opportunity, Kloss leaped from behind the boulder. The sorcerer's gaze snapped back to the corner. upon witnessing Kloss materialize before him. The torch in his hand slipped from his grasp. The sorcerer's eyes bulged in horror, rendering his pale, gaunt face even more terrifying. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Silver-eyed Kloss has returned to life. The sorcerer's shock did not deter Kloss's actions. In that moment, he felt transformed into an assassin, swiftly identifying the sorcerer's most vulnerable point, the throat that he leapt forward, his right hand morphing into a blade as he aimed for the sorcerer's throat. As his hand sliced through, a sensation surged through his fingertips, shocking Kloss. It felt less like cutting through skin and more akin to slicing through leather armor. The sorcerer clutched his throat, staggering backward, while his right hand scattered a cloud of dark green powder. Kloss immediately felt his vision begin to blur, his sight diminishing. Yet he pressed forward, acutely aware that retreating now meant he would never have another chance. Drawing upon his spatial memory, Kloss delivered a series of punches to the necromancer. But once again, he encountered that strange sensation of impact. His attacks bore no fruit. Deciding to leap back and create distance, he recognized that without understanding his opponent's capabilities, victory was unattainable. However, time was slipping away, and the encroaching haze of diminished vision thrust him into an even more precarious position. "You truly startled me, silver-eyed Kloss, but alas, you have no more chances. The bony skin is an insurmountable barrier for you, and you have been poisoned. While I am curious as to how you return to life, I regret to inform you that I do not wish for you to continue living. Your actions have enraged me, and I shall kill you." The sorcerer's cold voice echoed in the chamber, sending a chill coursing through Kloss. The specter of death loomed once more. Was this to be the end? Bare-handed attacks could not breach the sorcerer's bony skin, and the effects of the poison were worsening. Alongside the fading vision, dizziness had set in, rendering him unable to ascertain his enemy's location. Was there truly no chance left? Maintain composure, stay calm. Perhaps escape is possible. Kloss closed his eyes, preparing to amplify his other senses in that instant. A dark purple sphere of light materialized before him, shrouded in a faint mist. Confusion and bewilderment flooded Kloss's mind. But the imminent peril left no room for speculation. The sorcerer wielded magic, and Kloss possessed the ability to sense it. These two factors led him to a swift conclusion. The purple sphere was magical energy. As he realized that closing his eyes allowed him to perceive the magic, a wave of intense hunger surged within him. He felt his right arm twitch uncontrollably, and before he knew it, his entire body lunged forward, his right arm plunging into the dark purple light. The sorcerer's scream pierced the air. "Ah, monster!" Kloss opened his eyes to find his vision restored, and to his astonishment, he had pierced the sorcerer's abdomen with his bare hand, the latter collapsing lifelessly. Even more astonishing was the sight of his right arm covered in a multitude of blood threads. When he attempted to withdraw it, he discovered his arm seemed firmly anchored within the sorcerer's body. Clever Kloss quickly grasped the situation. He was consuming the sorcerer's magical energy, and he closed his eyes once more, the dark purple magic flowing through the blood threads into his body. Soon, the sorcerer's magic was entirely drained, and Kloss's right arm returned to its original state, the gnawing hunger dissipating in an instant. He withdrew his arm, pushing aside the deceased sorcerer, executing the motion with the fluidity of an assassin accustomed to the act of killing. At that moment, he noticed a towering figure standing at the entrance of the chamber. The individual stood nearly 2 meters tall, with a physique as imposing as that of an ape, clad in tattered linen trousers and bound with iron chains. His upper body remained obscured by shadows. Kloss surmised that this giant was Watson, the very figure mentioned by the necromancer. Kloss instinctively felt the urge to eliminate Watson, that he was not concerned about his resurrection being discovered. Nor did he fear the repercussions of killing the necromancer. He simply wished to keep the secret of his bloodline concealed, and if Watson uncovered this secret, he could not be allowed to live. However, even if Watson's demise was essential, Kloss's judgment seemed recklessly hasty, that he was unaware of his own strength and had no understanding of his opponent's capabilities. This was a far cry from his usual cautious nature. More importantly, he was oblivious to this change within himself. Just as he prepared to launch a surprise attack on Watson, the latter unleashed a deafening roar. Oh! Chapter 3. Silver-eyed Kloss Watson's form swelled with each resounding roar, the chains binding his limbs shattered, and the hair on his legs grew at an alarming rate. Faced with Watson's sudden transformation, Kloss showed no sign of fear. How could one intent on vanquishing his foe feel trepidation? Yet, at that moment, Watson pivoted sharply and fled. Kloss stood momentarily stunned before immediately pursuing that he was unsure of the giant's intentions, but he was acutely aware of his own. Now was the perfect moment for a surprise attack. However, Watson was far too swift. He dashed out of the cellar before Kloss could catch up. Emerging into the open, Kloss was taken aback by the sight before him. This being, known as Watson, was not human at all, but a monstrous subhuman, a werewolf. Although Kloss's understanding of the world lacked magic and sorcery, it was teeming with various species. Among them, werewolves were a notable subhuman race. Before him stood a werewolf, its body covered in silvery fur. Larger than before, 0.3 scars marred the left side of its face, and its crimson eyes fixated on Kloss, who appeared diminutive in comparison. At the sight of Watson's true form, Kloss regained his composure. In his estimation, the activated power of his bloodline would suffice against a mere human, but facing a werewolf was an entirely different challenge. Moreover, he recognized a crucial point. Did he still possess the power that had surged through him when he killed the necromancer? The thought caused him to swallow hard. Fleeing might indeed be the wisest choice. But just then, the werewolf spoke. "I am Watson. As you can see, I am a werewolf. I thank you for slaying the necromancer, for it has granted me my freedom. However, I implore you to abandon any thoughts of killing me. You are strong, but I am not weak either." Having spoken, Watson tossed Kloss a small object. Upon receiving it, Kloss inquired, "A wolf's fang?" "This is a talisman from our tribe, a gift for you," Watson replied. With that, Watson turned and departed, his limbs propelling him forward with remarkable speed. The werewolf swiftly vanished into the woods, disappearing from Kloss's sight. Bathed in moonlight, Kloss stood in a daze, astonished that Watson could perceive his murderous intent and assess their respective strengths. Yet he could not fathom why such a formidable being had been under the necromancer's control, nor could he grasp Watson's hasty exit. However, these matters have become rather inconsequential. What truly matters is that Watson is a werewolf, and the secret of Kloss shall not spread within the realm of humanity. More importantly, a potentially disastrous conflict has been averted. Kloss regained his composure. He had no time to dwell on thoughts for too long. As he remained ensnared in peril, that he was oblivious to his whereabouts, unaware of how much time had elapsed since his death and subsequent resurrection. Without this information, he could not attain a sense of security. He surveyed his surroundings. Apart from the cellar behind him and the wooden cabin to his left, he was surrounded by dense woods. This place was a clandestine refuge nestled within the mountainous forest. Upon gaining a rough understanding of his environment, he hastened back to the cellar's secret chamber, retrieved the torch that had fallen to the ground, and began to meticulously inspect the hidden space. At the center of the chamber lay an oval stone slab, likely the workbench where the necromancer conducted his dark experiments. In the corners, piles of white bones accumulated, remnants of the necromancer's grotesque endeavors. These artifacts were of no assistance to Kloss. What he sought was information, various kinds of information. Fortunately, within the chamber lay an object that could provide a wealth of information: the necromancer's corpse. He dragged the body to the entrance of the cellar and commenced his search. The ring adorning the sorcerer's finger immediately caught Kloss's attention. It was a ring engraved with the image of an O-shaped serpent. This was no ordinary ring. It symbolized a mysterious organization known as the Endless Cycle. This was knowledge Kloss had gleaned during his studies at the academy, and his understanding of the organization was limited to this scanned information. He pocketed the ring and continued his search. The other belongings on the sorcerer's person proved to be of little use. Once the search was complete, Kloss gathered dry twigs and leaves as kindling and set fire to the necromancer's corpse. His intention was not to obliterate evidence, but rather to prevent the necromancer from rising again, to eliminate any potential future threats. It was imperative to thoroughly incinerate the enemy's remains, for various reasons. The fire did not last long. The body of the sorcerer did not turn to ash completely. However, most of it was charred, revealing exposed white bones. Such a corpse would possess little combat prowess even if resurrected. Thus, the disposal of the body was effectively accomplished. Kloss proceeded to the wooden cabin to initiate a new round of searching. On the sorcerer's desk, he discovered a letter which read, "To the esteemed leader, Lord Harriman, the corpse of silver-eyed Kloss has arrived at Fort Unfall. Tonight, he shall reach the Dusk Mountains, where, under the great necromantic arts, he will be reborn. Thereafter, the organization may proceed according to the original plan. You should be well aware that Kloss's body is the only bargaining chip the organization possesses in controlling the territory of Klein, and I am the sole individual capable of facilitating Kloss's resurrection. I share this with you solely to elucidate that my requests are not unreasonable. The only sorcerer within the organization, aid." The geographical references within the letter allowed Kloss to swiftly deduce his location. The Dusk Mountains mark the boundary between the Empire of Kurzman and the Kingdom of Saida. To the southwest of the mountains lay the Kingdom of Saida, while to the northeast resided the territory of Count Klein, which belonged to the Kurzman Empire. The Dusk Mountains served as a natural barrier, isolating much of the border between the two nations. However, the true reason for its designation as a barrier was not the mountains themselves, but rather the demons that dwelled within. In his youth, Kloss often heard tales of the demons inhabiting the Dusk Mountains. These stories were not merely intended to frighten mischievous children, but were meant to dissuade those adventurers who fancied themselves brave. Yet, despite these warnings, countless adventurers ventured into the Dusk Mountains each year, embarking on treacherous journeys from which few returned. In addition to the Dusk Mountains, a narrow expanse of plains lay between the two nations. The first emperor of the empire established a fortress in this area, naming it Fort Unfall. The emperor hoped that this fortress would never fall, aspiring for it to unite with the Dusk Mountains to eternally keep the Kingdom of Saida at bay. Historically, Fort Unfall had never been breached. In the present day, it stood as the largest fortress within the territory of Klein. Kloss now found himself at the southeastern edge of the Dusk Mountains. In proximity to Fort Unfall. As for the organization mentioned in the letter, it was highly likely it referred to the Endless Cycle. However, he was perplexed as to why the Endless Cycle could exert control over the Klein territory merely by utilizing the body of his father's eldest son. In Kloss's view, even in the event of his father's demise, he would never be the next lord of the Klein territory. After all, his father had publicly declared Kloss's lineage to the entire Klein territory when Kloss was but 5 years old. Kloss Klein is the adopted son of Sof Klein, with no claim to titles or territorial inheritance. The rightful heir is Sof's biological son, soon to be born. This proclamation by Count Klein had bestowed upon Kloss a title, Silver-Eyed Kloss, Chapter 4, Fort Unfall Silver-Eyed Kloss, a title that most within the Count's estate had only dared to whisper in hushed tones. These individuals had long begun to speculate whether Kloss was indeed the Count's biological son, given the stark contrast between the silver-eyed Kloss and his father's blue eyes, with the revelation of Kloss's lineage. Coupled with his unique silver-eyed trait, Silver-Eyed Kloss swiftly became the most talked-about subject among the populace of the territory. Consequently, this title spread throughout the entire Klein domain and even reached the surrounding regions, as well as the Kingdom of Saida. Since Kloss had no claim to inheritance, the notion that the organization could wield control over the Klein territory through resurrection was utterly ludicrous. However, judging by the contents of the letter, the Endless Cycle appeared to be entirely confident in this scheme. Creating chaos, at this realization, Kloss comprehended the severity of the situation. The Endless Cycle could indeed exploit the demise of Count Klein and the youth of his successor to incite turmoil within the territory, ultimately advancing their agenda step by step. The situation was urgent, and time was of the essence. Kloss had to return to his homeland post-haste, food, a dagger, and 5 vials of mana potion in hand. Kloss donned a black cloak and departed the wooden cabin. Navigating at night could easily lead one astray, particularly within the woods. However, Kloss had acquired a plethora of knowledge at the Imperial Military Academy, making it relatively easy for him to determine his bearings based on the terrain. Moreover, he was well aware that the necromancer's secret abode was not far from Fort Unfall. This nocturnal journey granted Kloss a more tangible sense of the power of his bloodline. His speed and reflexes noticeably quickened. His stamina enhanced, and even after running for an extended period, he felt neither fatigue nor weakness. The power of his lineage had indeed elevated Kloss beyond the realm of the ordinary. After a considerable time traversing the terrain, he beheld the plains, but also a scene of widespread flames. Such a massive conflagration could not arise in the desolate borderlands unless it was the army of an enemy nation. Fort Unfall was under siege. Kloss furrowed his brow, realizing that Fort Unfall had encountered significant trouble. Fort Unfall was defensible, yet challenging to attack. The enemy would not easily invade. Yet this time, they had deployed a substantial force, seemingly determined to seize it. Clearly, there was unrest within Fort Unfall. Kloss had no time to waste. If Fort Unfall fell, he would be unable to return to his homeland. After all, the trait of being silver-eyed was far too distinctive to pass unnoticed by the enemy's guards. He had only one option left: to infiltrate Fort Unfall before the formal hostilities commenced. Kloss began to sprint down the mountain. However, before he could reach the foot of the mountain, the sounds of battle erupted, and the clamor of combat filled the air. Kloss gasped in alarm. It was over. The commander of Fort Unfall had been so foolish as to abandon the tall, sturdy walls to engage the enemy on open ground. At this rate, Fort Unfall would surely be breached that very night. At last, Kloss escaped the Dusk Mountains, the distant battle nearing its conclusion. The kingdom of Seada had emerged victorious. Meanwhile, in close proximity, several flames approached him. Kloss quickly concealed himself behind a large tree to observe. The flames drew nearer. This time, he discerned 3 soldiers wielding torches and brandishing longswords, pursuing a solitary, unarmed soldier ahead of them. Surrender. Fort Unfall has already fallen. You have nowhere left to flee. The 3 pursuers were evidently soldiers of Seada, while the fleeing individual was undoubtedly a member of Fort Unfall's garrison. The fleeing soldier did not allow the words of his pursuers to distract him. He continued onward, heading in Kloss's direction. Suddenly, the soldier stumbled and fell, perhaps from exhaustion or tripping over a stone. Frustrated, he pounded the ground with his right fist, cursing, "Damn it!" His tone was laced with both indignation and resignation. He did not wish to surrender. Yet the current circumstances seemed to leave him with no choice but to capitulate. The 3 pursuers quickly caught up to him, but in that moment, Kloss leapt into action that he charged at the nearest enemy. His dagger piercing the foe's throat in an instant, resulting in immediate demise. Seizing the long sword from the fallen soldier's grasp, he swung it towards another enemy, aiming once more for the throat. This time, Kloss failed to temper his strength. The enemy's head was severed cleanly from his body. The remaining adversaries finally reacted, but it was far too late. In mere seconds, Kloss had dispatched 3 soldiers of Seada, resembling a ghost of the moonlight, eerie and terrifying. All of this transpired before the eyes of the fallen soldier. The demons of the Dusk Mountains. Kloss remained silent, advancing toward the fallen soldier and pressing the tip of his long sword against the latter's neck. The still warm blood from his previous kills dripping onto the soldier's throat. The soldier trembled in fear. Kloss removed his hood and inquired, "Why are you fleeing?" His cold tone was laced with a palpable menace, rendering the soldier momentarily speechless until he caught sight of those silver eyes. "My lord Kloss?" The soldier's demeanor shifted to one of excitement. "It's me, Gawain, it's me." Kloss sheathed his long sword and remarked, "Gawain? The same Gawain who used to spar with me in our youth. I can't believe you remember, my lord Kloss." Kloss retrieved the fallen torch and scrutinized the soldier, who had identified himself as Gawain. Confirming his identity, Gawain had been one of Kloss's childhood companions, and due to his timid nature, Kloss retained some memories of him. "What brings you here?" Kloss ceased his reprimand of Gawain's cowardice. It would have been far stranger if Gawain had not fled. "My lord Kloss, I will explain everything shortly. The enemy will soon scour the battlefield and discover us that we must leave this place swiftly." "Where to?" "To Copper Mountain Town." Kloss was momentarily taken aback by Gawain's response. Copper Mountain Town lay in the western region of the Klein territory, adjacent to the Dusk Mountains, named for its rich copper deposits. However, given the current circumstances, reaching Copper Mountain Town via the route through Fort Nalu was evidently implausible. Thus, the only remaining path was to traverse the Dusk Mountains. This explained Gawain's decision to flee to this location. Moreover, once they entered the Dusk Mountains, the enemy would likely cease their pursuit, as the treacherous terrain was well known to the Sead people. Gawain's plan was indeed commendable. Yet, one must ponder, could anyone truly survive the passage through the Dusk Mountains? Kloss harbored profound skepticism. The idea of crossing the Dusk Mountains is utterly reckless. Do you have any preparations? Gawain. Gawain stood up and retrieved a piece of parchment from beneath his leather armor, presenting it to Kloss. My lord, this is the route map. Has anyone traversed this path before? And no, why choose Copper Mountain Town? The nearest location should be Blackwater Town. My lord, you must understand, Blackwater Town has already fallen to the rebels, and their minions have yet to reach Copper Mountain Town, which is also my domain. Rebels? What rebels? I'm not entirely sure. Kloss furrowed his brow, realizing the situation had escalated to such a degree. The Klein territory was beset by internal strife and external threats. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his legs. With a scream, he collapsed to the ground. Chapter 5. Chaos. My lord Kloss, are you all right? Do not approach me, Gawain. Kloss barked at the approaching Gawain, who recoiled in fear from his stern tone. The pain in his legs intensified rather than subsided. Gritting his teeth, Kloss endured the agony as he sat up, lifting the black cloak that concealed his legs, revealing a harrowing sight. His calves were entirely ensconced in writhing tendrils of blood, a truly terrifying spectacle. Even Gawain was so startled that he fell to the ground. Blood backlash. Kloss instantly recognized the cause of his suffering. He produced a vial of mana potion, applying it to his legs. The moment the blue liquid made contact with the blood tendrils, it was devoured, alleviating much of the pain. Suppressing the backlash consumed a quarter of the mana potion, instilling a sense of dread within Kloss. Since he had seen that letter at the necromancer's lair, his thoughts had been solely focused on returning home. The sooner he returned, the better chance he had to thwart the insidious plot of the endless cycle. Thus, he was not particularly supportive of Gawain as perilous and time-consuming plan to return home, viewing it merely as Gawain's self-serving desire. However, after experiencing the blood backlash, his perspective shifted. He realized that as an adopted son of Klein, he bore no obligation to sacrifice himself for the Klein territory. Moreover, he had been away from home for 12 years, lacking any support within the Klein territory, and was unable to effectively expose the conspiracy of the endless cycle. Most critically, the bloodline had activated, and the backlash would forever accompany him. 0.5 vials of mana potion would not last long. If they ran out before he found more, death awaited him. Kloss certainly did not wish to meet such an end. He was determined to survive. He understood that searching for mana potions alone would impose significant limitations. However, possessing a faction would yield entirely different results. That a faction could leverage multiple resources to procure mana potions swiftly, or even secretly manufacture them. If he could indeed produce mana potions independently, Kloss would no longer have to worry about the bloodline backlash. With this thought, a wicked smile crept across his face. Meanwhile, Gawain had yet to recover from his terror. My lord, Kloss glanced at Gawain, smiling as he said, since attending the military academy, I have experienced certain symptoms. What you witnessed earlier is known as blood coagulation. When it occurs, the affected area experiences excruciating pain. Yet it can be alleviated with potions. Is it contagious? Not at all. That if it were, I would have been expelled from the academy long ago. I merely asked you to keep your distance to spare you the sight of such a repulsive affliction. Upon hearing Kloss's explanation, Gawain regained his composure, sitting upright. My lord Kloss, you truly have a tumultuous fate. Gawain, it is too early for you to say such things. Let us wait until we have crossed the Dusk Mountains and reached Copper Mountain Town to discuss it. Gawain laughed. Observing that Gawain had accepted the notion of blood coagulation, Kloss could not help but marvel at his own quick thinking and Gawain's naivety. Blood coagulation may prove useful in the future. Subsequently, the two, armed with their torch and long sword, ventured into the Dusk Mountains. As night deepened, they found a clearing after some time and prepared to rest. Ate tea that moment. Gawain suddenly asked, My lord Kloss, may I pose a question? Speak. Why are you here? Kloss paused, taken aback by Gawain's unexpected inquiry. His mind raced. Could it be that news of my assassination had spread throughout the Klein territory? This was impossible. If that were the case, the endless cycle would not be able to utilize my body to control the Klein territory. Thus, Gawain's question was merely superficial. He could not possibly comprehend why Kloss, a student at the Imperial Military Academy, would be present in this location. I was attacked and managed to escape, which led me to take a detour here. Kloss fabricated a response. He understood that lies must be concise. The shorter the lie, the less likely it is to be exposed. Upon hearing this answer, Gawain's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Kloss. Filled with wonder, Gawain recognized that although Kloss was 2 years his junior, he had always exhibited an extraordinary calmness and composure beyond his years. Therefore, when Kloss had dispatched 3 enemy soldiers earlier, Gawain had not been excessively surprised, merely admiring Kloss's prowess. Yet now, Kloss spoke of his assassination attempt in the most casual manner, and in that instant, Gawain's perception of him elevated significantly, leading him to believe the recent rumors circulating in the Klein territory. "My lord Kloss, are you aware of the rumors concerning you in the Klein territory?" Kloss shook his head. "The rumors suggest that you are the most suitable lord for the Klein territory, that only you can restore its former glory." Kloss chuckled nonchalantly, quickly discerning that these rumors were merely a ruse of the endless cycle. "You cannot possibly believe such tales?" "I do." Gawain's resolute response took Kloss by surprise that he felt a flicker of interest in this selfish coward. "My lord, do you know why I fled Fort Nalu to return to Copper Mountain Town?" Gawain continued. "That is precisely what I wish to ask you." Gawain, that a mere ordinary deserter, would not have the foresight to prepare a specific escape route. "My lord, did you know? The current lord of the Klein territory is your uncle, Joy Klein. No wonder chaos has befallen the Klein territory. It appears Joy has usurped power. Damn Joy, he assigned me to Fort Nalu, reducing me from a noble court swordsman to an ordinary guard. His heinous actions will surely incur divine retribution. My actions are simply in accordance with the will of the gods. You can understand my motives, can you not, my lord Kloss?" Kloss smiled silently, aware that the so-called divine retribution was merely Gawain's excuse to mask his own desires. That as for Joy, it was evident he would not target Gawain alone. As a loyal confidant of the old earl, Gawain was merely one of the victims of Joy's power grab. Yet, Joy's impatience had led to the rise of rebels in the Klein territory. And Kloss understood that this so-called rebellion was, in fact, Joy's own treachery, a label he had unjustly affixed to his opponents. Kloss was eager to comprehend this insurrection, yet Gawain possessed no knowledge of the rebels. At present, he was only aware that Klein had succumbed to chaos. However, this turmoil was precisely what Kloss required. Chapter 6. The prey has arrived. The two took turns sleeping, although they had not yet delved deeply into the mountains. Caution was still paramount. Gentle sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting a warm glow upon Kloss's face. Morning had dawned. "Good morning, Lord Kloss," Gawain greeted. Kloss rubbed his eyes and stretched, replying, "Is everything in order, Gawain?" "All is well." "The most likely time for any disturbances would have been while you were on watch," Gawain remarked, handing over a leather flask. "Would you care for some water, my lord? You have truly made ample preparations." "Gawain, in comparison to you, my lord, I still fall short." Having eaten and quenched their thirst, the pair resumed their journey, this time quickening their pace considerably. They understood that only by traversing during daylight could they reach their destination swiftly. "My lord, how long do you estimate it will take us to arrive at Copper Mountain Town?" "Unless unforeseen events arise and our path remains correct, at our current pace, it will require at least 30 days. 30 days? Is that beyond your expectations?" Kloss replied with a chuckle. "My lord, this is hardly the time for laughter. The provisions I carry will suffice for no more than 10 days for the two of us." "I am aware. You know, yet still jest. Have you no intention of devising a solution?" "I certainly do not wish to perish in the Twilight Mountains." Gawain recognized that Kloss was typically composed and unflappable. Yet even the most serene disposition requires sustenance. Without food, how could they possibly muster the strength to navigate the Twilight Mountains? Nevertheless, Kloss maintained his smile. "You have lingered in the comfort of the Count's estate for far too long." Gawain. Seeing that Gawain did not grasp the implication of his words, Kloss continued, "Do you know, initially, I harbored a deep resentment towards my father for expelling me from home at such a tender age and sending me to the harsh Imperial Military Academy. However, I later came to appreciate him. There, I acquired invaluable skills, such as the ability to survive in the wilderness, an education you could never attain within the confines of the Count's estate." Gawain was momentarily taken aback, not because the statement exceeded his comprehension, but but rather because it was a truth even children could understand that a fledgling eagle, forever sheltered, can never learn to soar. Thus, Galwin, having lived within the Count's estate, was ill-prepared to face the challenges of the wild. After a prolonged silence, Galwin finally spoke. "I now understand the reasons behind your transformation, Kloss Klein." Kloss shook his finger in response. "You do not yet comprehend," Galwin sizzled. "In any case, you need not fret about the scarcity of provisions." Galwin smiled. Rather than witnessing a more mature Kloss, he preferred to see the familiar Kloss, playful, gesturing, and casual. After a solemn night, the two had rekindled a semblance of their childhood camaraderie. They continued their journey, foraging for food, kindling fires, and alternating their rest. Thus, they had spent 9 days within the Twilight Mountains. During this time, Kloss had garnered no useful intelligence, but he did manage to extract some information regarding Galwin. Galwin Sissel was the most enigmatic figure within the Count's estate, having arrived at the age of 3. He had enjoyed the privileges of the Count's son, yet his parents had never made an appearance. There were whispers among the servants that Galwin was the illegitimate child of the old Count. But the servant who spoke such rumors was later executed for spreading falsehoods, and from that day forth, no one dared to discuss Galwin again. Just 2 days prior, Galwin confided in Kloss's secret. He was born in the imperial capital and was likely the illegitimate son of the emperor. Kloss initially dismissed it as a jest. Yet upon reflecting on certain childhood memories, he found himself somewhat inclined to believe Galwin's secret. Furthermore, Galwin had been appointed as a court swordsman without any notable achievements or prowess, which seemed to corroborate his mysterious and noble lineage. However, Kloss would not show Galwin any reverence. In his view, this secret held little practical value and might instead attract calamity, at least for the foreseeable years. This would be the case. Fortuitously, or perhaps due to the Twilight Mountains being less fearsome than legend suggested, the two had not encountered any so-called demons, nor even a single large predator during these 9 days. An optimistic Galwin had begun to envision their successful passage through the Twilight Mountains and arrival at Copper Mountain Town, but he expressed a desire to seek out a bard upon their arrival, to weave their legendary journey through the Twilight Mountains into a ballad to be sung in every tavern across the Empire. However, Kloss sensed an impending crisis. The weather had grown colder, from the temperature variations observed over the past 9 days. Kloss surmised that if they continued onward for another 2 or 3 days, they would be confronted with frigid conditions. The temperature fluctuations within the mountains exceeded Kloss's understanding that it was September, a time of bountiful harvests. And considering the relatively low elevation of the southeastern section of the Twilight Mountains, the temperatures should not be this low unless influenced by other factors. The root cause of this anomaly lay undoubtedly within the Twilight Mountains themselves. Kloss could not help but marvel at the myriad secrets this realm, untouched by humanity, concealed. Returning to the pressing matter at hand, the issue of temperature was now the most formidable challenge. He understood that if they could not resolve this problem promptly, they could not proceed as planned to mitigate the cold. A relatively straightforward solution presented itself: hunting beasts to drape their pelts over their leather armor. However, Kloss was not skilled in the art of skinning, nor was it easy to locate beasts within the mountains. Yet for the sake of their journey ahead, seeking out wildlife was evidently necessary. With this thought, Kloss conceived a plan. Rather than aimlessly wandering through the vast forest in search of prey, it would be more effective to lure them out with bait. Kloss conveyed the details of this strategy to Galwin, who wholeheartedly complied. The two set up a makeshift trap in a clearing, placing roasted jerky and dry bread atop it. Subsequently, they concealed themselves behind a nearby tree trunk, awaiting the catch. "Kloss, do you think this will work? Animals typically do not consume cooked food. Using raw meat as bait would likely only attract repulsive scavengers." "Be patient, Galwin." After a period of waiting, Kloss, ever vigilant, detected movement in the grass ahead, and he signaled to Galwin to remain silent. The prey had arrived. Chapter 7. The half-breed Kloss and Galwin observed the movements in the grass with utmost attention. Fearful of missing any details, they dared not underestimate the beasts of the Twilight Mountains. Concealed within the foliage was likely a ferocious creature they had never encountered as the rustling drew nearer. The prey approached the bait. Suddenly, a pair of fluffy little ears emerged from the grass. The prey was about to reveal itself. Quick to react, Kloss deduced from the ear's shape that the creature likely belonged to a wolf species. However, the ears were diminutive, suggesting that the prey was still in its juvenile stage. Yet Kloss did not lower his guard. Instead, he became even more alert to his surroundings. That it is well known that juvenile predators are often guarded by adult counterparts in their vicinity. Just then, the juvenile beast cautiously stepped out of the underbrush, leaving Kloss and Galwin utterly bewildered. The creature before them far exceeded their expectations. The prey was humanoid, standing at a modest height of approximately 1.5 meters, clad in tattered rags that were dirtier than mere rags. The slight bulge of its chest indicated a female. Her emaciated form suggested that her limbs could snap with the slightest exertion. This was no juvenile beast. It was undoubtedly a human girl, a resilient soul surviving in the wilderness. Had she not possessed those animal ears atop her head? Though not fully human, her appearance was strikingly human-like, and she bore faint traces of animal traits upon her body. This species, the closest to humanity, was known as a half-breed. The prey they had lured was a half-breed girl. Galwin appeared incredulous, unable to believe his own eyes. He rubbed them, attempting to dispel the illusion before him. Yet, this slight action alerted the half-breed girl, who immediately halted her advance, her ears instinctively twitching back and forth. Her intuition warned her that this place was unsafe. As the girl turned to flee, Kloss suddenly charged forward, drawing his sword and executing a swift strike in one fluid motion. However, he did not aim for the half-breed girl. Instead, he targeted the trap he had previously set. With a resounding crash, Kloss and the girl plummeted into a pit over 2 meters deep. In truth, the half-breed girl had already stepped onto the edge of the trap. However, being so slender and light, she had not triggered it, as the edges were better supported than the center. Fortunately, Kloss's quick reflexes prevented their prey from escaping. However, this prey had ceased to be an ordinary prey for him, intended merely to stave off the cold. Instead, it had transformed into a valuable prey capable of yielding intelligence. The term half-human implies that the mother must undoubtedly be human. Only under the circumstance where the male is subhuman and the female human can a half-human be born. Due to this natural law, half-humans are generally nurtured by their mothers, who disguise themselves as humans to live within the human realm. Based on this reasoning, Kloss deduced that this half-human girl must also hail from the human kingdom. Judging by her current predicament and behavior, it was evident that she lacked the ability to survive independently. Her arrival at the Twilight Mountains must have occurred within the past few days. She had been abandoned and had fled here alone. Alternatively, her family might have been harmed, forcing her to escape towards the Twilight Mountains. Regardless of the circumstances, one thing was certain. Her home was not far from this location, and it undoubtedly lay within the human territory. Since she could not withstand the severe cold of the Twilight Mountains, it would be more prudent to extract information regarding the nearest human village from the half-human girl. This was Kloss's contemplation. However, the half-human girl, having fallen into the trap, exhibited no sign of panic. Instead, she immediately counterattacked. The girl's frail right hand darted towards Kloss's cheek like lightning, prompting him to hastily raise his hand in defense. Their forces colliding in an instant, to Kloss's astonishment, the seemingly delicate girl possessed the strength of a wild beast. With just one strike, Kloss's left arm sustained a grievous injury. His leather armor was torn, and his arm was lacerated. Not only that, the girl also utilized the momentum from her attack to leap out of the trap. The combination of strength and agility rendered the half-human girl's combat prowess far beyond Kloss's expectations. Perhaps this was the reason why the human realm could not accept half-humans. A significant number of them possessed abilities surpassing those of humans in certain aspects, and their existence undeniably posed a visible threat to humanity. Nevertheless, Kloss's wound quickly began to heal, leading him to speculate that this was also a manifestation of bloodline power. The girl, standing at the edge of the trap, looked down at Kloss, her pure blue eyes filled with astonishment and delight. You are human?" Kloss, sword in hand, did not respond, his gaze fixed intently on the half-human girl as he braced for defense. Faced with such a formidable adversary, he dared not let his guard down, lest he fail to gather intelligence and instead lose his life. Noticing Kloss's silence, the girl did not lose patience and continued, "You must be human. Only humans would create dried meat and hard bread. But why would a human be here?" At that moment, Galwin also emerged from his concealment behind a tree trunk. So, there is another human. Despite facing two men wielding swords, the girl showed no sign of fear. She was evidently confident in her own strength. However, she seemed disinclined to leave, as she appeared to share Kloss's desire to gather information. "Have you encountered a necromancer?" the girl inquired. "A necromancer?" Galwin's tone was laced with disdain. To him, the girl's jest was far-fetched. For in his view, there were no such sorcerers in this world. Kloss, however, was taken aback, suspecting that the half-human girl was likely connected to the necromancer. Yet before clarifying their relationship, Kloss seized the opportunity to exchange the information he sought. "I've seen the necromancer, and know where he is. But you must first tell me where you come from." Upon hearing this response, Galwin's mouth twitched. Could it be that there truly was a necromancer? Surely, Kloss must be fabricating this story. On the other hand, the girl about to speak felt her stomach grumble. She was hungry. After all, she had been drawn here by the prospect of food. Had she not encountered someone she could communicate with, she would have long since snatched the food and departed. "Here, eat this. Fill your stomach before you tell me." Kloss tossed a piece of hard bread to the girl, who, upon receiving it, did not immediately devour it, but instead looked at Kloss with a hint of confusion. Murmuring softly, "Silver eyes?" Without delay, the girl leaped into the trap, standing before Kloss. Instinctively, Kloss recoiled, raising his sword to shield his chest. Chapter 8. Nia the girl disregarded Kloss's reaction entirely. She leaned forward, tilting her head, her beast-like ears twitching, and fixed her gaze on Kloss for several seconds. Then, instinctively covering her open mouth with her left hand, she whispered, "You are truly silver-eyed, Kloss." At that moment, Kloss also noticed the ring on the girl's hand, which was shaped like an O and resembled a serpent. The girl before him was a member of the mysterious organization known as Endless Cycle. This confirmed Kloss's previous suspicions that the girl indeed had an extraordinary connection to the necromancer. Kloss began to piece together the reasons for the girl's presence in the Twilight Mountains. In the ensuing conversation, the girl divulged more information. The half-human girl was named Nia, age 16, born in Blackwater Town. Her mother had tragically passed away during her childhood, after which she was taken in by members of the Endless Cycle organization, eventually becoming a member herself. Recently, Blackwater Town had been besieged by rebels, and Nia received orders from the organization to proceed to the necromancer's stronghold in the Twilight Mountains, locate the Hope of the Klein territory, Kloss Klein, and bring him to the stronghold in Blackwater Town. However, the organization had not provided Nia with a map, and after several days of fruitless searching, she had exhausted her rations. Just as she was about to despair and turn back, a stroke of unexpected fortune occurred. This very stroke of luck compelled Nia to share an abundance of information. She expressed her hope that Kloss would also join the organization, assuring him that all members were good people, albeit ones not readily accepted by society, which rendered the Endless Cycle somewhat enigmatic to outsiders. Nia was elated, but Galwin's expression was far less favorable, that he remained skeptical of Nia's words, ultimately doubting the existence of the necromancer. Naturally, he did not wish for Kloss to venture to Blackwater Town. "Kloss, do you truly intend to accompany Nia to Blackwater Town?" "He must come with me." Nia, now well-fed and feeling more confident, raised her voice. Galwin cast a glance at Nia, then looked back at Kloss. "My Lord Kloss, I implore you to think carefully. Our destination is Copper Mountain Town. To reach Copper Mountain Town, there is but one route, which is first to arrive at Blackwater Town," Nia asserted firmly. "Is it not possible to travel directly from the Twilight Mountains to Copper Mountain Town?" Kloss interjected, though he had already resolved to abandon the notion of directly traversing the Twilight Mountains. He still wished to uncover the underlying reasons behind Nia's assertion of a singular route. "You cannot traverse the misty area. No human can survive such a crossing." "Are you referring to the spirits of the Twilight Mountains?" Nia shook her head, then stood up, pointing into the distance. "Can you see that? That is the mist." Kloss and Galwin gazed into the distance, and indeed, a white expanse was visible. The mist is exceedingly cold. Visibility is lost beyond half a meter, and there are terrifying monsters lurking within. Not to mention, ordinary humans would not last more than a few hours in the mist. "Have you ventured inside?" "Yes." "But you survived." "Yes, Nia's lips trembled slightly as she recalled the despair of that moment. I was saved by a werewolf. Had it not been for him, I would have perished. Gawain sensed that Nia was not fabricating her story. He could indeed feel the temperature dropping. Kloss, it seems we have no choice but to head to Blackwater Town first. Kloss stared blankly at the mist in the distance, remaining silent, that he understood that the optimal course of action now was to proceed to Blackwater Town. Simultaneously, he found himself increasingly captivated by the Twilight Mountains. We must depart swiftly, in 2 or 3 days. This area will be engulfed in mist. The mist can move? Nia shook her head. I do not know, but based on my past observations, it is approaching rapidly that if we do not leave soon, the mountain path to Blackwater Town will be shrouded in mist. And at that point, we would merely be waiting for death. Then let us set off, Kloss. Gawain had completely abandoned the idea of heading directly to Copper Mountain Town. Very well, let us depart. Lead the way. Nia. Based on Nia's account, Kloss surmised the trends of the mist's movement within the Twilight Mountains. The mist did not move per se, but merely expanded and contracted that in summer, it shrank to its smallest extent, while in winter it covered the largest area. The scope of the mist varied with the seasons, reflecting the environmental temperature. The extreme cold within the mist explained the temperature drop Kloss had sensed in recent days. As for the deeper reasons, Kloss could not yet speculate. Nevertheless, he had made a decision. He would undoubtedly further explore and study the Twilight Mountains in the future. Nia proved to be quite adept, skillfully navigating ahead, while Kloss struggled to keep pace behind her. Gawain, on the other hand, found himself in a dire situation, panting heavily yet determined to stay close. After all, this pace was a far cry from their leisurely journey just days prior. Nia, let us take a brief respite. So soon. Must we rest? Nia turned back, noticing Gawain at the rear, utterly exhausted. Very well, let us pause for a moment. Whoosh, whoosh. I'm utterly exhausted. During their respite, Gawain incessantly lamented the rapid pace. However, neither Kloss nor Nia paid him any heed, as both remained silent throughout the break. While Kloss was known for his few words, Nia, too, had grown unusually taciturn compared to her previous chattiness, perhaps indicating that she was in a serious frame of mind while on a mission. Nia, may I pose a question? Nia nodded. Please do, Lord Kloss. What if, upon reaching Blackwater Town, I choose not to visit your organization's stronghold? You must go. You are the hope of the Klein territory. Hope? Kloss couldn't help but reflect on Nia's innocence and naivete. Noticing Kloss's indifference, Nia added, Our organization will fully support you, Lord Kloss Klein. Kloss forced a wry smile, pondering whether the members of the Endless Cycle would still support him if they discovered he had not been resurrected by the necromancer, but rather had undergone a rebirth of sorts. They might very well wish to eliminate him once again, that he understood clearly that there was a significant difference between being revived by a necromancer and achieving a rebirth. And there were certainly individuals within the Endless Cycle capable of discerning this difference. Most likely the one at the Blackwater Town stronghold, that of course, Kloss was also aware that receiving the full support of the Endless Cycle would undoubtedly be of immense benefit to him. However, he could not afford to take that risk, as he needed to utilize this pawn indirectly. I can also offer my full support, Lord Kloss. Gawain interjected nonchalantly after a prolonged silence. Chapter 9. The Thick Fog, Ultimately. Kloss resolved to accompany Nia to the stronghold of the Endless Cycle, for based on the information Nia had divulged, it was manned solely by an elderly individual. Thus, even in the event of an anomaly, Kloss felt he could manage, and he had even contemplated a preemptive strategy. However, all of this was contingent upon their departure from the Dusk Mountains, where they remained at present. Nia was well acquainted with the route, but her pace was so swift that even Kloss struggled to keep up. Nia, please slow down. Nia turned back to find Kloss visibly fatigued, while Gawain had once again stopped to rest. You are moving too slowly. At this rate, we won't escape the Dusk Mountains within 2 days. Kloss gasped for breath, momentarily at a loss for words. The fog could arrive by the 3rd day. By then, we would all be doomed. The girl conveyed her resolve with a determined gaze and tone, unwavering in her decision to maintain the pace. They had to leave the Dusk Mountains before the fog descended. Kloss inhaled deeply, although he had not yet experienced the terror of the fog firsthand. He was resolute in avoiding danger. He turned and shouted towards Gawain. "Gawain, we won't wait for you. The fog is fast approaching. If you wish to survive, you must strive to keep up." The fatigue of the body paled in comparison to the horror of death. Upon hearing Kloss's final proclamation, Gawain finally recognized the impending peril and, bolstered by his will, rejoined the group. The trio's pace quickened, yet the fog's expansion exceeded Nia's expectations to be why midday on the second day of their journey to Blackwater Town. The fog had stealthily arrived. Initially, it was merely a thin mist and a chilling presence, but moments later, they were completely enveloped by the thick fog. The fog had come too suddenly and stealthily, catching even Nia off guard. She cried out, "It's the fog!" No sooner had she spoken than her figure vanished from Kloss's sight. The temperature plummeted, and the blade of his sword was instantly coated in a layer of frost. The surroundings transformed into a white void, obscuring all visibility. "Kloss! Lord Kloss, where are you?" Gawain panicked. "Do not panic. We must draw close. Hold hands," Kloss instructed calmly amidst the fog, relying solely on their hearing. Once they had linked hands, Kloss switched positions with Gawain, who was too timid to remain at the back. "Nia, how much longer until we can exit the Dusk Mountains?" 1 hour. "Can we continue moving?" "Yes, but do not rush. We are descending now. The cliff is steep, and if we slip, we may all perish." "Indeed, Nia, you mustn't lose your footing." "Gawain, it would be best if you refrain from speaking." "Lord Kloss, I can navigate by memory. However, the greater danger lies in the monsters within the fog. Rest assured, you need only focus on guiding us forward. Leave the monsters to me." Kloss's assertion was not made to seek glory at such a critical moment when their lives were at stake. No fool would seek the limelight, but he made this statement not out of absolute confidence in his own strength, especially since even Nia, who was comparably skilled, regarded the monsters with trepidation, but he said it to reassure Nia and Gawain, particularly Gawain, as he did not want to divert his attention to caring for an oversized child in such a precarious situation. Moreover, Kloss believed that the threat posed by the monsters was superficial. The true hidden peril lay in the frigid temperatures of the fog. In such a low-temperature environment, an ordinary human would likely struggle to endure even an hour. That moment, a mournful roar resonated from within the fog. "It's a monster," Nia warned. Kloss focused intently, preparing to close his eyes and use his hearing to locate the monster. However, at the instant he shut his eyes, he sensed several faint blue orbs of light surrounding him. Magic. Could it be that the monsters were controlled by magic? Kloss swung his sword at the nearest blue magical orb. With a crunch, the orb retreated slightly, and the sound resembled the cracking of bones. Revived skeletons? Kloss began to form a rough judgment regarding the monsters that in the ensuing resistance. He consistently managed to strike down the monsters with precision. Thus no creature ever approached the small group. "Lord Kloss, you are far more formidable than I had anticipated." Nia, who led the way, couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. "Nia, can you move any faster? These monsters are unrelenting, and the temperature continues to drop. I fear I may not endure much longer. This speed is already the limit under the fog. Unless what? There is a cliff not far ahead. Below it lies a pool of water. If we jump down, we can escape the Dusk Mountains." "Jump, jump, jump." Gawain was already shivering uncontrollably, struggling to articulate his words. "Gawain, I never expected you to show such resolve this time." "Excellent. We shall choose to leap." With determination, the team charged towards the cliff. To their astonishment, a multitude of monsters appeared ahead. Kloss released Gawain's hand and shouted, "Nia, take Gawain and push forward. I will guard your rear." Nia hoisted the half-frozen Gawain and charged ahead, deftly slashing through the skeleton monsters with her claws. Kloss followed closely behind. While he claimed to protect Nia's rear, he actually intended for her to lead the charge, that he could not afford to perish in this place, hindered by the incapacitated Gawain. Suddenly, Kloss sensed magic beneath his feet and thrust his sword into the ground with force. Bang! The sword shattered. Kloss realized that he had neglected to account for the excessive deterioration of metal in low temperatures. At that moment, a skeletal hand emerged from the earth, seizing Kloss by the ankle, that he stumbled and fell to the ground. With his movement restricted and his weapon shattered, monsters surged from all directions. And the situation became dire. Lord Kloss, there are too many monsters. Nia's predicament was equally perilous. However, Kloss, unable to ensure his own survival, could hardly concern himself with anything else. Without a weapon, he resorted to hand-to-hand combat, unless he had been rendered entirely powerless. He would never surrender. Kloss detected an approaching source of magic and swung his fist, finding that he encountered no obstacles in his path, striking directly at the faint blue magic, which shattered upon impact. Chapter 10. The Magic Drinker. In a bid to protect Gawain, Nia sustained an injury to her right arm, the blood barely flowing before it froze, the surrounding temperature far too low. The cacophony of monsters only intensified, and despair enveloped Nia as she screamed, "Ah!" At that moment, amidst the monsters' low growls, a dull thud of bones hitting the ground resonated. Nia sensed that the monsters were being vanquished. "Lord Kloss, is that you?" No response. Yet Nia was acutely aware that the number of monsters was dwindling dramatically, and to her astonishment, the fog had begun to thin. Her keen vision was once more of use. Skillfully evading a monster's strike, she swung Gawain around and smashed a creature to the ground. "Is that a skeleton?" As Nia gazed in astonishment at the skeleton with eyes ablaze with blue phosphorescence, Kloss suddenly appeared, his eyes closed and a satisfied smile gracing his face, but he delivered a powerful punch to the exposed abdomen of the skeleton, causing its bony frame to shudder and extinguishing the phosphorescent glow. Thus, Kloss relentlessly continued to slay the monsters, reveling in the thrill of the hunt. Yet he overlooked a crucial detail. The magical energy he struck down did not dissipate entirely, but was instead absorbed by him. In the process of absorbing this magic, he gradually began to lose his human consciousness, succumbing to an insatiable greed for power. Kloss was no longer a complete human. He had transformed into a magic drinker among humans. As the skeletons fell in droves, the thick mist surrounding the trio began to recede, while Kloss moved further afield, mercilessly dispatching more skeletons. Witnessing this scene, Nia was left speechless, unsure of the methods Kloss employed. All she knew was that this human was astonishingly powerful, and she felt the weight of the organization's recent assertion. Only Kloss Klein can breathe new life into Klein. Nia tossed Gawain to the ground and shouted with all her might towards Kloss, "My Lord Kloss, you have done remarkably well. It is now time for us to leave this place." However, Kloss was oblivious to Nia's cries, relishing the satisfaction of each punch he landed on the small skeletons while continuing to absorb magical energy. Suddenly, a towering figure appeared before him, delivering a swift kick to Kloss's abdomen. The force of the blow sent Kloss flying, yet it was this violent impact that jolted him back to awareness. He opened his eyes and beheld the figure, a werewolf with silver fur and 3 scars adorning the left side of his face. "Watson." The name flashed through Kloss's mind. He rolled downwards until he came to a halt in front of Nia. "My Lord Kloss, are you all right?" Kloss paid no heed to Nia and instead gazed up the mountain, where Watson had already vanished into the mist. Noticing Kloss's lack of response, Nia seized him and, together with Gawain, hurled them off the cliff before leaping down herself. The sounds of 3 splashes followed as they plunged into the pond below. Fortunately, the height of the cliff was not excessively daunting. Otherwise, with the pond's mere 3-meter depth, all 3 would likely have sustained fractures. Once ashore, Nia immediately kindled a fire and began to dry her linen garments. "You two should also remove your clothes. You'll catch a chill." Kloss glanced at Nia, whose previously gray hair, now washed in the pond, shimmered silver. Her once drab face appeared quite charming after being cleansed. After a few moments of contemplation, Kloss removed his black cloak, while Gawain huddled, shivering. "Give me your clothes." Let Gawain sit near the fire so he can feel more comfortable. Still trembling, Gawain remained icy, though his forehead burned with fever. "Gawain is ill. Do you have any remedies, Nia?" "None, but I will find someone to heal him in Blackwater Town." Kloss refrained from pressing further and looked up, observing how the mist had been cleaved by the cliff, lingering above it. Reflecting on the perilous moments within the mist, Kloss found himself momentarily lost in thought. "Thank you for earlier, my Lord Kloss," Nia said. Kloss smiled softly, but chose not to respond. "You were incredible. You managed to eliminate those monsters with your eyes closed. I merely underwent specialized training. Is that so? Indeed. Kloss struggled to conjure a better excuse. Are you a monster hunter? No. Nia ceased her inquiries. You must be tired as well. Nia, take a moment to rest. Galwin and Nia soon fell asleep, while Kloss sank into contemplation that he recognized that it was only due to the power of his bloodline that he had managed to turn the tide of the crisis. However, he lamented his poor mastery over this power, having unwittingly allowed it to corrode his consciousness. Moreover, he worried that the bloodline's constant absorption of magical energy might be part of Xol's scheme, intended to utilize him for resurrection. Yet before that could happen, he needed to attain a deeper understanding of the power of his bloodline. Thus, he resolved to begin researching it forthwith at AS for how to initiate this study. He remained at a loss. While Kloss was lost in thought, Watson quietly settled beside him. I did not expect to see you again. Kloss turned, nearly losing his balance at Watson's sudden appearance. Watson, do not be alarmed. I am here to express my gratitude. Here, take this. Watson produced a conch shell and several herbs from his cloak, offering them to Kloss. A conch shell? Should you or Nia find yourselves in peril, blow the shell, and nearby werewolves will come to your aid. The herbs are for your friend to consume. With that, Watson darted into the woods and disappeared. Kloss found himself at a loss for words regarding Watson's abrupt comings and goings. Nevertheless, he had gained something of significance. The conch shell was likely a horn belonging to Watson's werewolf clan, possessing great significance. Moreover, he had gleaned insight into Nia's lineage. If he was not mistaken, Watson was Nia's father. Watson's gratitude was a token of thanks for saving Nia's life. Kloss stole a glance at Nia, who was curled up and asleep. Observing this girl beset by misfortune, he shook his head in resignation, simultaneously repenting for some of the darker thoughts he had previously harbored. He tucked the conch shell away and forcibly placed the herbs into Galwin's mouth, who swallowed them and fell back into slumber. As dusk approached, Nia awoke. She discovered her tattered garments draped over her, prompting her to look up in search of Kloss. She found him already dressed, dozing against a tree trunk. After donning her own clothes, Galwin also stirred. I am so hungry, he exclaimed as his first words upon waking. First, put on your clothes, Galwin. Yes, my lord Kloss. How do you feel? Much better. The herbs you forced me to take truly worked. My lord Kloss, you are knowledgeable in medicine? Nia's admiration for Kloss deepened, causing her beastly ears to twitch involuntarily. Kloss simply smiled, choosing not to respond. Chapter 11. The carrion beast. After a brief respite, Kloss and his companions resumed their journey. Before long, Kloss spotted Blackwater Town in the distance and pointed towards the diminutive settlement, declaring, "That is Blackwater Town. We have arrived." Is that truly Blackwater Town? It appears so small, and it is situated on an island. Galwin's tone betrayed a hint of disappointment, clearly still reeling from his luxurious past. What is strange about it? Blackwater Town has always been this way. Nia, a native of Blackwater Town, naturally believed it to be the finest place, unwilling to tolerate any disparagement. Galwin, that is not an island. It is a delta. Furthermore, do not be deceived by the size of Blackwater Town. It is surrounded by abundant resources and boasts convenient transport. Most importantly, it is a strategic stronghold. As expected of my lord Kloss, you possess great knowledge. Nia's frown transformed into a smile. Blackwater Town lies in the lower reaches of the Blackwater River, established atop a delta. The river widens abruptly at this point, slowing its flow and allowing sediment to accumulate over time, thus forming the delta. The evident abundance of resources and ease of transport surrounding Blackwater Town is undeniable, but to Kloss, it represents a critical strategic location. The primary reason for this lies in its advantageous geographic position, serving as a nexus connecting the upstream and downstream regions. Moreover, with Blackwater Town nestled within the river itself, it benefits from a natural moat, making it challenging to besiege. Even a rudimentary fence coupled with a handful of archers could easily repel a force of over 100. Since Kloss began contemplating the establishment of his own power, Blackwater Town had become a place he deemed essential to conquer. Kloss, stop staring and let us proceed, Galwin called from ahead, waving his hand. And Nia, you two hurry along. Galwin, can you not think? Nia mentioned earlier that Blackwater Town has been captured by rebels. Can we truly approach so brazenly? Then what do you propose we do? That is a question for our guide. Kloss turned to Nia, who was intently focused on Blackwater Town, her brows furrowed with anxiety. Something has happened in Blackwater Town, she stated. What is it? I saw carrion beasts. Many of them. What? Galwin's eyes widened in terror, while astonished by Nia's remarkable vision. Both Kloss and Galwin instinctively turned their gazes towards Blackwater Town. Naturally, Galwin could discern nothing, but Kloss noted the troubling signs that at this hour, the townsfolk should be preparing dinner, although Blackwater Town is not large. Cooking would produce smoke. Yet now, there was nothing. Kloss's expression grew grave. He understood that carrion beasts typically do not enter human settlements to scavenge unless no living souls remain. Nia, how many carrion beasts did you see? 7. This answer nearly caused Galwin to collapse in shock. Kloss, however, remained composed. The carrion beasts witnessed by Nia were undoubtedly only a fraction of their total population. A conservative estimate suggests that the number of carrion beasts in Blackwater Town exceeds 14. With such a multitude of these creatures, at least 100-strong battalion would be required to eradicate them entirely. Let us make our way to Copper Mountain Town. It is far safer than this place, Gawain asserted, unwilling to linger in a location fraught with danger, for he harbored a profound fear of the carrion beasts. Noticing the silence surrounding him, he persisted, My lord Kloss, the carrion beasts are exceedingly perilous, and their numbers are overwhelming. The individual you wish to meet is surely dead. We ought to depart. Gawain's reasoning was sound. Not only he, but the majority of humanity trembled at the thought of the carrion beasts. These creatures, subsisting on decaying flesh, typically refrain from encroaching upon human settlements, yet they will aggressively assault any being that ventures too close. Resembling giant apes in stature, they traverse on all fours, possessing both agility and formidable strength. Equipped with retractable claws akin to those of a feline and a maw brimming with sharp teeth, they are devoid of fur, their bodies instead covered in tough, coarse scales reminiscent of a crocodile. A row of backward-facing spines adorns their backs, extending from the nape down along the spine to just above the hindquarters. Like humans, they are also tailless. However, these attributes do not fully encapsulate the terror they invoke. Their true horror lies in their capacity to transmit diseases and plagues. Once a town falls into the clutches of the carrion beasts, its fate is sealed. Kloss could not permit Blackwater Town to descend into ruin. It was destined to become a territory within his burgeoning domain. More critically, the rampage of the carrion beasts would not only obliterate Blackwater Town, but also wreak havoc upon the downstream regions of the Blackwater River, leading to an uncontrollable disaster. Gawain, we must save Blackwater Town. Kloss responded to Gawain's suggestion of retreating to Copper Mountain Town. This declaration left Gawain momentarily speechless, while Nia cast him a look of astonishment. Copper Mountain Town lies upstream on the Blackwater River, its primary income derived from copper ore, which is predominantly sold downstream via the river. Gawain, can you envision the ramifications if the waterway trade of Copper Mountain Town were to be obstructed? Would there be any hope for its future? Gawain stared blankly at Kloss, having anticipated that Kloss would employ lofty, knightly rhetoric to persuade him, and he had prepared a rebuttal. However, he was taken aback when Kloss eschewed such empty platitudes and instead posed the impending dilemmas back to Gawain himself, and no lord would willingly witness their territory deprived of prospects for development. And Gawain was no exception. For the sake of Copper Mountain Town's future, he was compelled to confront the carrion beasts of Blackwater Town, and the sooner, the better. Yet this raised a pressing question. My lord Kloss, what do you intend to do? Nia inquired, her eyes filled with anticipation as she looked towards Kloss. She had resigned herself to the thought that her hometown was doomed, even preparing to weep openly as a tribute to its destruction. However, Kloss' assertion that they must save Blackwater Town instantly rekindled her hope. His words were like sunlight breaking through after a storm, dispelling Nia's gloom, with Kloss emerging as a brilliant sun illuminating her path forward. Now, Nia was willing to undertake any endeavor, as long as it stemmed from Kloss directives, provided it could salvage Blackwater Town. Kloss reached into his leather armor, feeling for the conch given to him by Watson. Just as he intended to retrieve it, A ship came into view, navigating upstream towards Blackwater Town, that a smile graced Kloss' lips as he returned the conch to its place and asked, "Nia, can you discern the emblem on that ship's flag?" "Yes. It depicts a wolf's head. Is it not identical to that of the rebels?" Nia tilted her head in recollection. "Indeed, it is the rebels. An opportunity has arisen." Chapter 12. The Rebels for Kloss. Who was poised to establish a new power, the strategic significance of Blackwater Town was paramount. Likewise, the rebels, who had recently formed, surely harbored a profound desire for control over Blackwater Town. According to the intelligence provided by Nia, the town had indeed fallen to the rebels days prior. To solidify their hold on Blackwater Town's defenses, the rebels would undoubtedly dispatch further supplies. Thus, their transport vessel had arrived. However, they were unaware that Blackwater Town had slipped from their grasp. As for the identity of the force that wrought devastation upon it, Kloss remained in the dark. One thing was certain. The rebels' need for Blackwater Town was far more urgent than that of Kloss and his companions. Recognizing this psychological advantage, Kloss formulated a rough plan that he instructed Nia to conceal her beast-like ears, seize Gawain's sword, and donned a black cloak. The trio then proceeded towards the rebel supply ship, with Kloss outlining their entire strategy along the way. Meanwhile, the supply vessel, as it neared Blackwater Town, detected the unusual circumstances surrounding it and was compelled to halt. Commander William, accompanied by several soldiers, ascended the deck to assess the situation. In his 30s, William exuded confidence. Adorned with a helmet and clad in battle armor, embodying the demeanor of a general. Yet, upon witnessing the desolate state of Blackwater Town, unease nestled in his heart. "My Lord William, Blackwater Town is overrun with carrion beasts. What course of action should we take? Carrion beasts do not typically assault human settlements. Blackwater Town must have been sacked by the forces of Saida. Those barbaric marauders seek to employ the carrion beasts to sever our supply lines, that we cannot allow them to succeed, though we must reclaim control of Blackwater Town. But there is no but, that is an order. Even if it entails immense losses, we must retake Blackwater Town." William's expression remained impassive as he gazed upon the town, just then noticing Kloss and his companions in the distance. "It appears there are 3 survivors. Let us draw closer. I require more intelligence." "Yes, my Lord William, and instruct them to remain ashore. Tell them there is food awaiting them." "My Lord Kloss, as you predicted, they will come to us willingly. The forthcoming moments are crucial. Our success hinges on our performance." "Indeed, my Lord Kloss." Kloss patted Gawain on the back. "Why the silence, Gawain? I did not expect you to slip so quickly into character. Lord Gawain is remarkable. I, too, wish to adapt swiftly. Nia, give it your all." The supply vessel docked and William personally disembarked to greet them, accompanied by 8 soldiers. Upon observing the tattered attire of the trio, William became increasingly convinced that they hailed from the now ruined Blackwater Town. "How did you escape from Blackwater Town?" he inquired. No one answered his question. "Our lord is addressing you," one of the soldiers barked. Aye, Gawain stammered. "It seems you have endured considerable fright. Do not rush, speak slowly. When did the forces of Saida sack Blackwater Town? And when did the carrion beasts arrive?" "My lord, only that terrified individual can answer your questions. We are unaware of the circumstances," Kloss interjected. "You are not from Blackwater Town?" "We are indeed residents of Blackwater Town. However, we were hunting in the Dusk Mountains at the time and are oblivious to what transpired there." William scrutinized Kloss, the man cloaked in black whose face was partially concealed, but he was not particularly tall. And had it not been for the sword at his waist, William would never have associated him with a hunter, let alone a hunter from the Dusk Mountains. As for Nia, the other member of the hunting party, her frail form only deepened William's skepticism regarding their claims of hunting. Nevertheless, for the sake of the rebels' reputation, he offered a perfunctory compliment. "It is indeed an honor for Blackwater Town to have warriors like you. Blackwater Town has been destroyed. We have no refuge left. Even the greatest honor is rendered meaningless. Rest assured, young hunter, we shall vanquish those carrion beasts and reclaim Blackwater Town. Can you truly help us reclaim Blackwater Town?" Nia, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke, her tone filled with hope and anticipation. "We shall undoubtedly reclaim Blackwater Town. And if you assist us, We will offer you double the rations. Upon success, we shall also grant you a portion of land in Blackwater Town. Land! The frightened Gawain was instantly roused by the prospect of such generous rewards. William smiled, knowing that these impoverished individuals could not resist such temptation. They would surely acquiesce to his terms and provide significant assistance in the forthcoming battle against the carrion beasts. They were familiar with Blackwater Town and could serve as guides for the troops, and they claimed to be hunters, capable of contributing some combat power that as residents of Blackwater Town, they would fight all the harder. More importantly, the three of them were expendable. Just as William expected them to readily agree, Kloss raised an objection. Who are you? On what ground should we trust you? You insolent wretch! Are you seeking death? Do you not recognize William, the Lord of Norman City? The words came from the irascible soldier again, yet Kloss displayed no fear. William gestured for the disrespectful soldier to withdraw, and as he surveyed the three before him, his intuition indicated that the figure cloaked in black was the one with the most influence among them. To garner their assistance, he knew he must first secure this individual's consent, adjusting his attire. He addressed Kloss. I am William, the Lord of Norman City, that I in response to the call of Reinhardt, the Lord of Wolfheart City. I am leading a campaign against the treasonous actions of the Kleins in Joy. We are the rebels. Blackwater Town was initially under our control, yet the barbaric tribes of Seata ruthlessly ravaged this place, and more infuriatingly, they perpetrated a massacre, summoning the carrion beasts, nevertheless to withstand the external threats. We shall reclaim Blackwater Town. This information provided Kloss with a deeper understanding of the current situation in the Klein's territory. The so-called rebels were essentially a resistance organized by Baron Reinhardt, who may not genuinely wish to eradicate treason, but rather pursue his own ambitions. With this intelligence acquired, Kloss was ready to initiate his next plan. In that case, as residents of Blackwater Town, it is our duty to serve as the vanguard and eliminate those carrion beasts for Lord William. William was elated, yet he also sought to use this opportunity to enhance his reputation. Approaching Kloss, he said, Young hunter, your courage is commendable. However, the carrion beasts are formidable foes, and I would not wish for a valiant warrior such as yourself to perish in vain. My Lord William, as long as you provide us with adequate support, we can easily vanquish those monsters. Chapter 13. Negotiation. Kloss's words immediately drew disdain and mockery from William's subordinates. You lot think you can easily eliminate the carrion beasts? Ha ha! Foolish country folk, have you ever encountered a carrion beast? If a mere handful of you children could dispatch so many carrion beasts, what need would we have for soldiers? How ludicrous! A chorus of laughter erupted from the soldiers, and William made no move to quell it, finding the audacity of the man in the black cloak to be rather arrogant. Just then, the previously volatile soldier abruptly drew his sword and leveled it at Kloss's throat, bellowing, You brat! I've had my eye on you for a while. Wearing a cloak and hood in broad daylight, what are you trying to be, mysterious? And with such arrogance, if it weren't for Lord William's presence, I would have already ended you. In the face of the soldier's impulsive behavior, Kloss remained unperturbed. His hood was clearly to conceal his identity, as too many knew the name Silver-Eyed Kloss. William feigned concern, urging, Ed, lower your weapon. One careless move, and you may end up killing this brave warrior. My Lord William, I fear it is Ed who may soon find himself without a head. At that moment, the hot-headed soldier Ed realized a deadly claw was poised at his throat. It was none other than Nia's claw. Nia had leapt on Ed's shoulder the moment he drew his sword, ready to sever Ed's throat at any moment. The other soldiers, witnessing this, drew their swords, yet only William sensed Nia's formidable power. Simultaneously, he admired Kloss's composure under duress. Lower your weapons, William commanded with an unprecedented seriousness. The 8 soldiers complied without hesitation. Nia, return. If you make another move like that, do not blame me for treating you like prey. Nia whispered coldly in Ed's ear. Nia, Kloss shouted. Reluctantly, Nia leapt back to her original position, casting a fierce glare at Ed, who instinctively touched his neck. William bowed to Kloss, apologizing. Young hunter, I extend my sincerest apologies for the impulsive actions of my subordinate. I'll ensure your success in eliminating the carrion beasts. I am willing to offer whatever assistance I can. I require 3 sets of bows and arrows, 1 set of armor, 3 daggers, 3 long swords, and 10 fully armed warriors, each equipped with a bow and arrows. The armor Kloss requested was intended for Galwin, as he did not wish to reveal their identities while changing armor alongside Nia. Young hunter, I can provide the equipment you seek for the 3 of you, but this is merely a supply ship. And with only about 100 soldiers and slaves combined, it is simply impossible for me to furnish you with 10 fully armed warriors. William understood well that during these tumultuous times, people were the most valuable resource. Kloss was equally aware of this. Realizing there was no advantage to be gained from William, Kloss felt no need to squander more time, that he nodded slightly to William, saying, "If you are unwilling to provide us with support, we shall take our leave." Wait! William clearly did not wish to send his soldiers in a battle against the carrion beasts and to minimize losses. He had to ensure the 3 before him played their part. Young hunter, I can command my troops to follow in your wake. My lord William, you are mistaken. I do not require you to engage the ferocious carrion beasts personally. Nor do I need more men, that I only require another 10 warriors, and I can guarantee their safe return. Kloss's tone irked William. It was neither a feigned passionate plea nor an exaggerated bravado. It was an utterly ordinary declaration of fact. It dawned on William that his prior disdain for the young hunter stemmed from this very tone. The audacity to speak of what others deemed impossible, as if it were the most mundane of matters. Driven by this irritation, William was even less inclined to assist Kloss, secretly hoping for his failure in the hunt for the carrion beasts. However, he needed an excuse. Young hunter, I recognize your bravery, but confronting carrion beasts, where a moment's lapse can lead to death, is not something everyone possesses your level of courage for. That I cannot offer you my soldiers. They can only provide range support. Yet, to reward you for your rare bravery, I shall allow all the slaves on the ship to disembark, that if any among them wish to accompany you, I will not stand in their way. William's cunning plan exceeded Kloss's expectations. Kloss had assumed that, regardless of circumstances, William would support him with some slaves to reclaim Blackwater Town. He had expected at least half of the 10, yet the reality was starkly different. William's current proposal left Kloss with nothing but weapons and equipment. Damnable miser! Kloss cursed inwardly, but then reconsidered. William was to become one of his adversaries, and having such a flawed enemy might not be entirely detrimental. Thus, he readily accepted William's final proposal. Over 50 slaves assembled on the shore. Standing in a neat line, William began his speech. As you all know, our mission is to supply Blackwater Town with provisions. However, before our arrival, the town was subjected to a brutal massacre by the savage Seata. Not a single soul was spared, turning Blackwater Town into a graveyard. Subsequently, the decaying bodies attracted a myriad of carrion beasts, rendering the current state of Blackwater Town a living hell. Nevertheless, in this time of crisis, 3 heroes have emerged, hailing from Blackwater Town, willing to hunt down those carrion beasts. They seek to rescue Blackwater Town from its inferno. Their courage has deeply inspired me, and I have resolved to stand alongside these 3 heroes in the mission to liberate Blackwater Town. However, I lack their courage and can only provide support from a distance with my bow. This support will not suffice for their needs. They require individuals who can engage the carrion beasts up close. They need those who are unafraid of death. If anyone is willing to fight alongside these 3 heroes, step forward, and I shall reward you with a set of equipment and grant you the status of a free man. The slaves, however, could not grasp all the implications of William's words. They only understood that there were numerous carrion beasts in Blackwater Town, and if they followed the 3 heroes to slay the beasts, they could cast off their shackles and become free. Yet they also knew that engaging the beasts in close combat would likely lead to death, that to become free meant death. To remain a slave meant survival. Naturally, the slaves, driven by the instinct for self-preservation, chose to cling to life. This outcome was entirely within Kloss's expectations. Observing the slaves' immobility, William secretly chuckled. Just as he was about to announce the outcome, a frail young man stepped forward from among the slaves. Chapter 14. Lancelot O. You fear not death, young man? The young slave shook his head. Excellent. Equip yourself and join these 3 heroes in their quest. The slave nodded that in the end, out of over 50 slaves, Only this one was willing to fight alongside Kloss. Although William lost a slave, he cared little for such a weakling. As for Kloss, he finally had something to show for his efforts, and he was quite satisfied with his slave. In him, Kloss perceived not just courage. Under William's direction, several soldiers brought over the equipment Kloss required, and then William approached Kloss. The young hunter, fully prepared, asked, "May I pose a question before your departure?" "Lord William, please do," came the response. "With your current combat strength, how confident are you?" "My lord, since you inquire, I shall not conceal the truth. It is utterly impossible for just a handful of us to eradicate all the carrion beasts in Blackwater Town." William nodded, appreciating the candidness of Kloss's reply. "What kind of support would be necessary to completely eliminate those carrion beasts?" "I am referring to range support." "My lord, I shall enlighten you with the battle plan. Positioned southeast of Blackwater Town or downstream, we shall utilize bows from our vessel to strike at the carrion beasts. Of course, the damage inflicted by arrows is minimal. The purpose of using bows is not to slay the beasts, but to draw their attention. When attacked, the carrion beasts will call for their companions, thus gathering those dispersed throughout Blackwater Town towards the southeast. That moment, we, who have long been stationed in the northwest or upstream, will seize the opportunity to eliminate the isolated carrion beasts. This is my battle strategy. All that is required from you, my lord, is to provide us with ranged and naval support." Upon hearing Kloss's plan, William felt a twinge of unease, yet he outwardly refrained from dismissing it. "Truly, you are an experienced hunter, more astute than I had anticipated. Young man, may I inquire your name?" "My lord, I shall reveal it to you after our victory." "Very well. When we sound the horn, it shall be the moment you launch your assault." "Yes, Lord William." Kloss and his companions boarded a small boat, ascending the current towards the northwest of Blackwater Town. Once they distanced themselves from William's larger vessel, the pent-up frustrations of Galwin finally found an outlet. "Kloss, your initial plan was not like this. Merely relying on their range support, we cannot possibly slay so many carrion beasts with just our numbers. We might as well head directly to Copper Mountain Town. After all, that fellow named William has the capability to eliminate these beasts himself." "Short-sightedness," Kloss retorted. "You, Kloss, I absolutely refuse to accompany you to Blackwater Town." Galwin, "Unless you wish for me to drag you ashore, kindly remain silent. I wish to converse with our new companion." Galwin, incensed, turned his head away, prompting a chuckle from Nia. "Nia, focus on rowing." "Understood, Lord Kloss." Kloss removed his hood, casting a gaze upon the courageous slave before him. From the youthful visage, it was evident that this slave was still but a child. The slave, however, did not shy away from Kloss's gaze, upon beholding his silver eyes. His expression subtly shifted. "Do you recognize me?" Kloss inquired. The slave shook his head. "Your eyes are remarkably beautiful," he added. Kloss was not surprised. The moniker Silver-Eyed Kloss was indeed well known throughout the Klein territory, yet it did not imply that every inhabitant was aware of it, particularly those newly arrived from elsewhere, whose sole concern was whether their masters would timely provide rations. "What is your name?" "Lancelot." "Reveal to me the true reason for your decision to accompany me." Lancelot's gaze faltered under Kloss's scrutiny. He turned his face slightly aside, lowering his head in silence. "It is all right, Lancelot. Regardless of your reasons for following me here, I shall not compel you to confront the carrion beasts alongside me. You and Galwin may remain on the boat." Suddenly, Lancelot exclaimed, "My lord, I truly fear not death." "I know, but I am afraid. I fear for your life in this endeavor. I cannot allow you to take such risks at your current state." Kloss spoke earnestly. Lancelot represented more than an ordinary resource to him. He believed that, with proper nurturing, Lancelot could evolve into an exceptional leader, or at the very least, a valiant warrior. After hearing this, Lancelot fell into contemplation, then asked, "Are you not concerned that I might flee?" Kloss chuckled. "You will not escape." "What makes you so certain?" "I perceive the indomitable spirit behind your scars. Only by following me can you hope to pursue that spirit." Lancelot gazed at Kloss in astonishment, his lips quivering as he struggled to comprehend that this silver-eyed man had seen through his facade. Unbeknownst to him, tears began to cascade down Lancelot's cheeks. The most precious treasures in this world are not riches, but rather the kinship of kindred souls. Moments later, Lancelot was sobbing uncontrollably. Are you now willing to divulge the truth? Lancelot nodded vigorously. Following a surge of emotional release, Lancelot revealed the genuine reason he had chosen to fight alongside Kloss. Among the slaves, he was the youngest, and his rations were perpetually pilfered by the others that he had attempted to resist, only to be met with brutal beatings. Thus, he learned to endure, subsisting on leftovers, wild grasses, and even dirt that he lived a life lesser than that of a beast. His patience eventually bore fruit, yet initially he had intended to escape during Kloss and the others' battle with the carrion beasts. For him, only freedom could allow the pursuit of his ideals. However, just moments ago, Lancelot had altered his initial intent, resolutely pledging to follow Kloss to the death. Kloss refrained from probing further into Lancelot's ideals. To do so would undermine the bond of kindred souls. Meanwhile, William commenced discussions with a few trusted subordinates regarding their battle strategy. My lord, prior to deliberating on the tactical plan, I believe we should dispatch a small team to trail those country folk. The suggestion was put forth by Ed. Chapter 15. Testing the bloodline. 1. William cast a sidelong glance at Ed. Are you concerned they might flee? Indeed, my lord. The 3 of them are from Blackwater Town. They shall not escape. But no more words. Yes, seeing that silence had fallen, William unfurled a map upon the table. Let me outline my thoughts. Firstly, we shall not initiate an attack. We will merely sound the horn. Those who are unafraid of death will launch their assault upon hearing it from the northwest of Blackwater Town. Drawing the carrion beasts towards them, at that juncture, we shall land in Blackwater Town from the southeast, eliminating the isolated carrion beasts and reclaiming the town. That I will have the slaves lead the charge, while you command the soldiers in battle. Do you have any questions regarding this plan? The soldiers exchanged glances. My lord, must we truly engage directly? Upon hearing this inquiry, William erupted in laughter. Ha ha, naive. Do you truly believe that those few children can vanquish so many carrion beasts? Tonight, they will all perish in Blackwater Town, that we shall be the main force in this brutal battle, and regardless, we must retake Blackwater Town. Otherwise, Reinhardt's forces will be deprived of supplies, leading them towards annihilation. If they fall, we shall follow suit. At this point, William exhaled deeply, fully aware that retreat was no longer an option. He could only advance alongside Reinhardt. Recollecting his thoughts, he asked, Do you harbor any further ideas? My lord, if we sound the horn without conducting ranged attacks, those few from Blackwater Town will surely perish swiftly. Would that not squander their combat strength? Fool! You must understand, even if we lure the carrion beasts, those individuals will still perish. Moreover, do not expect them to slay any beasts. Rather than allowing them to die without purpose, it is better that they contribute, albeit slightly, to our successful reclamation of Blackwater Town. Indeed, Lord William considers every detail. Since there are no objections, we shall commence our actions after sunset. Understood. May victory be with you all. Kloss and his companions had now arrived at the northwest of Blackwater Town. Following Kloss's instructions, Galwin and Lancelot remained on the boat while he and Nia engaged in the hunt. Nia, assist me from behind. Should you perceive me in distress, come to my aid, but refrain from intervening otherwise. Very well. However, do not worry. I merely wish to test my strength. I would not jest with my own life. Understood, Lord Kloss. For Kloss, hunting carrion beasts was merely a means to explore the depths of his bloodline's power. He sought to ascertain the extent of his strength when unleashed fully, and whether such exertion would provoke a backlash from his bloodline. With a sword in each hand, he scoured Blackwater Town for carrion beasts. And soon, he spotted a solitary carrion beast feasting upon a corpse. He gestured for Nia to follow, and together they concealed themselves behind the wall, awaiting William's signal. After sunset, the sound of a horn echoed through the air. Kloss tightened his grip on his long sword and, with a sudden leap, vaulted over the 2-meter-high wall. In less than a second, he sprinted towards the isolated carrion beast, his sword striking down, accompanied by a piercing scream. The creature was cleaved in two, crimson blood gushing forth at that moment. Nia had just peeked out from behind the wall and was astonished to discover the carrion beast already slain, and in a single blow at that. Were it not for her keen half-human eyesight, she might have entirely missed Kross's swift strike. Her mouth agape in disbelief, she pondered. How can a human possess such strength and speed? Is this the power that Lord Kloss seeks to test? Could I ever attain such might? Nia, burn the bodies, including that of the carrion beast. Kross's command snapped her back to reality. She hurriedly replied, understood. Kloss then resumed his search for the next carrion beast. Contemplating, so this is the strength one can wield when exerting all their effort. No wonder that necromancer fell before me so swiftly. Now, I shall see how long I can sustain this full power. Thus, Kloss truly began his hunt for the carrion beast. To his surprise, his presence was detected by one of the creatures, which, even without launching an attack, let out a cry for help. It seemed instinct had warned it of the terror before it. The sharp howl shattered the tranquility of the night, heralding the impending battle in Blackwater Town. Kloss did not allow the creature's cries to linger. With a swift strike, the beast was once again cleaved in two. Meanwhile, upon hearing the carrion beast's roar, William began directing his troops to land at Blackwater Town. However, their endeavors to hunt the beast did not proceed smoothly. With 6 lives lost, they managed to kill only their first carrion beast. And fortunately, it was only at the last moment that it emitted a desperate scream for help. Burn the bodies, reform the ranks. William clenched his fists, uncertain of the final toll, yet resolute in his determination to reclaim Blackwater Town at all costs. The battle raged on, with Kloss facing a greater number of carrion beasts, and they appeared more formidable. Yet before Kloss's unleashed fury, these ferocious creatures resembled mere mice. Ultimately, the carrion beasts began to flee in all directions. Kloss, however, did not rush to pursue, as his weapons had become damaged that a regular iron sword could hardly withstand the thick scales of the carrion beast for long. Thus, he discarded his previous 2 long swords and picked up Nia's blade. In stark contrast to Kloss's ease, William's forces were besieged by 2 carrion beasts. Under the relentless assault, another 9 soldiers fell, yet the 2 beasts only suffered superficial wounds. Damn it! William tightened his fists further, unwilling to accept failure in this place. Do not be afraid. Cowardice will only provide these monsters with an opportunity. Steady your formations. Shield bearers block their attacks and spear soldiers quickly thrust at them. William's encouragement yielded little effect. Suddenly, a shield-bearing slave in the ranks dropped his shield and began to flee. Unfortunately, he was too close to the carrion beast. The creature's claws pierced through the slave's chest, lifting him into the air and tearing him in two before he hit the ground. Chapter 16. Bloodline Test 2. Watching helplessly as his comrade was torn apart, the morale of William's troops plummeted even further. However, for this beleaguered company, the true horror was only just approaching. The ground trembled violently, raising clouds of dust in Blackwater Town. Some soldiers turned to witness the source of the disturbance, spotting 3 or 4 carrion beasts charging toward them. Upon seeing this, despair gripped some soldiers entirely. Their weapons slipped from their hands as they awaited the inevitable demise. More began to flee. William, observing the chaos from the bow of the ship, thought, "How could this be happening? At this rate, my supply troops will be annihilated. Should we retreat? Damn it, those peasants are dying too quickly. I should never have relied on those fools." In his fury, William shifted the blame for the impending failure onto Kloss and his companions. Just as he prepared to issue a retreat order, he witnessed one of the charging carrion beasts cleaved in half. Through its severed body, William caught a glint of metal. Moments later, 2 more carrion beasts were similarly cut down, their screams echoing in horror. All present could only see the flash of the sword, unable to comprehend the motion of the strike. Just as astonishment gripped the crowd, the remaining carrion beast lunged directly towards William's troops. In such dire circumstances, the ordinary humans had no chance to react defensively. Even the instinct to flee delayed by sheer shock. Suddenly, a silver flash swept above the carrion beast, followed by a wretched howl. Its body, akin to tofu, was sliced into 2 halves. The crimson blood cascaded forth in waves due to inertia. Following this sanguine eruption, a black figure landed gracefully. All eyes turned towards the shadow, eager to discern whether this figure, so effortlessly dispatching the carrion beasts, was friend or foe. The two remaining carrion beasts sensed the overwhelming pressure from Kloss and broke free from their encirclement. Fleeing in opposite directions, Kloss was determined not to let any of the beasts escape, but having just slain one, he suddenly felt the fatigue coursing through his body. The limit of his full power was drawing near. Time was of the essence. He needed to act swiftly. He propelled himself forward, pursuing the one on the left with another rapid strike, and like its predecessor, it too met a similar fate. Meanwhile, the other beast, now a distance away, was escaping. Should Kloss force the attack, his body might collapse under the strain of the bloodline's power. That was not a scenario he wished to encounter, so he resolved to use his throwing sword to eliminate the final beast. He assumed a throwing stance, channeling his strength into his right arm, then hurled the long sword with great force. The blade sliced through the air at incredible speed, producing a sharp sound due to the violent vibrations. Moments later, a heavy thud echoed as the carrion beast fell to the ground, a pool of blood spilling from beneath it. The last carrion beast lay dead. Kloss finally exhaled, his tense body relaxing at last. He simply sat down on the ground, closing his eyes to recuperate. As he regained his strength, he reflected on the results of the bloodline test. He had previously concluded that the power of the bloodline significantly enhanced various physical capabilities. This time, he primarily tested his endurance and the backlash effects. After exerting himself to the fullest, he had fought for 11 minutes before feeling fatigued, and during this period, there were no adverse effects from the bloodline. This indicated that he could unleash his full power without hesitation for 10 minutes. But afterward, he would require a brief respite to recover from the rapid depletion of stamina. The realization that stamina could be exhausted was the greatest takeaway from this test. He had initially believed that once activated, the bloodline's power would grant him boundless energy. This test clarified that his stamina was indeed finite. Acknowledging the limits of his own physical capabilities provided Kloss with a sense of security. In his understanding, limits meant control, and control over one's circumstances would mitigate unforeseen accidents. In addition to the success of the bloodline test, Kloss found solace in the fact that all the carrion beasts of Blackwater Town had been eradicated during the trial. While Kloss contemplated, the soldiers and slaves in the distance engaged in hushed discussions. They dared not approach. Kloss's extraordinary strength instilled an involuntary fear within them. These individuals. Kloss appeared as a fearsome beast among ants. Is he truly human? How can he be so powerful? It's unbelievable. The carrion beast that we struggle against with our lives, he dispatches with such ease. Moreover, the ferocious carrion beasts are fleeing. Even those monsters run from him. Who, then, is the true monster? We should be grateful to him. Had he not intervened, we might all have perished. Indeed, he is our savior. Yes, we should hold him in gratitude. He did not save us. Vanquishing the carrion beasts is his duty. He is the hunter of Blackwater Town. Impossible. His cloak is indeed identical to that of the hunter from Blackwater Town. His figure resembles that hunter as well, but if he were truly the hunter, he should have other companions. Their doubts did not equate to an outright denial of Kloss as the hunter of Blackwater Town. They merely lacked the courage to acknowledge it. For once they did, their very existence would be threatened. That if such a formidable being existed among humans, what could they possibly do? Could it really be him? I can hardly fathom. Perhaps the hunter of Blackwater Town is not even human. Indeed, he must not be human. But I just saw his eyes. He should be human, and we all know him. What is wrong with his eyes? His eyes are silver. Silver? You mean silver-eyed Kloss? Yes. You must have seen it wrong. You must be mistaken. This person cannot possibly be silver-eyed Kloss. Nobles do not personally engage in battle, especially not against the ferocious carrion beasts. Exactly. Which noble would ever fight on the battlefield themselves? At that moment, William, who had been observing the battle from the bow of the ship, arrived at the blood-soaked battlefield. What are you discussing? Chapter 17. Farsightedness. Upon hearing William's voice, the crowd fell silent and instinctively parted to make way. Accompanied by two guards, William approached Kloss, placing his right hand over his chest and bowing slightly before saying, "Hunter of Blackwater Town, young warrior, your strength and courage are commendable. Your assistance to Blackwater Town is invaluable. It would be unjust of me, William, to reward your great deeds with merely a parcel of land. Currently, within the territory of Klein, there exists treachery from Joy, alongside the invasion from Seattle. This is an opportunity for a warrior like you to shine. I hope you will become my subordinate, joining myself and Count Reinhardt in restoring order to Klein, granting peace to its people. Of course, I will offer you a more generous reward, should you agree. Blackwater Town shall be yours. William spoke with unwavering confidence, firmly believing that no one would refuse such an invitation or the reward of a town. However, the person receiving this proposition was Kloss, who would never willingly become another subordinate. That William's words only struck Kloss as laughable, that he opened his eyes, rose to his feet, and addressed William. Do you know me, Lord William? Upon seeing those silver eyes, William's expression morphed into one of astonishment, akin to encountering a monster. His eyes widened, and his voice trembled. Kloss Klein. William was indeed taken aback by the true identity of the hunter from Blackwater Town. Although Count Klein was dead and Kloss was but an adopted son, the treachery of joy and the chaos within Klein presented Kloss with a legitimate opportunity for ascendance. How could one with such a background willingly remain subordinate? Moreover, rumors have been circulating that Kloss is the hope of Klein, to the extent that even his soldiers began discussing the matter. A person of such repute would be even less inclined to submit to another. Regret washed over William for his earlier remarks. He longed to salvage the situation, yet found himself unable to utter a single word. Fear gripped him. Any further misstep could turn him into Kloss's adversary. William had no desire to oppose Kloss. Even without power, Kloss alone could not be matched by William's current forces. Additionally, Kloss had a monstrous female companion by his side. Remaining silent, speaking less, and minimizing any offense towards Kloss became William's resolution. He silently congratulated himself for not having insulted or attacked this hunter of Blackwater Town previously. At that moment, the two guards beside him, after a brief moment of shock, immediately bowed and greeted, "My Lord Kloss." As for the group behind these three, they too were astonished by the revelation of Kloss's true identity, observing the reactions around him. Kloss secretly smiled. In his eyes, apart from William's two guards, the rest of William's troops were not worthy of being called soldiers, as they lacked even the most basic psychological resilience required of a soldier. Even if these individuals were to become Kloss's enemies in the future, he could easily defeat them. However, Kloss did not reveal his identity to create foes. Establishing enemies before solidifying his position would be exceedingly foolish. The reason he chose to display his strength before William's troops was to make it clear to William and his subordinates that they should never oppose Kloss Klein. Naturally, Kloss sought more than mere intimidation. He hoped to seize this opportunity to cultivate a positive image among these individuals, laying the groundwork for his future conquest of Blackwater Town. Furthermore, he aimed to foster amicable relations with William's forces. Kloss understood well that during the nascent stages of power development, peace and stability were paramount. With William as an ally, the trade route from Copper Mountain Town to Blackwater Town would remain unobstructed, allowing Copper Mountain Town to flourish further. Additionally, through his friendly relationship with William, he could inadvertently align himself with Reinhardt. Gaining Reinhardt's support would bestow formidable military backing upon Kloss's fledgling power. Kloss held a high opinion of Reinhardt, who was an elite trained at the Imperial Military Academy, possessing exceptional military talent and inheriting substantial military resources upon ascending to his father's title. As for Reinhardt's ambitions, Kloss would not concern himself with them in the short term. Kloss merely wished for Reinhardt not to become an enemy, even if he did not become a friend. He did not want to face an overly powerful adversary while establishing his power. Thus, it was imperative to cultivate a positive rapport with William's forces. Kloss smiled at William and said, "Lord William, are you so astonished to see me?" After calming himself, William quickly organized his thoughts and replied, "My Lord Kloss, your courage and strength truly astonish me. I fear you shall become the Empire's mightiest warrior. For the peace of Klein, we merely did what we ought to do." Hearing this, William breathed a sigh of relief, reflecting, "Yes, to eliminate the carrion beasts of Blackwater Town, I have already suffered considerable losses and have done quite well." "Lord William." Kloss spoke again. "Yes." William jolted back to focus. "You must protect Blackwater Town diligently. We cannot allow the Syadans to commit such heinous acts again." "Indeed, I will safeguard this place." William's words lacked conviction. His forces had languished in prolonged repose, resulting in diminished combat effectiveness. A reality laid bare during the recent battle against the carrion beast, he began to worry whether his troops could fulfill the supply duties for the rebels. For instance, the military operation at Blackwater Town had not been part of the original plan. Initially, William only needed to deliver supplies to Blackwater Town. However, the invasion of external enemies had plunged the entire Klein territory into further chaos, forcing William's supply team to reassess their own capabilities. Now, William required assistance. He cast a furtive glance at Kloss, mentally calculating his next move. He intended to allocate some soldiers to Kloss, enabling Kloss to reclaim Fort Bulwark, thereby recognizing Kloss as the Lord of Fort Bulwark, which would solidify Kloss as William's steadfast ally. However, William could not disclose this plan directly. He needed to proceed gradually. "My Lord Kloss, where do you intend to go next?" Copper Mountain Town. Chapter 18. The hope of Klein. Kloss's response surprised William. "You mean Copper Mountain Town upstream of the Blackwater River?" "Indeed." "My lord, what business do you have in such a remote little town?" "I am the Lord of Copper Mountain Town." This reply once again left William astounded. Kloss Klein was the Lord of Copper Mountain Town. William had never been aware of this information. However, this did not signify that William was ignorant. Such a secluded place was hardly of interest to anyone, and thus no one would know who governed it. In truth, if it were not for the trade between Norman City and Copper Mountain Town, William might not have known of its existence at all. Nevertheless, William quickly shifted from astonishment to elation, as he seemed to grasp Kloss's rationale for urging him to guard Blackwater Town diligently. "My lord, please forgive me for only now learning of your status as the Lord of Copper Mountain Town. For the development of Copper Mountain Town, I shall do my utmost to protect Blackwater Town. However, should Blackwater Town face a crisis, I hope you will lend your assistance." Kloss revealed a subtle smile. William had finally been guided onto the right track. However, he certainly could not so easily acquiesce to William's request. He needed to extract some resources from William. In Kloss's view, Copper Mountain Town was far too underdeveloped, and to use such a backward town as a starting point, certain essential resources were imperative. Naturally, he needed William to personally provide the necessary resources. "Lord William, the situation across Klein is chaotic, and Copper Mountain Town lacks the capacity for self-preservation. Just look at me. I don't even possess a decent set of armor, let alone my soldiers. Such combat capacity is unlikely to provide any substantial support." William chuckled. "You are quite right, my lord, that I shall promptly prepare a small boat with 20 sets of equipment on board, all of which will be delivered to you. Is that truly acceptable, Lord William? To ally with you, my Lord Kloss, these supplies are but a trifle." Kloss, deep in thought, murmured to himself. He was once such a miser. Indeed, greater profits can lead one to alter long-held beliefs. It turned out that Viscount William sought to ally with me. In the context of an alliance, those armaments truly pale in significance. Instantly, William's countenance soured. He wished he could turn back time and revise the earlier mention of 20 sets of equipment to 50. Kloss, however, was not aggressive. He continued, with the armaments bestowed by Viscount William, Copper Mountain Town should be able to sustain itself, albeit barely. However, the issue of food reserves in Copper Mountain Town remains a pressing concern. You may have heard that every winter people in Copper Mountain Town perish from starvation. If the population dwindles, we may struggle to spare enough individuals to support Blackwater Town. Having learned from previous experiences, William responded promptly. "I, William, shall take full responsibility for this winter's food supply for Copper Mountain Town." His grand declaration starkly contrasted with his earlier miserly demeanor, prompting Kloss to stifle a chuckle within. "Viscount William, such a vast quantity of provisions cannot possibly be accommodated by a mere few small vessels. I shall personally deliver those supplies with a large ship. That is indeed a considerable burden you are taking on." Viscount William. Kloss realized that he had achieved his objective. In the short term, Copper Mountain Town could enjoy a period of peaceful development, relying on the Blackwater River to effortlessly exchange resources with other towns. Furthermore, maintaining peace and tranquility along the Blackwater River was paramount for the collection of information. With a prolonged and peaceful Blackwater River, Kloss could clandestinely gather intelligence regarding magical energies from a multitude of sources. On the other hand, William finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this juncture, he had established a preliminary friendly rapport with Kloss that as long as this relationship existed, William felt confident that Kloss could genuinely become his ally. Once a true alliance was forged, William would possess greater leverage to survive amidst the chaos. Thus, he decided to further draw closer to Kloss. Lord Kloss, you have slain so many carrion beasts in this campaign. Compared to you, my efforts seem negligible, that if you do not mind, might you join us aboard the ship to celebrate this victory? Viscount William, Blackwater Town lies in ruins and urgently requires reconstruction. It would be unwise to squander time on frivolous celebrations. You speak true. At that moment, Nia suddenly dashed to Kloss's side. My Lord Kloss, I have finished dealing with the corpses. Kloss nodded, acknowledging Nia's commendable efforts, then turned his attention back to William. Viscount William, the journey from Blackwater Town to Copper Mountain Town will take time. I must return swiftly. I do not wish for Copper Mountain Town to become a second Blackwater Town. With that, Kloss turned to leave, with Nia closely following. William gazed after Kloss's retreating figure. The silver-eyed youth left a profound impression on him, not only for his remarkable strength, but also for his profound contemplation and admirable qualities. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Kloss Klein is the hope of the Klein territory. As Kloss's silhouette gradually faded into the darkness, William exhaled deeply, preparing to turn and issue commands, only to find that everyone in the troops remained fixated on that direction. Is this truly the hope of the Klein territory? William muttered to himself. Chapter 19. Probing throughout their journey, Kloss and Nia remained silent. Kloss was inherently a passive individual. When others refrained from speaking, he seldom initiated conversation. Thus, they traversed the desolate Blackwater Town in silence. Suddenly, Nia halted. Kloss followed suit, inquiring, "What is it, Nia?" "My Lord Kloss, why does this world perpetually witness wars?" Nia asked, her gaze cast downward. Kloss was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a profound question from her. He found himself at a loss for words, unable to provide a definitive answer, at least not one he could articulate at that moment. However, he understood that Nia's inquiry stemmed from witnessing the devastation wrought upon Blackwater Town, a place that now resembled hell itself. It was likely that Nia had developed a deep-seated aversion to this world, a sentiment that could lead her to delve into the abyss of darkness. This was a conclusion Kloss was reluctant to accept, but he now realized that, more than answers, Nia needed solace. Kloss endeavored to speak words that would allow Nia to perceive the world's beauty once more. But before he could utter a sound, Nia spoke again. "My Lord Kloss, I am not afraid of corpses. I have taken lives before. Yet, I only killed those who were wicked. But what wrong had the people of Blackwater Town committed? Why were they subjected to slaughter? Why did the Zaya people raise the town?" Kloss understood all too well. Firstly, they did not wish to allocate troops to garrison this strategic location. Secondly, by raising the town, they aimed to attract carrion beasts, thereby allowing those creatures to take control of Blackwater Town and thus restrain their enemies. While the fundamental reasons were not particularly complex, it was highly probable that Nia, given her current level of understanding, could not grasp them. Kloss reached out to gently stroke Nia's head, attempting to soothe her emotions at that moment. Nia suddenly leapt in front of Kloss, tilting her head as she scrutinized him. "My Lord Kloss, why are you silent? Am I being too noisy? Please don't take my earlier words too seriously. I was merely speaking off the cuff." Nia's actions and words instantly illuminated Kloss's understanding. He realized that his previous speculations were a waste of time and energy. First and foremost, Nia was not unhappy due to the desolation of Blackwater Town. Her discontent had manifested the moment she witnessed the town's ruin. However, once Kloss resolved to rescue Blackwater Town, she had cast aside those negative emotions. Otherwise, she would not have chosen to accompany him into her now hellish homeland. Secondly, Nia's questions were not expressions of complaint. She merely sought to probe Kloss's character through them. Kloss recalled similar experiences at the Imperial Military Academy, where young women would pose seemingly nonsensical questions, and his rational responses often left them discontented. Eventually, he sought guidance from his mentor, who advised him that when girls asked questions, they might not genuinely seek the truth, but rather wish to gauge his attitude and character. Nia's inquiries were a means of seeking a deeper understanding of Kloss. Having lost her home and severed ties with the endless cycle organization, she now stood at a significant crossroads in her life. At this pivotal moment, Kloss Klein emerged, presenting her with a choice beyond mere wandering, the option to follow him. Thus, only by gaining a deeper knowledge of Kloss could Nia make the most judicious decision. Understanding Nia's intentions, Kloss began to formulate his words carefully in his mind, aware that each word he uttered could influence Nia's ultimate choice. But he needed to proceed with caution, for he desired nothing more than for Nia to accompany him and be of service to him. As he looked at Nia, he suddenly realized that the little girl barely reached his chest. An idea struck him. Kloss abruptly reached out and snatched away Nia's hood, causing her ears to perk up in surprise. Nia immediately grasped her head, gazing at Kloss with confusion. "What are you doing?" Kloss discarded the hood and solemnly replied, "Nia, I sincerely wish for you to live openly and freely as a half-elf. Yet such aspirations remain merely hopes. I once dreamed of a nation where everyone is equal, where all races coexist harmoniously, where individuals like you, and even those of mixed heritage, can enjoy the same rights as others." At this point, Kloss sighed. However, such a nation is utterly unattainable. For absolute equality cannot exist, that a nation will inevitably have ordinary citizens and, correspondingly, leaders. This is an immutable truth. It is precisely this unchangeable factor that renders genuine equality a mere illusion. The leaders of a nation, in their quest for stability, will undoubtedly create an environment that ordinary citizens perceive as equal. To establish such an environment, they often resort to eliminating perceived inequalities, such as half-elves, mixed bloods, traders, and, of course, foreigners. Thus, wars ensue. Equality merely serves as a pretext for waging war. What I speak of may be harsh, but it is the truth. Kloss paused, observing Nia with her head bowed, showing no visible reaction. He continued, "Upon witnessing the hellish state of Blackwater Town, I felt little impact. For me, it is merely a normal outcome of war. Slaying carrion beasts and rescuing Blackwater Town were primarily means to cultivate goodwill with William and to ensure Copper Mountain Town could weather the winter safely. Moreover, it served to foster your gratitude towards me. Even my act of saving you in the Dusk Mountains was motivated by the desire for you to follow me. That I am, indeed, a cold-blooded and selfish individual. Everything I do is ultimately for my own benefit." After Kloss finished speaking, his heart inexplicably quickened. He was not concerned that Nia might leave him. He dared to say so because he had already prepared for the worst. His words were the result of profound contemplation. Empty platitudes and grandiose statements might temporarily gain Nia's assistance, but in due time, she would inevitably discern his true intentions, and at that point, she would surely depart in disappointment. Rather than that, he preferred to express his genuine thoughts directly, allowing Nia to understand his selfishness and ruthlessness. That if she did not reject such a Kloss, then undoubtedly, Nia would become his most loyal ally. Chapter 20. "I am quite surprised too, Lord Kloss. Have you finished speaking?" Nia asked, her head still lowered. "Yes. You are lying." Kloss was taken aback. Lying. All he had spoken were heartfelt truths. How could that be construed as deceit? "Nia, I am not lying. Everything I said is the truth." Nia lifted her head, her gaze resolute as she declared, "No, Lord Kloss, you are deceiving me. That I know you are a good person." Nia did not possess the extensive vocabulary to describe qualities as Kloss did. For her, there were only two categories to judge a person: good or bad. That in her eyes, Kloss was a good person. From the very beginning, Kloss had been aware of Nia's half-human identity, yet unlike most others, he did not exhibit disgust towards her. That was what constituted a good person. Kloss had saved Nia's life amidst the thick fog of the Twilight Mountains, which further affirmed his goodness. After witnessing the devastation of Blackwater Town, he resolved to save it, which was even more indicative of his virtuous character. However, Nia's assessment of Kloss was not solely based on these actions. That Nia's tumultuous childhood had forged her own set of criteria for judging humanity. She did not assess people based on their words or deeds alone. Rather, her judgment hinged on the intricacies of a person's details. She had perceived Kloss's subtle physical cues during critical decisions, and thus felt the inherent kindness and tenderness that lay deep within him. Although Nia did not fully comprehend why Kloss had spoken in such a manner, she was unequivocally aware that he was a good person. Upon witnessing the destruction of Blackwater Town, she had already resolved to follow him, primarily because she recognized his worth. The reason she posed so many questions this time was purely to engage in a deeper dialogue with this good person she held in her heart. However, Kloss found himself somewhat confounded. He had just revealed his most intrinsic flaws, yet this girl before him insisted he was a good person. Moreover, her tone did not appear to be one of self-reassurance or probing. He increasingly struggled to fathom what Nia truly thought. Perhaps he had never truly understood a girl's thoughts, or perhaps he had never genuinely comprehended his own authentic self. Kloss was at a loss for how to respond to Nia. He could only gaze vacantly at the half-human girl before him. In her clear blue eyes, he discovered something he lacked: authenticity. After a moment of shared silence, Nia picked up the scarf from the ground and concealed her beastly ears once more. "My lord, could you please check if my ears are fully covered?" Kloss suddenly snapped back to reality, hurriedly replying, "Yes, they are completely concealed." Nia exhaled, then raised her head, her eyes wide as she fixated on Kloss. "Lord Kloss, I have something to tell you." Seeing Kloss nod in acknowledgement, Nia continued, "Actually, I was lying to I am not one of the endless cycle. The one who took me in is. The ring also belongs to him. It is someone like him who truly exploits me. He makes me complete tasks for him. I am merely his tool. But you are not." As she spoke, Nia abruptly halted, seemingly unsure of how to express herself. Some sentiments might have exceeded her capacity for articulation. Lowering her head, her small hands clenched into fists, she hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. "You will forgive me, won't you, Lord Kloss?" Nia clearly hoped Kloss would overlook her deception, yet such a lie meant little to him and did not warrant the need for forgiveness. Nevertheless, Kloss felt a stir of surprise, having just deemed Nia genuine. She immediately confessed to her falsehood. Yet, he was still pleased, for he now clearly understood that Nia had made the decision to follow him, that he gently patted Nia's head, saying, "Fool, how could I blame a good person?" Upon hearing this, tears streamed from Nia's eyes, and she threw herself into Kloss's embrace. She was overjoyed. The good person she had always perceived also regarded her as one, and more importantly, for the first time, she felt a sense of indulgence, something she had long sought but never possessed. As they exited Blackwater Town, Gavin excitedly dashed out from the small boat. "Wonderful. I almost thought I wouldn't see you again." "Gavin, be careful. Watch out for the corpses on the ground." "Corpses?" Gavin immediately dashed back onto the boat. Sir Gavin is truly timid. Gavin's antics amused both Kloss and Nia. Once back on the boat, they began nibbling on dry bread. For after such exertion, they were undoubtedly famished. "My lord, did you really manage to exterminate all the carrion beasts alongside William's forces so swiftly?" Lancelot's skepticism was not unfounded. He was well aware of William's troops' combat capabilities and the terror of the carrion beasts. However, it had only been an hour since Kloss and the others had departed, and he found it hard to believe they could have slain so many in such a brief period. "Yes, they are all gone." Seeing Kloss's mouth stuffed with dry bread, Nia answered for him. Lancelot appeared astonished. "How many of William's troops fell?" I'm not sure, perhaps just a dozen." "Only that many? That's still quite a lot," Nia countered, unable to comprehend Lancelot's surprise. To have killed so many carrion beasts while only losing a dozen men is a minimal loss. But they only killed one carrion beast. They only killed one. Then what about the rest? Lancelot's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked from Nia to Kloss. "The rest were all slain by you." "Not exactly. Are there other helpers?" Their conversation drew Gavin's attention. "What? Besides William's forces, are there other troops?" Hearing this, Kloss nearly spat out his food. Nia, however, wore an expression of exasperation. "You are all mistaken. There are no other forces. The remaining carrion beasts were all slain by Lord Kloss alone. I merely handled the burning of the corpses." Gavin and Lancelot simultaneously turned their gazes to Kloss, both displaying expressions of disbelief. "Is this true? You single-handedly killed almost all the carrion beasts?" "That is quite an exaggeration." Both were utterly astonished. Yet only Gavin spoke. Kloss swallowed his food and remarked, "Actually, I am quite surprised as well." Chapter 21. The Lord of Copper Mountain Town. Kloss's calm response not only astonished Gavin and Lancelot, but even elicited a skeptical gaze from Nia. "Hey, Kloss, what do you mean by being surprised? Do you mean you were completely unaware of your own strength?" "Yes, I'm only just realizing my true capabilities now." Kloss shrugged at Gavin, indicating his helplessness. "You are being reckless. What if you had died?" Gavin instantly shifted from shock to anger, standing up in frustration. "But Nia is here, protecting me from behind. Moreover, I would never jest with my own life." Gavin thought Kloss made a valid point. And since Kloss was inherently cautious, he indeed would not take his life lightly. Therefore, he refrained from further argument and quietly sat down. However, his astonishment at Kloss's genuine surprise did not diminish. Gavin knew Kloss had grown significantly during his time at the Imperial Military Academy. But he never anticipated that Kloss's growth had far surpassed that of most ordinary humans, especially in terms of strength and speed, that he suddenly felt incredibly fortunate to be partnered with someone like him. As for Lancelot, he developed a new respect for Kloss. Becoming a warrior and slaying enemies on the battlefield had always been Lancelot's aspiration. Now, he harbored a new desire, to fight alongside a war god like Kloss. As for Nia, she had noticed from the very beginning that Kloss was different from ordinary people. She had discovered his mysterious ability to disperse the thick fog in the Twilight Mountains. Now, Kloss's nonchalant response only piqued her interest further. He resembled an abyss, unfathomable and bottomless. "Gavin, there is something I need to tell you." Kloss's sudden interjection snapped everyone on the boat back to reality from their respective thoughts. "What is it?" Gavin felt a twinge of anxiety in his recollection. Whenever Kloss was about to speak seriously, it invariably heralded an unpleasant turn of events. "I have reached a cordial agreement with William as the Lord of Tangshan Town, and he is expected to dispatch the equipment shortly. In addition to the gear, there will be provisions, enough to sustain the entire populace of Tangshan Town through the winter." Kloss's words left Gavin momentarily aghast, his mouth agape in disbelief that he questioned the reliability of his hearing. Although he was not well acquainted with William, he had certainly witnessed the man's notorious frugality. The notion that such a miser would bestow such bountiful gifts upon Tangshan Town was utterly illogical. Yet as Gavin pondered further, he realized that William's true desire for camaraderie lay not with Tangshan Town, but rather with Kloss Klein. "Kloss Klein, I hope you aspire to be more than just the Lord of Tangshan Town. I wish for you to become the Lord of the entire Klein territory." Gavin was acutely aware of his own deficiencies in comparison to Kloss. He had initially intended to return to Tangshan Town merely to carve out a haven amidst the chaos of the world. However, he now recognized that his childhood companion possessed all the qualities requisite for heroism, and his own aspirations shifted in an instant that he longed for this once playmate to bring an end to the turmoil plaguing the Klein territory and, as the rumors suggested, become the beacon of hope for the Klein domain. Yet, Gavin harbored no ambitions of his own. He simply yearned to indulge in the opulence of a prosperous era, one that the current turmoil could not facilitate. Becoming the Lord of the Klein territory is no simple feat. I am still not fully acquainted with the present circumstances. It is quite possible that we may not even be able to safeguard Tangshan Town. That will not happen. I have faith in you, Kloss, Gavin asserted with conviction. "I too believe in you, Lord Kloss," Lancelot added. "Lord Kloss, if it is your decree, then it shall surely come to pass." The three gazed resolutely at one another, firmly believing that Kloss could quell the current disorder in the Klein territory and emerge as its new lord. However, their sudden declarations took Kloss by surprise. His previous remarks to Gavin were merely intended to encourage him to vacate the position of Lord of Tangshan Town. He had anticipated resistance from Gavin and had prepared extensively for it, only to realize that he had overthought the situation. "Let us proceed cautiously. We must refrain from discussing becoming the Lord of the Klein territory any further." In contrast to the overly optimistic trio, Kloss remained far more lucid. The state of affairs in the Klein territory had exceeded his expectations. Moreover, given the sparse population and scant resources of Tangshan Town, establishing a foothold there sufficient to contend with other powers would require several years of effort. "Then I shall ask one last time. Kloss, After you become the lord of the Klein territory, do remember to grant me a prosperous domain. I have no desire to be the lord of Tongshan Town. How about I bestow the entire Klein territory upon you? Gawain fell silent, and the others erupted into laughter. Before long, William himself arrived with 2 guards, delivering 20 sets of equipment to Kloss. After some pleasantries, William took his leave, assuring that the provisions would be delivered to Tongshan Town within 30 days. William has truly outdone himself this time, generously offering such a bounty to Tongshan Town. Kloss, you are quite remarkable. How did you manage it? Just as I persuaded you that we must save Heishui Town, Kloss replied, prompting another round of laughter from the group. Subsequently, Kloss instructed Gao when to inspect the equipment. There were 20 pieces of leather armor, 20 spears, 10 long swords, 10 longbows, and several hundred arrows. They are all brand new, Kloss. Perhaps you should don a set. Your black cloak is tattered and stained with blood. It would not do to appear in such a state when arriving in Tongshan Town. I shall change, Kloss replied. That would be wise. Nia, Lancelot, steer the 2 boats toward the northern shore. Once we dock, we shall light a bonfire on the beach, and you may rest while I keep watch, Kloss commanded. Lord Kloss, allow me to keep watch. You must be exhausted. Your Grace Kloss, permit me to take the watch. You have expended considerable energy in Heishui Town. Nia, Lancelot, cease your protests. I have made my decision. But just let him be. He is that sort of person, stubborn at times, Gawain remarked as he lay back on the boat, propping his legs up. Everything proceeded smoothly. Observing that Gawain and the others had succumbed to slumber, Kloss could not suppress a yawn. He had long felt weary, not from a lack of desire to sleep, but rather from the necessity of remaining vigilant. One matter weighed heavily on his mind, the potential backlash of his bloodline. Although he had not experienced any adverse effects during the recent battle, it did not guarantee that such phenomena would not occur in the near future. That a premonition gnawed at him. He sensed that backlash was imminent. That as night deepened, Kloss suddenly felt a searing pain throughout his limbs. His premonition had proven accurate. The backlash of his bloodline had begun. Gritting his teeth against the agony, he assessed the severity of the reaction. His arms and legs were adorned with slowly writhing tendrils of blood, and his right hand was completely enveloped in them. With a trembling left hand, he gingerly retrieved a vial of magical potion he had prepared earlier. Biting open the stopper, he tilted the glass bottle toward his right hand. Drops of the potion fell. 1, 2, 3. Kloss lost count of how many drops he had administered, but he distinctly recalled the blood tendrils receding as they absorbed the magical energy. The same occurred with his left arm, and then his legs. The backlash was once again stifled by the magic. Yet he had depleted nearly the entire remaining contents of the vial. He stowed the empty bottle away, exhaling deeply before collapsing onto the ground. Fortunately, no one had noticed. Kloss felt a surge of relief. However, an acute sense of crisis arose within him. He was left with only 4 vials of magical potion, and before long, these life-saving elixirs would be exhausted. The encroaching fatigue deepened, leaving him with little energy to contemplate further matters. And soon he drifted into slumber. Kloss stirred, pulling aside the linen cloth that had been draped over him, his sleep having been remarkably restful. In such a season, what could be more delightful than napping beneath the warm sun? How can Kloss still be asleep? If he does not awaken soon, when shall we reach Tongshan Town? Nia gestured for Gao when to lower his voice. Nia, you are truly something. Why stop me from waking him? Had I the strength to contend with you, I would have roused Kloss long ago. By now, we could have already covered a considerable distance. Gawain lowered his voice this time. Lancelot, who had been organizing supplies nearby, could not help but chuckle at this. The ever-vigilant Kloss was roused from his slumber, and upon opening his eyes, he noticed the sun high in the sky, at least past 9 o'clock. He also realized he was covered with a linen garment, Nia's clothing. Stretching lazily, he turned to face Nia, who had donned the leather armor gifted by William. Although the armor had been altered, it still hung loosely on her, allowing her to move freely. Lord Kloss, would you care for some water? Nia offered him a water skin. Thank you, Kloss replied, taking a hearty drink. The refreshing liquid invigorated him, and after quenching his thirst, he casually wiped his mouth and returned the linen garment to Nia. Thank you. Nia, Those who have blankets are truly fortunate. Here, have some bread, Kloss. After you eat, we must continue our journey, Gawain said, tossing him a piece of dry bread. Kloss took a bite, scanning the three companions before expressing his gratitude. Thank you for allowing me to rest so peacefully. Once they were well fed and hydrated, Kloss donned a set of leather armor. Before officially setting off, he dug into the earth, crumbling a handful of soil between his fingers. The soil seems decent, he muttered to himself. The group then commenced their journey. However, their destination was not Tangshan Town, but rather a nearby hamlet, Shimu Town, the closest settlement to Heishui Town. Kloss and his companions needed to return to Tangshan Town swiftly, and traversing on foot was impractical, especially considering the considerable equipment they bore. Therefore, Kloss proposed heading first to the nearest Shimu Town, where they could sell the equipment at a reasonable price to the local lord and procure carts for transportation. Only in this manner could they reach Tangshan Town in the shortest time possible. Nia and Lancelot wholeheartedly supported Kloss's suggestion. However, Gawain was somewhat reluctant. He was disheartened at the thought of parting with the newly acquired equipment, especially since Kloss intended to sell all of it at once, which he deemed a grievous loss. Gawain's displeasure was evident, and he chastised Kloss for his lack of foresight, arguing that had they obtained transportation from William initially, they could have avoided such complications. Nevertheless, the plan proceeded according to Kloss's vision, that he instructed Nia to scout the situation in Shimu Town, wanting to ascertain which faction currently held sway there if, by misfortune, the town had fallen victim to the Sia People's massacre. Then their plan would be rendered moot. On that evening, Nia's investigation yielded results. Lord Kloss, Creekwood Town has neither fallen to the rebels nor been ravaged by the armies of Seata. Then let us set forth towards Creekwood Town. Kloss, I shall not accompany you inside. Gawain, opposed to this plan, was reluctant to witness its success firsthand. Very well, Nia, you shall remain outside the town to protect Gawain. And you, Lord Kloss? Nia, you are being rather biased. Does he really need protection? Nia rolled her eyes at Gawain before turning away. Lord Kloss, perhaps I should wait outside the town with Lord Gawain? No, Lancelot, you must accompany me inside. That it would be easier for Nia to be recognized. Understood. Then it is settled, Kloss proclaimed. Selling off all the equipment is hardly a pleasant decision. Gawain grumbled. Gawain, I hope you can think long-term and not focus too much on immediate gains and losses. After all, you are destined to possess the most prosperous territory in the future. Chapter 23. The Sidon's Kloss's words left Gawain momentarily speechless, and he hung his head in embarrassment, finally managing to utter, I understand. That night, Kloss and his companions arrived near Creekwood Town, where Kloss and Lancelot bid farewell to Gawain and Nia, the two of them hauling their heavy gear towards the town. Lord Kloss, did you not suspect that Creekwood Town would be besieged? Not with absolute certainty, but there is a significant probability. My lord, what leads you to this conclusion? Oh, Lancelot, are you interested in this? Indeed, I believe there is much I can learn from you, and I am eager to do so. Ha ha, my lord, why do you suddenly laugh? I see I was right about you. You possess great potential. Now, before we enter Creekwood Town, let me explain how I arrived at my judgment. Firstly, the geographical position of Creekwood Town. It lies to the northwest of Blackwater Town, on the northern bank of the Blackwater River, nestled within hilly terrain, and access is quite inconvenient. Entering Creekwood Town necessitates traversing rugged mountain paths, which diminishes its strategic significance compared to Blackwater Town. Secondly, when the rebels captured Blackwater Town, Creekwood Town would surely have received pertinent intelligence that if the Lord of Creekwood Town possesses even a modicum of sense, he would fortify defenses. Consequently, the rebels and the armies of Seata would be disinclined to attack, as even if they succeeded, they would incur considerable losses. These are my personal assessments. Lancelot fell silent for a moment, then exclaimed in astonishment, Creekwood is in urgent need of enhanced defenses. Thus they will require our equipment, but by exploiting this need, we can negotiate for greater benefits. Lord Kloss, is this the true purpose behind your request to William for equipment? Lancelot unconsciously raised his voice, revealing his profound admiration for Kloss. Yes, came Kloss's succinct reply, though he felt both astonished and delighted. delighted that Lancelot indeed possessed immense potential, and astonished that he did not behave like a typical slave. "But my lord, why do you not share this with Lord Gawain? That way, he would not be in such a foul mood. If I divulged this to him, he would undoubtedly become overly excited. Even if I forbade him from entering Creekwood town, he would find ways to sneak in and follow the negotiations that if it were to develop into that scenario, our plan would fail. My lord, you are truly remarkable." At that moment, Lancelot found himself at a loss for words to express his reverence for Kloss. However, Kloss was more concerned about Lancelot's true background. "Lancelot, could you tell me why you became a slave? A slave like you is indeed rare. To deduce my true intentions so swiftly is no small feat. And you are certainly not an ordinary slave." For reasons unknown, upon hearing this, Lancelot lowered his head and quietly replied, "It seems nothing escapes your notice, my lord, that I in truth, I am a Sidon." Oh! Kloss was somewhat taken aback. He had contemplated many possibilities, but never anticipated that Lancelot was a Sidon. "When I was young, I accompanied my father, who was engaged in trade, to the Kexman Empire, and we settled in Norman City within the Klein territory. Recently, the Kingdom of Ciata declared war on the Kexman Empire and captured the impregnable fortress. Upon learning of this, the Lord of Norman City, William, immediately captured all Sidons within the city and executed dozens, including my father. Young boys like me were forcibly made into slaves." As Lancelot spoke, he lowered his head even further. "No wonder your gaze differs from that of other slaves. You indeed possess your own convictions." "My lord, truthfully, I only seek vengeance. I wish to kill William." "Oh, I did not expect you to endure so much." Kloss referred to Lancelot's restraint regarding vengeance. This was not to imply Lancelot's behavior during his enslavement, but rather his delight the previous night after Kloss had formed a bond with William that moment. He was no longer under William's control, nor was he a slave. He had the right to express his dissatisfaction with Kloss's actions, especially since Kloss was getting too close to his enemy. Yet Lancelot did not act on those feelings, and his level of restraint indeed exceeded Kloss's expectations. Lancelot glanced at Kloss, then continued with his head bowed, saying, "My lord, do you now regret your decision, or do you feel you misjudged me? In truth, vengeance is what has allowed me to endure." Upon hearing this question, Kloss could not help but smile. Was it not a question he had posed to Nia? After all, would a true villain ever confess to being one? The scene of his dialogue with Nia suddenly surfaced in Kloss's mind, and he found the world to be a marvel, a wondrous world that brought together extraordinary individuals, allowing them to create remarkable histories. Observing Kloss's smile, Lancelot curiously inquired, "My lord, what is it that makes you smile?" "I smile because I have discovered I am akin to you." Kloss patted Lancelot on the shoulder. "Lancelot, your distractions have concealed your true heart. In this regard, I am just like you. Fortunately, I have now realized it." Lancelot stared blankly at Kloss, perhaps not fully comprehending the meaning behind Kloss's words. Yet he would come to understand in due time. "Let us proceed. We have important matters to attend to." Kloss turned and walked ahead, continuing to speak to Lancelot over his shoulder. "You ask if I have regrets. My answer is no. I have gained a friend willing to share his innermost thoughts with me. So what is there to regret?" Lancelot remained rooted in place, watching Kloss's retreating figure as tears rolled down his cheeks. Only then did he realize he had fallen behind. He instinctively wiped away his tears and hurried after Kloss. Chapter 24. Creekwood Town. Before long, they beheld Creekwood Town, as Kloss had predicted. The town's defenses had indeed been strengthened. Not only were there more guards, but a wall had also been constructed around the town. Guards brandished torches while patrolling the walls. "There are over a dozen guards. How shall we enter?" "Lord Kloss, we shall enter directly. We are not their enemies. In the midst of such chaos in the Klein territory, they will certainly stop us. Rest assured, just follow my lead." "Understood." Before Kloss and Lancelot could approach the walls, they were spotted by the patrolling guards. "You two are not allowed to advance any further." Seeing the two comply obediently, the guards descended from the wall, evidently intending to question Kloss and Lancelot. However, upon recognizing Kloss, they halted in surprise. "Silver-eyed Kloss? You should refer to me as Lord Kloss Klein." The two guards hurriedly bowed. "Please forgive our rudeness, Lord Kloss Klein. We seek an audience with your lord." "Yes. We shall take you to him at once." Thus, Kloss and Lancelot successfully entered Creekwood Town. Creekwood Town boasts a history spanning over 1,000 years. Legend has it that the town was renowned for its cedar production and that a stream flowed through its entirety, giving rise to its name, that in truth. However, Creekwood Town possessed neither a stream nor was it a hub for cedar. This place held little value, and it was precisely for this reason that Creekwood Town remained relatively isolated. The inhabitants of this town had accustomed themselves to self-sufficiency and were generally reluctant to venture out, while those outside the town had no reason to visit such a place. However, this quaint little town has managed to attract a select few individuals. Its population remains remarkably stagnant, existing in relative isolation from the outside world, nestled within a hilly region abundant in flora and fauna. For these individuals, this locale is regarded as a sanctuary, and among them are the alchemists, who are largely shunned by the majority of humanity. This is yet another reason why Kloss chose to journey to Shimu Town, that if he could forge an acquaintance with a genuine alchemist here, the troubling matter of magical potions might finally be alleviated. Of course, there are also other rumors surrounding this place, particularly those concerning witches, which constitute another objective of Kloss's visit. Should he acquire pertinent information about witches, he would be able to delve deeper into the knowledge related to magic, thereby enhancing his understanding of the ancient divine power within him. Following the guards, the two discovered an unusually tranquil atmosphere in Shimu Town. The residents likely adhered to an early bedtime, for they encountered few people along the way, although there were numerous patrolling guards. Up ahead lies the residence of the Lord. "Please wait here, Sir Kloss, while I inform the Lord," one guard stated. "No need for that. We shall enter ourselves. Then we shall guide you." The Lord's abode was rather modest, scarcely distinguishable from the dwellings of ordinary citizens, and there was not a single guard stationed at the entrance. Kloss could not help but admire the Lord's frugality. Upon entering the dwelling, accompanied by the two guards, they were promptly ushered out by the Lord's maid. "Who are you? Why have you barged into the Lord's residence? You must leave this instant." The escorting guard introduced Kloss to the maid before departing. "I apologize, Sir Kloss Klein, but our Lord is currently bathing, though we hope you can be patient until he is finished." We should be the ones apologizing. We should not have entered the Lord's residence uninvited. Kloss indeed recognized that his recent actions had been somewhat rash, motivated by a desire not to keep Gawain and Nia waiting too long. Nevertheless, he remained optimistic, for in his view, once the Lord completed his bath, matters could proceed smoothly. After all, how long could a bath possibly take? Thus, he and Lancelot waited outside. Within the Lord's residence, the maid hurriedly ascended to the second floor, anxiously opening a door. "Miss Selina! Miss Selina! What is the matter that has you so flustered?" A woman clad in a sheer black gown set down her paintbrush and turned to address her. "Kloss Klein has arrived. I thought the army from Sheda had returned. Such trivial matters need not be reported. Can you not see that I am adjusting the puppets?" Selina replied, turning back to meticulously refine her work. Miss Selina, this is no trivial matter. He is Kloss Klein. I am not familiar with him." Selina appeared somewhat impatient. "The silver-eyed Kloss. Ah!" The paintbrush in Selina's hand fell to the floor as she turned around once more. "Is he the one the organization intends to utilize?" "Indeed. Why did you not mention this sooner?" "Where are they now?" "They are waiting outside the house." "What? How did the guards allow him to enter? Did I not specify that permission was required before anyone could enter Shimu Town? Which guard let him in? I shall ensure he is adequately punished." "Miss Selina, this batch of guards was only hired the day before yesterday, and you have yet to train them. Our previous guards perished in battles against the Zyadians." "Oh, it seems I may have forgotten about that. Have all the bodies been disposed of? I hope there are no lingering negative impressions left on Silver-Eyed Kloss. All the bodies have been consumed by your magical creature." "Oh, it appears I have reached an age of forgetfulness." "Miss Selina, you have been too focused on the puppets." "The puppets? How dreadful! The puppets of the former Lord of Shimu Town have been destroyed. Quickly, help me find another puppet that can be used directly." "There is one called Eliza, but it is a female puppet. Let us use that one." "Bring it here." I need to rework that puppet, which may take about an hour. By the way, do you think they will be willing to wait for so long? I told them the Lord is bathing. That was a clever response, especially since I have chosen a female puppet. However, selecting a female puppet means, no matter, I am curious to see the character of Silver-Eyed Kloss. By the way, what relation does this Eliza puppet have with the former Lord? Eliza was the former Lord's mistress. Ah, no time for details now. From today onwards, Eliza shall be the new Lord of Shimu Town. Understood, Miss Selena. Quickly, go fetch that puppet. I must attempt to manipulate it with magic, and I also need to immerse myself in the role of this Eliza. At your command. And hide away the organization's rings. Chapter 25. A game of equals 1 hour later. Sir Kloss, has the Lord been bathing for an excessively long time? Is he deliberately avoiding us? Lancelot murmured softly. I too find it rather prolonged. At that moment, the maid opened the door and addressed Kloss. Sir Kloss Klein, the Lord is waiting for you inside. Please enter. The maid cast a glance at Lancelot and added, the Lord wishes to see only you. Sir Kloss. Kloss breathed a sigh of relief. After such a lengthy wait, it had not been in vain, and fortune had not entirely abandoned him, that he instructed Lancelot, wait here for me. Lancelot nodded. The maid led Kloss to the second floor of the house. As he stepped onto this level, he was greeted by a refreshing fragrance, reminiscent of flowers yet tinged with the scent of fresh grass. My lord is inside, the maid announced, halting before an unremarkable room. Kloss nodded to the maid and pushed open the door, where an even more intense fragrance enveloped him. Directly before him sat a golden-haired woman. Her golden locks cascaded like waves over her chest, and her fair, pristine face displayed exquisite features. Kloss could scarcely believe that the Lord of Shimu Town was, in fact, a woman, and a strikingly beautiful one at that. Sir Kloss Klein, please take a seat. Kloss settled into a chair opposite the Lady Lord. A distance of at least 5 meters between them, separated by a long table adorned with a chessboard and neatly arranged pieces. I am Eliza, as you can see, the current Lord of Shimu Town. Greetings, Lord Eliza of Shimu Town. Do you not find it peculiar, Sir Kloss? Kloss understood the implication behind Eliza's inquiry. Since the founding of the Keksman Empire, all lords had been male, and the empire forbade women from assuming the title of lord. Thus, the fact that Eliza was the Lord of Shimu Town was indeed a curious matter. However, Kloss was wary of responding indiscriminately. He was acutely aware that a response displeasing to Eliza could cost him not only the opportunity to negotiate with Shimu Town, but potentially his life, as well as Lancelot's. Before answering, he needed to consider what the questioner sought to gain from him, and thus, he reflected on what he could offer in return. This contemplation took less than a second. Kloss replied, not at all. At that moment, he fully grasped the intent behind Eliza's question. She wished Kloss to acknowledge her status as lord, and the only thing Kloss could offer her at that moment was precisely that. A smile graced Eliza's face. Join me for a game of chess, my lord. Upon entering the room, Kloss realized that the chessboard was no mere decoration. It was likely a test from Eliza. However, he had not anticipated that a match with Eliza would come so swiftly. Very well, you may begin. Kloss was still uncertain of the purpose behind this game, so he played while observing Eliza's demeanor. Chess had been a staple pastime during his studies at the Empire's military academy, and due to his exceptional skill, he had often faced challenges from his instructors. Yet, to this day, he had never lost. Perhaps today's match against Eliza would mark Kloss's first defeat, a deliberate loss to serve other ends. However, as the game progressed, Kloss began to realize that Eliza's skill seemed to rival his own. Indeed, he felt that even if he were to exert all his effort, it might not be enough to secure victory against her. Sir Kloss, I have long heard of your remarkable chess prowess. I am astonished to find that you have reached such a level. You are the strongest opponent I have encountered. Kloss was taken aback. Despite being at a disadvantage, Eliza expressed great admiration for him. This could only imply one thing. Eliza's own skill had reached an extraordinary level. Perhaps she was not even taking the match seriously this time. Kloss shook his head slightly and replied, in comparison to you, I am still far from your equal. There is no way I could win this match. Eliza chuckled. My Lord Kloss, aside from myself, you must be the most formidable chess player in the Empire. While Eliza spoke these words of praise, Kloss found little joy in them from the unfinished game before him. He sensed Eliza's remarkable insight and exceptional military acumen. The thought of winning her over began to take root in his mind. Eliza, how long have you been playing chess? I can't quite recall. However, more than that, I am quite curious to ask you a question why Lord Kloss? Do you believe your current situation is worse than that in this game of chess? Without a doubt, my predicament in this game is far worse, Kloss replied instinctively. Yet, the next moment, doubt crept in. Was his reality truly better than his position in the game? In the chess match, he at least had numerous resources at his disposal, whereas in reality, he was merely a leader of a four-person team, all of whom were but children. More importantly, if his adversaries were anything like Eliza, then his actual circumstances might be even graver than those on the chessboard. This thought sent a chill down Kloss's spine, causing him to shudder involuntarily. It is no wonder that you, Lord Kloss Klein, possess such confidence even amidst such chaotic times. Regaining his composure, Kloss cast a glance at Eliza, increasingly convinced that this Lord of Creekwood Town was no ordinary individual. Eliza's previous questions seemed to harbor ulterior motives. She sought to extract information from Kloss. However, Kloss no longer had the luxury of delving into her true intentions. He needed to seize the opportunity to address the matter at hand. My Lady Eliza, while my position in the game may be somewhat dire, my reality is scarcely better. It should be quite comparable to yours. Chapter 26. Have you heard of Nirvana? Oh, you believe my situation to be equally dire. Lord Kloss Klein? Eliza inquired with evident intrigue. Indeed, Kloss replied cautiously, aware that this Eliza was no ordinary woman, and that overly simplistic inducements could easily be seen through. Fascinating. I am eager to hear your analysis. Eliza rested her chin upon her hand, resembling a child eagerly awaiting a tale from an adult. Her reaction diverged significantly from Kloss's expectations. Typically, one would panic upon hearing their situation described as grim, urgently seeking assistance. Yet Eliza appeared unfazed, seemingly more concerned with the analysis Kloss was about to provide. This woman was truly exceptional, Kloss mused inwardly. Nevertheless, capturing her interest was, in itself, a goal achieved. Currently, the Klein territory is embroiled in turmoil, Joy's treachery, Reinhardt's ambitions, and the invasion from the kingdom of Cieta to end such chaos. Is the situation of Creekwood Town not equally dire? Then, what do you believe I should do to ensure Creekwood Town safely navigates through this tumultuous period? If your aim is merely self-preservation, then your capabilities would suffice. Upon hearing this, Eliza's eyes sparkled, and she tossed her hair back, exclaiming, "How intriguing! But what if I desire more than mere self-preservation? You must seek allies." Allies? I would never ally with the traitorous Joy. I have contemplated an alliance with Reinhardt, yet my meager strength would hardly catch his attention. Reinhardt is indeed remarkable, yet he is overly hasty. Acting without adequate preparation, he now faces Joy in front and Cieta behind, making his position even more precarious. Moreover, the rumor concerning me will not garner him additional support. His downfall is not far off. Eliza entirely concurred with Kloss's analysis. Continue. Kloss picked up a chess piece and decisively placed it down. Eliza, your only ally is me. Eliza glanced at the chessboard, having anticipated that move, which was one even a novice would hesitate to employ. That move was not only meaningless, but would also result in the loss of a piece. Unforgivingly, Eliza captured one of Kloss's pieces and remarked, "I shall not choose an ally that leads to my own demise." Kloss, however, calmly executed a brilliant countermove. Have you heard of Nirvana? Eliza was taken aback, although she still maintained the upper hand. Her previous greedy move had created a vulnerability in her defenses, one that a skilled player would not overlook, especially not a chess master like Kloss. That in a matter of moves, Eliza's advantage would vanish entirely, tipping the scales of victory toward Kloss. Did you intentionally leave a flaw for me to exploit? Eliza queried. Kloss offered no reply. I never imagined that the Kloss Klein, rumored to bring hope to the Klein territory, would also be a despicable rogue. Eliza expressed her discontent with such a defeat. In times of chaos, those who survive are the true heroes. Lord Kloss, you are quite fascinating. Losing to you, I find myself at peace with it. You too are remarkable, I do not wish to consider you my adversary. I'll take that as a compliment. However, if we are to ally, it must be on equal terms that I'm the Lord of Creekwood Town. What are you? Please do not tell me you are the late Count Kloss Klein's adopted son, Eliza teased with a playful smile. I'm the Lord of Copper Mountain Town. Oh! Question mark. To demonstrate my sincerity, I have brought some armor and weapons. Kloss decided to seize the moment while Eliza was still astonished, revealing his cards that Eliza's expression instantly turned serious. She crossed her arms over her chest and leaned back in her chair, deep in thought. You seek more than just an alliance with me, do you not? You see through me. I also hope to receive some assistance. What do you seek? First and foremost, I require a carriage. A carriage? Where does my lord intend to go? To Copper Mountain Town. So, you intend to return to your fief. What of your previous mode of transport? We traveled by boat, but encountered some mishaps at Blackwater Town, and the vessel was damaged. Now, we must return by land. I see that a carriage may not suffice for your needs. As Eliza spoke, she began to twirl her hair. Why not ride horses instead? It would be much more convenient, and certainly faster than a carriage. You should be aware of that more than I. Kloss certainly understood that riding was swifter than traveling by carriage. However, not everyone among them could ride. As one individual, Gawain, was unable to. Nonetheless, perhaps it was time to stop accommodating Gawain. Is that so? I have never traveled to Copper Mountain Town by land. The journey must be arduous. To reach Copper Mountain Town from here by land, a carriage would be entirely impractical. The rugged mountain paths would impede its progress. I see. My lord, I strongly recommend riding horses. Thank you for your suggestion, Eliza, that I will need 4 horses. Certainly, aside from this request. Do you have any other needs? I wish to inquire about the witch. Eliza's hand, which had been playing with her hair, suddenly stilled, and a fleeting moment of distortion crossed her features. Lord Kloss, you must not speak of such things lightly. If there were witches in my town, it would have long since descended into hell. The display of such emotion and tone from her confirmed Kloss's intent. He was not genuinely interested in witches, but rather in alchemists. He had initially mentioned witches to set a psychological expectation for Eliza, so that when he later inquired about alchemists, she might unwittingly divulge information closer to the truth. My lady Eliza, please do not be too tense. I merely heard some rumors about Creekwood Town. Rumors should not be trusted, indeed. Then, are there any rumors regarding witches in the vicinity of Creekwood Town? My lord, whether it be witches, sorcerers, or mages, such entities do not exist. How could I possibly possess any relevant information? Moreover, in the Kloss Empire, these matters are all considered taboos. That do you not fear for your safety by persistently asking such questions? Chapter 27. Alchemists compared to these, the inability to recognize one's own ignorance is the most terrifying of all, Kloss murmured softly. What are you saying? My lord, I meant to say, since you, my lady Eliza, are unwilling to provide me with information about witches, could you perhaps enlighten me about alchemists? Lord Kloss, it is not that I am unwilling. It is simply that there truly are no witches near Creekwood Town. Eliza was equally perplexed. She could not fathom why Kloss was so fixated on the witch. Fortunately, the conversation veered towards alchemists, allowing her to exhale with some relief. However, our small town indeed has a few self-proclaimed alchemists. Are there truly alchemists here? I cannot ascertain whether they are genuine alchemists. Nevertheless, Lord Kloss, even if they are authentic, such a profession is inherently deceptive. Would you truly place your faith in them? I am merely intrigued by these matters. Eliza pouted, expressing her exasperation. Then I shall send someone to summon them. No need for that. If possible, I would prefer that Lady Eliza entrust those alchemists to me. My lord, are you intending to take them to Copper Mountain Town? A look of mild surprise danced with joy across Eliza's face. She had long wished to rid the town of these unstable elements. In her eyes, the so-called alchemists were engaged in frivolous pursuits, often inciting mishaps. Yet, her compassion ultimately restrained her from expelling them. Indeed, I intend to take them to Copper Mountain Town. My lord, you must contemplate this carefully. These individuals have a penchant for causing explosions. Kloss smiled. Isn't that the allure of alchemy? Eliza continued to twirl her hair. I can acquiesce to your request, but it will depend on whether they are willing to accompany you. Thank you, Eliza, that as long as you introduce me to them, I shall handle the rest. My lord, Do you have any other requests? Kloss shook his head and replied, Our pact shall take effect from this moment forth. We shall be the most loyal of allies. I am delighted to become your ally. But should we not leave some form of testament to our pact? Kloss produced an arrow from his quiver, snapping it in two, handing one half to Elisa while retaining the other. Haha, you are quite an amusing individual. Lord Kloss Klein, should the unfortunate event occur that Streamwood Town falls, I shall bring the broken arrow to Copper Mountain Town to find you. Not forget the shape of the broken arrow. Lady Elisa, you are as beautiful as you are captivating. I shall not forget. Elisa sighed softly. Then let us depart. I shall take you to meet them. After entrusting Lancelot to a maid, Elisa and Kloss proceeded to the abode of the alchemists. My lord, it is the house ahead. Aren't you coming? I do not appreciate the odor within. Kloss approached the house and gently knocked on the door, which swung open. Streamwood Town truly possesses a rustic charm. The residents do not even lock their doors. As Kloss mused, a frail voice emerged from within. Who is it? Shortly thereafter, a disheveled old man stepped out from the dimly lit interior. I am Kloss Klein. Kloss Klein? The old man craned his neck closer, unleashing a pungent odor. Kloss internally lamented how long it had been since the old man had bathed. Ah, so you are the eldest son of Count Klein. That I happen to have a new discovery I wish to share with the Count. I hope you can relay this to your father. Please follow me. My father is deceased, and I have no time to hear about your discovery, that I need you to accompany me to Copper Mountain Town. Copper Mountain Town, what sort of place is that? You need not concern yourself with the details. Simply know that there. You may continue your alchemical pursuits. The old man waved his hand dismissively. I will not go anywhere. I have grown accustomed to my life here. Witnessing the old man's obstinate demeanor, Kloss's expression darkened, his eyes gleaming with a fierce intensity as he drew his sword, placing it against the old man's throat. The motion was executed with such fluidity, it seemed as though he had rehearsed it 1,000 times. The old man trembled in fear. I shall grant you half an hour to prepare. Once you are ready, meet me at the Lord's residence in the town, Kloss commanded. Only half an hour? I certainly cannot pack all my equipment in that time. I did not instruct you to pack any equipment. I offered you half an hour to take a proper bath. If you wish to avoid death, you should proceed immediately. With that, Kloss turned and departed. My lord, I did not expect you to possess such a volatile temperament. It truly reeked. So that is the reason. Elisa, are you deliberately keeping your distance? Indeed. I have long stated that the stench there is unbearable. No wonder no one resides near that house, that I hope the next alchemist is not similarly odorous. You will find out once you go. By the way, the next one is the last. I had thought Streamwood Town had a plethora of alchemists. There cannot be that many madmen. Will you continue to keep your distance? Indeed. Chapter 28. The creator of humanity here? Kloss inquired. Puzzled. Yes, this is the place, my lord. This alchemist is even more peculiar than the last, residing in a pit. This was my arrangement. Kloss beheld the large pit before him. At its center stood a structure resembling a house, albeit one that appeared quite different from any he had ever seen. Its surface gleamed with a metallic sheen, suggesting it was constructed of metal. How do we descend? Climb down. Kloss shook his head in resignation. You will wait here? Elisa nodded with a smile. She certainly had no intention of descending, not only because of the dangers lurking within the pit, but also because her true form, Selena, had more pressing matters to attend to, hidden in the shadows. Selena needed to hasten in casting memory-altering spells upon the alchemist within the pit. This alchemist would become her pawn, a means to gather intelligence on Kloss. As Kloss approached the metallic structure, he realized it was much larger than it appeared from the edge of the pit. Just as he was about to knock on the door, a thunderous explosion erupted from within, and the metallic door was flung open, sending a powerful shockwave that knocked Kloss backward. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, avoiding being struck by the door, and billowing clouds of smoke began to pour forth from the interior. Had Kloss not witnessed this spectacle with his own eyes, he would have still believed Elise's claims of madness were merely hyperbole, madness. He now shared that sentiment that at the very least, the alchemist within that metallic abode was undoubtedly a madman. However, given the nature of the explosion, Kloss worried whether the alchemist might have perished. He had come seeking the living, not the dead. Rising to his feet, he resolved to rush into the still smoldering metallic structure, observing Kloss's intentions. Elisa, standing at the edge of the pit, called out, "Lord Kloss, you must not enter. A second explosion may occur." No sooner had Elisa's warning left her lips than a resounding boom echoed, confirming her fears as a second explosion rocked the metallic house. The compressed air generating a shockwave of even greater force than the first. Had Kloss not maintained a safe distance from the epicenter, he surely would have been injured this time. At last. He comprehended why the structure was constructed of metal and why it had been strategically placed within a deep pit. It was evident that had this alchemist's residence been situated among ordinary homes, the surrounding inhabitants would frequently suffer injuries, and no sane individual would choose to live beside a madman. Yet Kloss remained baffled. Did the alchemist not fear such explosions? However, based on Elisa's earlier admonition, she seemed to have grown accustomed to the alchemist's antics. Thus, this alchemist must possess a unique method of handling such occurrences. Cough, cough, cough. Elisa, choking on the smoke, could not help but cough. That moment, a figure emerged from within the dwelling, tall and imposing, even more so than the Arnold people of the northern continent. Each of its steps sent tremors through the ground. Could this be the alchemist? Kloss speculated, yet as the colossal figure came into focus, he found it hard to believe his eyes. This alchemist was not human, nor did he belong to any known race. He was entirely a machine, a mechanical being, towering over 3 meters. This automaton was more robust than many ferocious beasts, its eyes glowing with a green luminescence as it scrutinized Kloss. "Silver-eyed Kloss?" the mechanical being uttered in a youthful female voice, tinged with surprise and delight. "Are you the alchemist? Is it truly Silver-eyed Kloss? I cannot believe I am seeing you in person." As the mechanical being spoke, it hastened towards Kloss. Kloss was at a loss for words regarding the automaton's enthusiasm. "Huh? By the way, you weren't injured just now, were you?" The automaton spoke, bending down to examine the human before it with great scrutiny. "You re not injured. Are you an automaton?" "Absolutely not." Suddenly, the massive figure of the automaton's eyes dimmed, and its chest opened like a lid, revealing a strangely dressed girl who stepped out. The girl wore exceedingly short pants, exposing nearly her entire legs, and her top was similarly minimal, crafted from leather, leaving her arms and waist bare. Such attire was considered quite bizarre in the Kloss Empire. Even the impoverished or enslaved would not dress in such a manner. However, the girl's cuteness allowed Kloss to quickly acclimate to her eccentric appearance. The girl appeared delighted, her radiant smile illuminating her face as she bounced towards Kloss, her brown twin tails swaying rhythmically. She scrutinized Kloss with her crimson eyes for a considerable time and exclaimed, "Hee. You are even more handsome than I imagined." Kloss smiled, not because of the girl's compliment. He had heard such praises far too often to be affected by them, but rather from a genuine sense of joy. This encounter had broadened his horizons. He had gained a newfound understanding of alchemists, and he found himself intrigued by the mechanical body the girl controlled, but he felt that his visit to Shimu Town was not in vain. "What is your name?" Kloss inquired. "Oh, right. I haven't introduced myself yet." The girl suddenly straightened, her expression turning serious. "My name is Tina, and I am an alchemist at My dream is to create a human with silver eyes, just like yours." As she uttered her final words, she inexplicably tilted her head, a blush creeping onto her cheeks, that Kloss's lips twitched. To create a human. This Tina truly was a mad woman. Kloss was increasingly disinclined to continue the conversation. He certainly did not wish to be drawn into the realm of a lunatic's thoughts. "All right. I understand. You acquiesced? You can discuss it after you create one. Right now, I wish to inform you that you can no longer stay in Shimu Town. You must leave with me immediately for Tangshan Town." Tina seemed unable to believe what she had just heard. Her eyes widened and mouth agape. Her disbelief was understandable. For someone who had lived in one place for so long, being forcibly relocated to an unfamiliar environment was a difficult adjustment for anyone. "Really?" Tina asked softly. "Yes. I still find it hard to believe that everything is happening so quickly. Am I not dreaming?" As she spoke, Tina tugged at her hair, confirming she wasn't dreaming before continuing. It really isn't a dream. Then she turned her face aside, shyly adding, "But, Lord Kloss, I'm not ready yet. Not ready to create a new human with you." "What?" Question mark. Chapter 29. The witch Selena. Tina's enthusiasm for Kloss was entirely unexpected for him. Nevertheless, Kloss found himself quite intrigued by this alchemist, and Tina was exceedingly willing to accompany him back to Tangshan Town, which alleviated many of his concerns. That I asked for the reasons behind Tina's fervor. He paid little mind. Perhaps it was due to the title of Silver-Eyed Kloss, which had piqued her curiosity from a young age. Driven by this curiosity, she had developed an interest, and ultimately, upon discovering that the real Kloss was even more handsome than she had imagined, feelings began to blossom. Kloss had encountered many girls like her during his time at the academy and had grown accustomed to such attention. Before leaving, Tina performed a remarkable act by completely dismantling the automaton and the metallic structure. Kloss was perplexed by this, asking, "Don't you want to take anything with you? Those things are too heavy. It's impractical to carry them. Besides, I can easily recreate such items. I think you resemble a craftsman more than an alchemist." Upon hearing Kloss's words, Tina puffed her cheeks in displeasure, declaring, "I am an alchemist." When Kloss climbed out of the pit, he found that Eliza had already departed, so he and Tina returned to Eliza's residence. There, he discovered that Eliza had prepared 6 steeds. The elderly alchemist and Lancelot were already mounted. "My Lord Kloss, let us be on our way. The lady has instructed that she is unwell, so you need not bid farewell." "Very well, let us depart." Thus, Kloss and his companions joined Nia and Gawain, setting forth on the road to Tangshan Town. Within the residence of the Shimu town lord, Selena leisurely gazed out the window as a maid entered with a cup of steaming tea. "Miss Selena, would you care for some tea? You may set it down for now." "Miss, are you still pondering the matters regarding Silver-Eyed Kloss?" "Indeed." Selena withdrew her gaze, turning to the maid. "I cannot comprehend." "What is it that you cannot comprehend?" "I cannot fathom the plans of that little rascal Harriman. His desire to strengthen the organization is commendable, yet his methods seem rather flawed." "Miss, are you referring to the plan involving Silver-Eyed Kloss?" "Yes." Selena lifted her cup, taking a small sip. "This Kloss Klein is no ordinary individual. It remains unclear who is truly manipulating whom. Few can best a miss at chess. But it is not merely that. By the way, do not let the other members of the organization know that Kloss visited Shimu Town." "Yes, I will keep it a secret. I was opposed to Harriman's plan from the start. Should he learn of my alliance with Kloss, he would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to undermine my influence within the organization. To that point, he would possess nearly the entirety of the organization, and I wish to avoid witnessing its ruin due to his recklessness. After all, I was one of the founding leaders. Should we not inform the other members of the organization about Kloss's departure to Tangshan Town?" "No need. I have already surmised Kloss's forthcoming actions." "Miss Selena, are we truly to ally with Kloss? I require more time to observe him." "Will you observe him through Tina?" Selena smiled enigmatically. "Miss, if Tina is not present, then you will be unable to acquire new puppets. Once Eliza has worn out, I shall cease using puppets. But I understand your concerns. I have made my decision, and if it is Kloss, perhaps he will accept my identity as a witch. Miss Selena, I still advise exploring his soul through mental probing for greater security. My magic is not yet recovered, making long-range casting impossible." "Miss Selena, did you exhaust yourself during the last summoning of the beast?" Selena shook her head. "I would have recovered by tonight, but my magic dissipated while I was with Silver-Eyed Kloss." The maid looked astonished. "What? You have witnessed the rise and fall of kingdoms. Why are you so shocked?" "Apologies, Miss Selena. After all, such individuals with that unique constitution only appear once in thousands of years." Selena rested her chin on her hand in contemplation. "That anti-magic constitution is merely a legend. I believe it is more likely that he possesses some sort of anti-magic artifact." The maid was once again taken aback, her expression revealing her disbelief regarding Selena's explanation. Yet she refrained from voicing her thoughts this time. Selena continued, "However, he likely remains unaware of it himself. As for the investigation into Kloss's information, I shall leave that to Tina. I have altered her memory with magic, and she will approach Kloss to gather intelligence for me." The maid lowered her head, silent, her expression darkening. Selena approached her, saying, "I know you worry for Tina, and I understand you have always regarded her as your daughter. But her current condition is becoming increasingly unstable. She could erupt at any moment. The my actions stem from necessity, that I know you can comprehend my reasoning. The maid remained silent. Do not dwell on it too much. Tina must leave our protection. We have done enough. The rest is up to her. Also, keep a close watch on silver-eyed Kloss. This child is truly remarkable. With that, Selena exited the room. Chapter 30. The weakened Tina, though Kloss and his companions had 6 horses. Only 5 were meant for riding. The remaining one carried a small supply of food and water, but of course, it was not that there was a necessity for a dedicated horse to carry these items. This situation arose from Gawain's insistence. Gawain did not ride, insisting on sharing a mount with Kloss, who, wishing to avoid anyone falling behind, reluctantly acquiesced to Gawain's request. With the lively Tina joining their company, the journey was filled with laughter and cheer. And Gawain finally ceased to be the most talkative among them. However, all of Tina's topics revolved around Kloss. She would inquire about Kross's age one moment, and the next, she would express curiosity about the type of girl he fancied, even brazenly questioning whether Kloss was a virgin. This particular question elicited hearty laughter from everyone, save for the one to whom it was directed. Kloss did not laugh, not because he found the inquiry particularly awkward, but because he had chosen to disregard such questions from the outset. He abhorred noise and had hoped that his silence would coax Tina into quietude. Little did he anticipate that Tina's queries would be answered by Gawain, including the sensitive matter of his virginity. Kloss is actually a virgin? Tina exclaimed in disbelief. What's so strange about that? I am also a virgin, Gawain retorted dismissively. Your virginity is hardly surprising, but Kloss, being so handsome and the eldest son of a count, must have a throng of girls lining up to share his bed, Tina replied, sending another wave of laughter through the crowd. Yet, this time, 2 individuals remained solemn. One was Gawain, visibly affected by Tina's words, and the other was Nia, who sensed that Tina had some misconceptions about girls. Tina, Kloss said with a serious tone. What is it, Kloss? She asked. From now on, you shall address me as Lord Kloss. So you enjoy being called that? Very well, Lord Kloss. Do you know why I smiled just now? Oh, I admire your candor. Is that so? But your tone now seems rather frightening, quite fierce. I am this way because I am angry. Your topics may concern others, but do not include me. Fine. I will refrain from such discussions in the future. I do not wish to silence your honesty. I merely hope that you can understand me better before passing judgment, rather than indulging in fanciful imaginings. Fanciful imaginings. Suddenly, Tina clutched her forehead and fell from her horse. Nia was the first to dismount, rushing to help Tina up. Tina, are you all right? My head hurts. Nia, let her ride with you. Shouldn't we let Tina rest for a moment? She mentioned her headache and looks quite unwell. Nia, we cannot afford to waste any more time, that if the town of Tangshan were to be besieged by the sea yards, we would have to start from scratch. All right. After Tina became unwell, Kloss and his companions fell into a more subdued silence for the remainder of the journey. Gawain, too, had become less talkative, perhaps intimidated by Kloss's serious and somewhat fearsome demeanor. Given the rugged terrain, it took them approximately 10 days to reach Tangshan. Once we pass that mountain ahead, we shall behold Tangshan, Kloss announced. My Lord Kloss, we owe our timely arrival at Tangshan before our provisions ran out to you. I never imagined you were so well-versed in geography, Lancelot praised sincerely. In fact, there is a wider road that would have been far quicker, Kloss replied. Oh, then why do we not take that route? Indeed, why not? Gawain echoed, intrigued. The smaller path is more concealed. I do not wish to encounter any enemies along the way. I did not expect one so young to be so cautious, remarked the elderly alchemist, who had thus far been reticent, this being his first utterance during the journey. I simply have a strong aversion to death. That be why the way, Nia. Has Tina felt any better? Nia shook her head. She hasn't eaten anything today. Only drank a bit of water. Kloss sighed. Let us continue onward. We shall rest once we reach the mountain's summit. However, as the group entered the mountain ahead, Nia suddenly sensed something amiss. Is something wrong? What is it? Nia, I believe I hear footsteps. There are many. Nia, could you be mistaken? In such deep woods, How could there be so many footsteps? Gawain seemed skeptical of Nia's keen hearing. Silence. Everyone dismount and allow Nia to listen carefully, Kloss instructed cautiously. He truly did not wish to encounter enemies, but prudence was always warranted. Discovering foes in advance was preferable to being caught unawares. Nia gently set Tina down and, utilizing her sensitive beast ears, began to capture the various sounds in the forest. Her ears twitched attentively, revealing her considerable effort. In that direction, Nia pointed towards the right. Kloss looked in the direction she indicated. Northwest. Can you estimate the distance? Nia shook her head. Then can you gauge the number of them? Over 100. They may not be human, as their footsteps are very light and rapid. What do you think they are? Nia shook her head again. After a moment of silence, Gawain was the first to speak up. Kloss, why are you silent now? Quiet. Gawain, Nia cautioned. She understood Gawain's anxiety. Yet even in his nervousness, he should not address Kloss in such a manner, even if they were close friends. That Kloss's contemplation continued. And finally, based on the information Nia provided, he made a rough deduction. They are likely troops from the Sea Yards, and their destination is Tangshan. The revelation left everyone astounded. Then, what shall we do? Gawain stuttered, already pale at the thought of the Sea Yard forces. Trembling to the point of losing his voice, he might have already resolved to abandon Tangshan and seek refuge elsewhere. The others awaited Kloss's response. Externally, Kloss maintained a grave expression, yet internally, he felt an unexpected joy. He would welcome an assault on Tangshan by the Sea Yard forces. Chapter 31. The Hero. Everyone, do not panic. It is not yet confirmed that those are Sea Yard troops, and even if they are, we have no alternatives. Defending Tangshan is our only option. Kloss's words were fervent and impassioned, aiming to instill a resolute determination in his companions. The first to be inspired was the elderly alchemist. My lord, I admire your courage, but the Sea Yard forces are formidable. We must not underestimate them. Have you encountered them before? Please share your experience, Kloss implored, eager for intelligence. The Sea Yard forces are fierce. Creekwood Town barely managed to repel their onslaught, suffering heavy losses among the defenders. Had they not retreated, Creekwood would have fallen. Recalling the recent defense of Creekwood, the elderly alchemist shuddered, unaware that it was the monstrous beast summoned by the witch that had truly repelled the Sea Yards. Oh, the Sea Yard forces engaged in a brutal clash with the defenders of Creekwood? Indeed. My lord, but I still saw many defenders in Creekwood. Those were mercenaries recruited later. Have you seen the Sea Yard forces with your own eyes? I lacked the courage. At that time, I was digging tunnels. Yet I was still paralyzed with fear from their deafening shouts. After hearing the elderly alchemist's account of the Sea Yard forces, tension permeated the group. My lord Kloss, we must reach Tangshan before the enemy does, Lancelot urged. It is too late. Those traveling the main road will arrive at Tangshan before us. Even if we push forward at full speed, we may arrive only to find it in ruins, akin to Creekwood. My lord Kloss, I believe we still have hope that we have you. Kloss understood Lancelot's sentiment. Ever since the massacre of the carrion beasts at Blackwater Town, his extraordinary combat prowess had left a lasting impression on the trio. The eye in their eyes, Kloss's strength equated to that of 100 men. Nia and Gawain, however, did not express it as bluntly as Lancelot. They were more concerned for Kloss's safety. Had Kloss not volunteered for such a perilous battle, they would have vehemently opposed him undertaking such a risk. As for Kloss himself, he no longer needed to test his limits, nor would he recklessly gamble. Moreover, he was more apprehensive about the backlash of his bloodline than encountering enemy forces. With only 4 vials of the magical potion remaining, he could not afford to be careless. More importantly, his plans extended beyond merely repelling the enemy. First, he needed to make Nia, Gawain, and Lancelot aware of the adverse effects of that extraordinary power. Otherwise, they might form unfavorable opinions of him, particularly Lancelot. Lancelot, I apologize, but I can no longer harness that power. Upon hearing this, Lancelot appeared genuinely shocked, gripping his sword tightly at his waist, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at Kloss. Equally astonished, Gawain voiced his concern. Then do we stand a chance this time? I do not wish to step onto the battlefield. My lord Kloss, are you truly speaking the truth? Yes, everything he says is true. It was not Kloss himself who answered the question, but rather Nia. Kloss looked at the diminutive half-elf in bewilderment. He had been contemplating how to weave a story, yet Nia's response spared him considerable time. However, he could not fathom why Nia felt compelled to assist him. "Nia, how did you know?" "Lord Kloss, I did not sleep that night." "You witnessed it?" "Yes." Kloss let out a long breath. "Regarding this secret, I implore you to keep it confidential." "Understood." Their dialogue flowed smoothly, yet those around them remained utterly oblivious to their exchange. One thing was certain. Kloss spoke the truth. "As for my health, I shall disclose the matter when the time is ripe. Rest assured, I am not yet on the brink of death." At this moment, everyone recognized the gravity of their situation. They had to confront the impending battle, awaiting Kloss's orders. "There is but one course of action. I shall head north along the main road to delay the enemy's advance, while you proceed to Copper Mountain Town. Ultimately, we will converge at Copper Mountain Town and vanquish the foe together." "I oppose this." Nia was the first to voice her dissent. "You are unfamiliar with the geography of this area. You cannot go." Kloss understood that Nia wished to take his place. "Then I shall accompany you." "No. You must safeguard them." Nia, finding herself at an impasse with Kloss, tugged at Golin's sleeve, seeking his support. "It is decided. We shall commence our actions." Kloss did not allow the argument to prolong any further. Nia reluctantly acquiesced to the plan. "Nia, your task is no less formidable. You must ensure the safety of everyone. The mountain path ahead is treacherous, so be mindful of your footing. Should you fall into the Blackwater River, you will be swept away." Upon finishing his words, Kloss mounted his steed. "Lord Kloss." Nia's eyes shimmered with unshed tears. She suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to express a multitude of thoughts to Kloss. Yet when the words reached her lips, she found herself at a loss for anything to say. Ultimately, she managed only, "Farewell, Copper Mountain Town." "Very well, we shall meet again at Copper Mountain Town." Kloss surveyed all present before spurring his horse into a gallop. As they watched Kloss's figure recede into the distance, the group prepared to set forth. Only the aged alchemist sighed. "This gentleman named Kloss is truly extraordinary. In all my years, I have never encountered such a person." "What do you mean?" Nia inquired. The elder shook his head. "I have a premonition that he may become a hero, perhaps even a legend." This remark inadvertently ignited Lancelot's spirit and resolved he was not oblivious to Kloss's remarkable qualities. Rather, he felt too close to such distinction. When one stands at the foot of a mountain, they cannot truly grasp its height. Yet this seasoned elder, having witnessed countless peaks, offered such an appraisal of Kloss. Undoubtedly the most astute, and it became the fundamental reason Lancelot chose to follow him. "Let us depart. Even heroes require allies," Lancelot declared. "Indeed, let us set forth." Nia echoed. Chapter 32. Goblins. The path leading northward through the mountains was indeed more traversable. However, even so, upon reaching the trail's end, Kloss could scarcely glimpse the rear of the enemy's formation. The enemy troops were advancing westward along the main road. Did I end his recollection? A fork in the road would appear to the west. One path veering southwest towards Copper Mountain Town, while the other directed northwest towards Sunset City, continuing west along the mountain's cliff. He could also reach the fork. His strategy was to lure the enemy towards Copper Mountain Town. Dismounting his horse, he stealthily advanced along the cliff's edge, his trajectory parallel to the enemy's marching path. With his speed and endurance, he anticipated arriving at the fork before the enemy did in reality. The situation aligned closely with his expectations. Upon reaching the fork, Kloss found that the enemy had not yet arrived. From the swirling dust, it was evident they were still over 1,000 meters away. Concealed behind the underbrush, Kloss beheld the true countenance of the foe. The enemy was composed of goblins. However, unlike ordinary goblins, these ones were entirely red, representing a particularly unique subspecies known as the goblins. This name did not denote the goblin's habitat, but rather referred to a red dragon. Legend has it that the red dragon named Enthra enslaved a host of goblins, who, under its influence, underwent a significant transformation. Their once green skin turned red, and their timid natures morphed into a bloodthirsty ferocity, much like their draconic master. Thus, the goblins came into being. These goblins primarily resided within the kingdom of Saida, and it was clear that this troop belonged to the Saida kingdom. Yet Kloss was not surprised. The Sayada Kingdom's utilization of Entherod goblins for aggression was no mere rumor in the past. Their army had employed catapults to hurl these diminutive creatures into the fortress of Not Falling. However, they had never succeeded in capturing Not Falling. Apart from this intelligence regarding Sayada's warfare, Kloss also deduced the enemy's species from the information previously divulged by Nia. This time, he was merely confirming his assumptions. A surge of satisfaction coursed through him. Over 100 Entherod goblins would surely instill trepidation in Copper Mountain Town. Subsequently, he boldly approached the fork, only to notice that the goblins had abruptly halted their advance. Clearly having detected Kloss, they scrutinized him without reservation, their crimson skin gleaming under the midday sun. Although these foes lacked complete armor, each wielded a crude blade, and their fierce expressions would send any ordinary human fleeing in terror. Moreover, their combat prowess was indeed formidable. A normal person would likely meet death rather than stand their ground. Kloss, however, felt no trepidation. He was acutely aware of his capabilities and, more importantly, of his strategy. He drew his longbow from his back and, in one fluid motion, knocked an arrow and released it. With a swift whoosh, the arrow soared towards the nearest Entherod goblin, only to fall short before it could reach the enemy. "My archery skills remain abysmal," Kloss lamented. Recalling his time at the Imperial Military Academy, where archery had always been his weakest discipline. Though his form was correct, he had never once hit the target, not even grazing its edge. Nevertheless, although this arrow failed to strike any goblin, it achieved its intended purpose. Following the shot, the goblins erupted into a cacophony of roars, cursing Kloss in a language he could not comprehend, their anger palpable. They did not mock his ineptitude. They perceived the shot as a provocation. And feeling insulted, they prepared to retaliate, unafraid of any race, save for dragons. Thus, throngs of Entherod goblins charged towards Kloss. The red goblin horde surged forth like a crimson tide, and upon witnessing this, Kloss turned to flee. Entherod goblins were incredibly agile. It was nearly impossible for an ordinary human to evade their pursuit. Yet, Kloss had activated the bloodline of the old gods, and in terms of agility and speed, the Entherod goblins were likely at a slight disadvantage. The disparity in speed, coupled with his superior endurance, allowed Kloss to quickly distance himself from the pursuing goblins to avoid vanishing from their sight. Kloss would pause intermittently to catch his breath before drawing his bow to shoot again. In the course of this chase, he managed to injure 2 goblins. Kloss found this rather amusing. However, his moment of carelessness afforded the enemy an opportunity. An arrow struck Kloss in the left leg. Kloss let out a howl, clutching the wounded area with his left hand. The enemy's arrow had pierced through his armor, embedding itself into his flesh. Yet he did not experience significant pain, for the arrow had not penetrated deeply. It was merely a flesh wound. His cries seemed instinctual rather than a reaction to pain. After being struck, Kloss gained a clearer understanding of the Entherod goblin's capabilities. Among them, at least one was armed with a bow or crossbow. However, in individual combat, these goblins were not particularly formidable. Their true strength lay in their numbers. This injury served as a reminder of his earlier carelessness. Yet rather than becoming cautious, he felt a sense of gratitude for the wound, believing it would facilitate the forthcoming phase of his plan. The goblins' pursuit began to slow, and they resumed their unintelligible taunts, likely mocking him with phrases like, "You can still run. Keep running." Kloss paid them no mind. Standing tall, he turned and continued his flight. The goblins, now chattering amongst themselves, perhaps said, "You can still run after being shot. The arrow is still dangling from your leg. Doesn't it hurt?" Of course, while they jeered, they did not cease their pursuit. Although the pain in his left leg was a dull reminder of his injury, it did not significantly impede Kloss's speed, and this time he resolved not to stop and wait for his pursuers. Soon, he caught sight of Copper Mountain Town. The town was encircled by a wooden fence, behind which 2 guards were napping. Kloss pretended to have sustained a severe injury to his left leg, dragging it as he shouted, "Enemies! Enemies!" The 2 guards were immediately roused from their slumber. They saw the injured Kloss approaching the fence. While in the distance, clouds of dust were rising. Chapter 33, The Warriors of Sunset City. Upon seeing the distant dust, the guards fully awakened. They opened the fence, allowing Kloss to enter Copper Mountain Town. Do you have intelligence on the enemy? One guard inquired. They are the forces of Seattle. Upon hearing this, the faces of the two guards turned pale. I will report to the captain, one guard declared before departing. Before long, the captain arrived with several guards. Kloss immediately discerned that this captain was different from the others, while the helmets of the other soldiers were askew, giving them a disheveled appearance as if they had just awakened. The captain was clad in immaculate armor, his stature imposing and his demeanor vigorous. More importantly, he bore a massive sword on his back, while the other soldiers only had short swords at their waists. Who reported the enemy situation? It was him. The guard pointed to Kloss, who was still seated on the ground. The captain paused upon seeing Kloss, clearly recognizing him. You are Sir Kloss Klein? Indeed. Kloss gritted his teeth and replied through the pain. You are injured? It's nothing, just a minor wound. The captain nodded respectfully and helped Kloss to sit on the ground nearby. Sir, I am Rainer from Sunset City, responsible for the defense of Copper Mountain Town. Do you know the number of enemies? More than 100 Antalaga goblins. Kloss expected Rainer to show some relief upon hearing this. But to his surprise, Rainer burst into laughter. Ha! Today we shall finally have a good slaughter. Captain, are Antalaga goblins weak? One of the soldiers beside Rainer asked. Not weak. The soldier fell silent. What? Are you afraid of death? Captain, we are not like you. We have never been on the battlefield. Copper Mountain Town is our home. If it is lost, where will we go? We can return to Sunset City. A fleeting shadow of gloom crossed Rainer's face as he stepped over the fence, walking forward without looking back. I am a warrior. I would rather die on the battlefield than live a coward's life in such a place. Those who wish to leave may do so. There are boats at the port. Those who wish to fight alongside me, do not hesitate. As soon as he finished speaking, several soldiers ran in the opposite direction, choosing to flee, while only two remained willing to fight, and they clearly lacked Rainer's imposing presence. Being obviously inexperienced recruits, watching Rainer's receding figure and the approaching enemy forces, Kloss couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy that he had his own speculations regarding the situation in Copper Mountain Town. Due to its proximity to Sunset City, it would remain under Sunset City's jurisdiction until the Lord arrived. This was primarily for two reasons. First, Copper Mountain Town was too small. Second, Sunset City was quite near. Many lords with cities also governed the small towns nearby. The independence of Blackwater Town and Streamwood Town was largely because there were no cities nearby, and of course another significant reason was that both towns had the potential to become cities. As a vassal of Sunset City, Copper Mountain Town served merely as a resource-gathering point. The Lord of Sunset City only needed to send a small contingent of soldiers to oversee it. These soldiers had no need to engage in battle, especially since such a remote corner like Copper Mountain Town was unlikely to be attacked. Thus, Kloss concluded that when the soldiers learned of the enemy's approach, they would undoubtedly choose to flee. Of course, there might be a few who would put up some resistance, but such individuals were merely seeking glory and promotion, and ultimately, they would fall on the battlefield due to their insufficient strength. It was based on this understanding that Kloss devised his current plan, that he merely needed to wait until all the soldiers from Sunset City fled or perished before he could demonstrate his prowess before the residents of Copper Mountain Town. However, this plan was disrupted by Rainer's appearance. Kloss did not intend to alter his strategy because Rainer possessed the capability to slay numerous Antalaga goblins, but rather because he did not wish to see Rainer perish. A warrior like Rainer was too valuable to lose. As the goblin forces were on the verge of colliding with Rainer, Kloss could no longer maintain his pretense. He stood up, pulled the arrow from his leg, and shouted, "The goblin army of the Kingdom of Seattle is attacking Copper Mountain Town. The goblin army of the Kingdom of Seattle is attacking Copper Mountain Town." At Kloss's shout, the residents of several households along the road scrambled out in panic, some even barefoot, clearly having been roused from their midday slumber, that a few children hid behind adults, peering out with curiosity. For these children, the invasion of an army might be as terrifying yet unreal as hearing ghost stories at night. Are you Silver-Eyed Kloss? The Silver-Eyed Kloss rumored to save the Klein territory? One resident recognized Kloss. Kloss nodded. This is not the time for such discussions. The enemy is approaching quickly, and we must prepare our defenses. What are the soldiers sent by Sunset City? The defense of Copper Mountain Town should be their responsibility. Most of them have fled. Only Rainer and the remaining 2 soldiers are left to resist the enemy outside Copper Mountain Town, Kloss replied. Those damned beasts. They only know how to oppress us and demand we hand over our oars. Yet in times like this, they flee faster than anyone. A middle-aged man cursed vehemently. Indeed, those wretched creatures from Sunset City. Some shouted angrily, while others quietly slipped away, including the one who had been barefoot. Everyone silence, Kloss bellowed, not wishing to let meaningless chatter continue. Do you wish to continue living here? This is our home. Of course, we want to stay. Yes. This is our home. Then do you have the courage to defend your homeland? The crowd fell silent at that moment. The sounds of battle reached the ears of the residents of Copper Mountain Town. The adults covered the children's ears with their hands to shield them from fear. These individuals were merely ordinary civilians of Copper Mountain Town, assigned by the local rulers to mine. They had never organized effective defenses. And upon hearing the enemy's battle cries, their legs trembled uncontrollably. We're just civilians, finally, someone spoke up. If Copper Mountain Town is lost, where will you go? Better than dying. Don't listen to him. We can escape down the Blackwater River. Yes. As long as we live, there is hope. The instinct to evade and survive proved to be humanity's most primal desire. However, Kloss remained utterly unperturbed, for all of this was within his expectations. Chapter 34. The Guardians of Copper Mountain Town, I huff. Those damned bastards. They escaped on a cargo ship. The barefoot resident who had attempted to sneak away returned, panting heavily. What about the small boats? Were there not small boats left? Did you forget? The recent heavy rain swept away one of the small boats. And then those bastards made us tie the small boat to the cargo ship. The barefoot resident was on the verge of tears from frustration. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the civilians soured significantly. After all, just moments ago, they had been considering fleeing. We have no retreat left. We can only withstand the enemy's assault to survive. Kloss's confident demeanor slightly alleviated the panic among the civilians. Sir Kloss, please save us. Sir, you must save us. Save Copper Mountain Town. Kloss surveyed the group. With women and children included, there were only a little over 20 people. While they outnumbered the guards, this number was still far too few. Women and children, return home. Men, gather any work tools you have at home. The longer the better. We will repel the enemy at the northeast fence of Copper Mountain Town. Understood, Sir Kloss. Just as the civilians prepared to return home for their weapons, anguished cries from the battlefield echoed in their direction. Mom, I'm scared, a child cried, clinging tightly to his mother's clothing, his little head pressed against her. The mother gently stroked the child's head, saying, Do not be afraid, dear. Sir Kloss will protect us. Upon hearing the cries, Kloss immediately turned to look, noticing that the 2 new recruits who had followed Rainer were already dead, their bodies being torn apart by Antalaga goblins. Rainer was surrounded by several goblins, with a few clinging to his armor. Fortunately, Rainer was fully armored. Otherwise, he would have perished beneath the onslaught of these ferocious goblins. However, Rainer's armor had sustained numerous damages, blood seeping from the cracks, yet he continued to wield his gigantic sword, mercilessly cleaving through the surrounding goblins. This fierce determination was precisely why the goblins dared not approach him. The resolute expression on his face once again made Kloss sigh. Such a valiant warrior should not perish so easily. Kloss vaulted over the fence, drawing his sword with ease, swiftly dispatching 2 red-skinned goblins that charged towards Copper Mountain Town at the same time. He retrieved the conch horn given to him by Watson. Woo! The sound of the horn echoed, drawing the attention of both the goblins and Rainer. The Enthara goblins saw a fresh prey, while Rainer perceived a calm reaper, though it seemed that the reaper's gaze was solely fixed on the goblins. Kloss silently prayed, hoping that nearby there were indeed werewolves, and even more so, that they were Watson's As the horn's call faded. The goblins, previously entranced by its sound, no longer stood idly. Instead, they charged forward like beasts scenting their quarry. Swarms of Enthara goblins surged ahead, howling and racing forth. The ground began to tremble, dust swirling into the air, momentarily obscuring the midday sun. Witnessing such a spectacle, Kloss felt no fear. He merely lamented the unfortunate fate of the kingdom of Seata. With each swing, slash, and cut, Kloss accurately severed the heads of his foes, a practical and effective means of combat against the resilient Enthra goblins, whose vitality allowed them to continue moving as long as their heads remained attached. With Kloss joining the fray, Reiner felt the weight of the battle diminish significantly. Nevertheless, to the civilians of Copper Mountain Town, the two men, overwhelmed by the hordes of red-skinned goblins, seemed destined to succumb to exhaustion eventually. Indeed, upon witnessing Kloss's agile prowess, the goblins altered their tactics. No longer confronting Kloss directly, they encircled him, intent on exhausting both his will and stamina. Simultaneously, 4 or 5 goblins raced towards the direction of Copper Mountain Town. Kloss couldn't help but inwardly lament. This goblin battalion was evidently well-trained, capable of adjusting their strategy in such a short span. However, he understood that these adjustments were not spontaneous. They were orchestrated by a commander. This was precisely what distinguished an army from mere rabble. The civilians within the enclosure, witnessing such a scene for the first time, felt their legs weaken with trepidation, uncertain why they stood behind the fence wielding shovels and hoes. As the ferocious goblins charged towards them, doubts crept into their minds. Could they truly defend Copper Mountain Town with their meager skills? Thoughts of surrender began to surface, not just for the town, but for their very lives. At that moment, Kloss leapt upward with all his might, letting out a mighty roar that once again captured the attention of both foes and allies. Swiftly, he scanned the ranks of Enthra goblins ahead. "Found you," Kloss murmured to himself. Chapter 35. The Guardian of Copper Mountain Town 2. Kloss identified the enemy commander. This particular goblin bore little distinction from the others. Save for the crossbow he wielded, and the manner in which he gestured revealed his rank. Upon landing, Kloss did not pause. He summoned all his strength and charged fiercely towards the enemy commander. The goblins ahead were powerless to halt Kloss's advance, helplessly flung aside by the force of his onslaught. Kloss traversed the battlefield as if it were uninhabited, arriving before the commander in mere seconds. The goblin commander's eyes widened in terror as he beheld Kloss, sword raised high, fully aware that his life was nearing its end. With a swift stroke, Kloss cleaved the commander in two, crimson blood gushing forth. The moment the commander fell, the enemy's actions transformed drastically. Some goblins scattered in panic, while others attacked indiscriminately, and a few even turned their blades against their comrades. Seizing this opportunity, Reiner broke free from the goblins' encirclement. However, the goblins racing towards Copper Mountain Town did not relent. They were already engaged in skirmishes with the civilians. Ultimately, the civilians were just that, civilians, untrained in the art of combat. Several of them were quickly injured by the onslaught of goblins, and the bloodthirsty Enthra goblins only grew more ferocious. "Lord Kloss, save us! Please help us!" The civilians flailed their makeshift weapons ineffectively. Had they not outnumbered the enemy, they would have surely met their demise. Although Kloss had slain the enemy commander, he now found himself deep within the enemy's encirclement. The Enthra goblins, though lacking coordination without their leader, displayed their chaotic and bloodthirsty nature, attacking both foes and allies alike. Reluctant to invoke the powers of his bloodline once more, which would hasten its backlash, an outcome he wished to avoid, Kloss had initially believed that a dozen men armed with tools could easily fend off 4 or 5 goblins. Yet he had overestimated the civilians' capabilities. Their failure stemmed not solely from a lack of combat experience, but also from a deficiency of courage and the will to defend their homeland. In response to the civilians' cries for help, Kloss could only pray that they could endure a little longer. Yet the goblins grew bolder, emitting roars that ignited the fervor of their kin, leading them to abandon both Reiner and Kloss in favor of charging towards Copper Mountain Town. The goblin speed quickened beyond what it had been before. Kloss recognized the dire situation. Should the civilians abandon the fence, Copper Mountain Town would surely fall. Thus, he resolved to once again harness the power of his bloodline to prevent the loss of innocent lives, even if it meant consuming a significant quantity of magical potions. For in these tumultuous times, human life is the most precious resource. Meanwhile, Reiner continued to wield his massive sword against the fleeing goblins, albeit with a different intent than Kloss. He sought solely to protect Copper Mountain Town and its people. Just as the civilians behind the fence prepared to flee, a howl erupted from within the town. A werewolf, its fur shimmering silver, stood upon the vacant road of the settlement. The civilians, upon spotting the werewolf, grew even more frantic. Did I end their understanding? The relationship between humans and werewolves was far from amicable. Werewolves hunted humans, and humans organized to hunt werewolves. The sudden appearance of this werewolf suggested it might seize the opportunity to plunder. The werewolf is my summoned ally, one of our own. Hold the fence, Kloss shouted. Whoa! Another howl resonated as the werewolf dropped to all fours and charged towards the goblins at the fence. Upon realizing that this was Kloss's summoned aid, the civilians ceased their panic, instead igniting with resolve. They believed that with the addition of a werewolf, whose strength and agility far surpassed that of ordinary men, they could surely withstand the goblin onslaught. Indeed, the werewolf's arrival immediately turned the tide. The goblins at the fence were swiftly eradicated, and those rushing towards Copper Mountain Town halted their advance upon witnessing the shift in battle dynamics. The goblins were left disoriented, revealing the greatest flaw of their lost commander. Kill! Kloss bellowed, unwilling to squander the opportunity to annihilate the enemy. Reiner and the werewolf understood Kloss's intent and joined him in the fray, plunging into the throngs of goblins. The Enthra goblins scattered in panic, with some foolishly fleeing towards Copper Mountain Town, only to meet their demise at the hands of the townspeople. That moment, the civilian spirits were ignited, and they glimpsed the dawn of victory. Chapter 36. 3 birds with one arrow. The crisis facing Copper Mountain Town was averted with the aid of Kloss, Reiner, and others. Almost all of the Enthra goblins were vanquished, with only a few fleeing northward on the side of Copper Mountain Town. Reiner sustained grave injuries. 6 civilians suffered minor wounds, while Kloss and the werewolf only bore superficial injuries. The werewolf that had come to their aid was none other than Watson. Watson hoisted Reiner and followed Kloss back into Copper Mountain Town. The civilians raised their tools in jubilant celebration, chanting, "Kloss, Kloss, Kloss." This was the manner in which the townsfolk expressed their gratitude and celebrated their victory. Amidst the cheers, women and children who had concealed themselves in their homes emerged, approaching the gap in the fence. "Is there a healer among you? Reiner is gravely injured and requires treatment." Kloss's voice rose above the jubilance, silencing the cheers. "Lord Kloss, I am fine. A few days of rest will suffice," Reiner insisted, though his voice was weak. "I shall tend to Captain Reiner's wounds," a woman spoke up. "Then I leave it to you," Kloss said, gesturing for Watson to follow the woman carrying Reiner. "Watson, once Reiner is settled, come to me." Watson merely smiled in response, saying nothing. Kloss gazed upon the common folk before him, most of whom were stained with blood, bearing the evident scars of the defense of Tangshan Town. They, in turn, looked at Kloss with a sense of reverence, believing it was he who had salvaged their town. "You are truly brave. Without your valor, Tangshan would no longer exist," Kloss remarked. "It is your excellency who embodies unmatched courage. Without you, not only would Tangshan be lost, but our very survival would be in jeopardy. Indeed, your excellency is the savior of Tangshan." At that moment, an elderly woman with silver hair stepped forward. "My lord, you are the eldest son of Count Kloss Klein, the hope of the Klein territory, that if you do not mind the remoteness of Tangshan, I implore you to become our lord. Please become our lord, your excellency. Yes, we can no longer endure the oppression from those beasts of Sunset City." The aged woman suddenly knelt before him. "We beseech you to assume the lordship of Tangshan." Immediately, the other townsfolk followed suit, kneeling in unison. "You saved us, you saved our families. Even if you were not the old Count's son, I would still wish for you to be our lord. Your Excellency Kloss, grant us this request." A faint smile played upon Kloss's lips. His plan had nearly come to fruition, that he understood well that relying solely on Gavin, the nominal lord, would not suffice to earn the loyalty of these people. After enduring the tyranny of Sunset City, they would perceive nobles like Gavin as no different from the tyrants they had faced. Furthermore, aside from subjugating the populace, Kloss had intended to deal with the soldiers of Sunset City. Fortunately, the goblin forces he summoned had caused the soldiers to flee on their own. These were the primary objectives of Kloss's plan. Of course, there were additional gains, particularly the performance of the werewolf Watson. After being rescued by Watson in the thick fog, Kloss had long desired to enlist him as a formidable ally. However, as a human, Kloss would inevitably live among his own kind, and even if he successfully recruited Watson, the latter would not receive genuine acceptance from the surrounding humans. Otherwise, Watson would eventually depart. This time, Watson's timely appearance, when the residents of Tangshan were in despair, had restored their faith. Kloss believed that even if the relationship between humans and werewolves was fraught, the townsfolk would no longer regard Watson as a monster. This would lay a solid foundation for Watson's future life in Tangshan. Thus, Kloss had devised a scheme that achieved multiple objectives: winning hearts, eliminating dissenters, and helping the werewolf establish his stature. Naturally, beyond these three main goals, Kloss had also garnered some other benefits from this endeavor. Yet it was not yet time for celebration. He did not wish for his future subjects to revel too long in this minor victory. Please rise. Those who are injured should seek bandaging first. After tending to your wounds, I will need your assistance in disposing of the bodies. They may attract carrion beasts, and we must act swiftly. As the kneeling townsfolk exchanged glances, they rose, believing Kloss had acquiesced to their plea. Moreover, regarding the matter of my becoming the Lord of Tangshan, I would prefer it not to be mentioned again. Your Excellency Kloss, do you refuse to become our Lord? We do not wish to be governed by the people of Sunset City any longer. One among the crowd urged, My Lord, please save us. We truly do not want to be oppressed by those brutes. As they spoke, the townsfolk knelt once more. Kloss replied coolly, I am not well suited to be a lord. I grew up in the Imperial Military Academy, and if I were to take on that role, you might come to resent me. How could we resent you? You are the savior of Tangshan, the savior of us all. I hold myself to high standards, and I expect no less from my subjects than if you were deprived of your afternoon rest. Would you not resent me? Upon hearing this, the townsfolk fell silent. At that moment, the silver-haired woman spoke again. The rumors are indeed true. Silver-eyed Kloss is the hope of the Klein territory. Only a strict lord can cultivate a strong populace. Her words reignited the townsfolk's pleas for Kloss to assume the lordship, and he found this elder woman to be particularly remarkable. He resolved to meet with her privately later. Nevertheless, he remained cautious and did not hastily agree to their request to become the Lord of Tangshan. Then he informed them that the true Lord of Tangshan was his friend, Gavin, who was en route to the town. The matter of lordship could be decided once Gavin arrived. The crowd expressed their appreciation for Kloss's thoughtful consideration. Seeing that the matter would not be further pursued, Kloss decided to commence with the post-battle arrangements. Then, those uninjured, please assist me in burning the bodies. Yes, by the way, the werewolf I summoned today is named Watson. Chapter 37. Convergence. Kloss and the men of Tangshan gathered the bodies into a heap and began the cremation. As he watched the flames rise, he stepped away to a large tree. That moment, Watson, now in human form, quietly approached Kloss. Where is Nia? She will be here shortly. Why bring her here? Shouldn't she be in Blackwater Town? Blackwater Town was destroyed by the kingdom of Seata. Watson fell silent for a few seconds before responding. Helping you today is an exception, for you previously saved both my and Nia's lives. In the future, I will not assist you again. I have no desire to aid those foolish humans on your behalf. Watson, do you wish to live with your daughter? Kloss's question caught Watson off guard. You already know? Kloss smiled slightly. Yes, I guess it's so. Do you wish to live with Nia? Watson remained silent. Nia's father. He certainly wished to be with his daughter. He wanted to protect her from human cruelty. However, Nia would undoubtedly live among humans, and as a werewolf, Watson had never contemplated cohabiting with them. He harbored a dislike for humans, fully aware that they did not favor him either. Kloss perceived Watson's hesitation in his silence. Hesitation was a good sign. It indicated that Watson was earnestly contemplating Kloss's suggestion, enhancing Kloss's chances of persuading him. Kloss prepared to continue his psychological assault, fully aware of the power of momentum. He knew that only when Watson's heart wavered would the probability of success increase. There is a wonderful opportunity at hand. If you genuinely wish to live with Nia, I have a way. Watson furrowed his brows, the scar on his face contorting as his expression shifted. But I am the chieftain of my tribe. Kloss felt a surge of excitement, having not anticipated that Watson was the chieftain of a werewolf tribe. You can bring them along. Watson fell silent once more. You live in the Twilight Mountains, correct? I understand you went there to avoid conflict with humans, but life in that place is exceedingly difficult as chieftain. You should consider the welfare of your entire tribe. I do not require such advice from you. My tribe is merely a small faction of the werewolf population, and we cannot coexist with humans. Kloss inadvertently gained valuable insight into the werewolf tribe's dynamics from Watson's resolute refusal. Seeing Watson dismiss his suggestion so decisively, Kloss decided not to apply further pressure. Very well. I shall say no more that if you encounter issues in the Twilight Mountains, you may seek me out. I am leaving. Watson turned to depart. Will you not even see Nia? Kloss attempted to persuade Watson to linger a while longer. However, Watson did not look back as he left, and along the way, the residents of Tongshan respectfully bowed to him. Before long, Watson's figure disappeared from Kloss's view. The chieftain of a werewolf tribe? Watson, how intriguing, Kloss mused softly to himself. After concluding the battlefield arrangements, Nia and her companions arrived in Tongshan. Guided by the townsfolk, they soon found Kloss. Upon seeing him unharmed, Nia exhaled in relief. Kloss! Gavin, however, wore a frown. What troubles you, Gavin? That road was terrifying. It wasn't that frightening. You all arrived safely. Didn't you? I nearly fell into the Blackwater River. Ha ha, Kloss's laughter prompted the others to join in. My lord Kloss, is there a healer here? Tina's condition is still quite dire, Nia inquired. Follow me. You all come along as well. Everyone followed Kloss into a small wooden cabin, where a man, heavily bandaged, lay on a bed, while a woman tended to his wounds by his side. Your Excellency, you have arrived. Rainer attempted to sit up. Do not move, Rainer. Allow me to introduce you. This Rainer is the captain of the Copper Mountain Town Guard and the one who has played a pivotal role in rescuing our town from its crisis. My lord Kloss, you are truly the hero who has resolved this crisis. Those behind you must be your friends, am I correct? Rainer inquired. Indeed, once you have recovered, I shall introduce you to them, Kloss replied. My lord Kloss, even if you are the hero of Copper Mountain Town, you cannot intrude upon another's dwelling without permission, especially when I am attending to the injured, the female healer asserted bluntly. Just as Gawain was about to retort, he was immediately silenced by Kloss. I apologize. The reason for my visit is to seek your assistance with another matter. I am but a healer, she stated. Kloss smiled and nodded. One of my friends may require treatment. I'm already aware. It is that girl. Is it not? The healer glanced over at Tina, who was weakly leaning against Nia. Yes. Bring her inside. The rest of you may step outside. Nia helped Tina to a wooden chair. You stay, the healer instructed Nia. Nia looked at Kloss, who nodded in agreement for her to remain. Subsequently, Kloss and the others exited the healer's abode. Kloss, how is it that Rainer has sustained so many injuries, and yet you appear unscathed? I dare say he is the true hero, Gawain teased. He is indeed a hero. Without him, many lives in Copper Mountain Town would have been lost, Kloss replied. But everyone here hails you as the hero. Did you single-handedly vanquish the enemy? Gawain continued to question. Kloss shook his head. We shall discuss this matter further later. We have more pressing concerns to address. What concerns? The transition of lordship. Chapter 38. The Lord's Proclamation. Kloss gathered the residents of Copper Mountain Town in the town square. With the exception of the healer, after enduring a defensive battle and handling the aftermath, these civilians were somewhat fatigued, preparing to catch up on their rest. However, they were unexpectedly summoned by the town's savior. Upon their arrival in the square, they discovered not only Kloss, but also others who claimed to be his friends. Hey, do you have any idea why my lord Kloss has called us here? How would I know? Perhaps he intends to declare himself our lord. I recall him mentioning that the lord of Copper Mountain Town is someone named Gawain. Do you think that Gawain is among those few? Surely it cannot be that old man. He appears far too aged. I sincerely hope my lord Kloss will become our lord. At least he would protect us. Indeed, and with my lord Kloss's unparalleled bravery and formidable wolfen companion, he would surely safeguard us in our town. I am quite eager to see how Copper Mountain Town will flourish under my Lord Kloss's stewardship. Whispers began to circulate among the crowd. Silence. Please. It is an honor to stand with you today in the defense of Copper Mountain Town. In truth, my presence here is solely due to my friend, but he is the true Lord of Copper Mountain Town. Gawain. Kloss gestured for Gawain to step forward. Gawain waved amicably at the throng of bedraggled townsfolk, feeling a swell of compassion rise within him as he beheld their impoverished state. This was his first encounter with such destitution in such a remote location. When he first arrived in Copper Mountain Town, he could scarcely believe his eyes. Everything was so rudimentary, so unadorned, indeed almost primitive to that moment. He felt a pang of regret for having come to this place. It was then that he directed his internal grievances, using the treacherous mountain path as an excuse, towards Kloss Gawain's understanding. A region abundant in copper should not be impoverished, and he had envisioned constructing a small palace here. Yet, the reality starkly contrasted with his expectations. Far from a palace, even a respectable dwelling would be a significant improvement. Thus, when he witnessed the true condition of the townspeople, he felt a surge of pity. His resistance to this place began to wane, and he found himself more compliant with Kloss's directives. I am Gawain, once appointed the Lord of Copper Mountain Town by the late Count Kloss Klein. I had planned to arrive here next year. However, a great upheaval has occurred in the Klein territory. Joy has usurped power, leading to chaos. Contemplating Copper Mountain Town, I sought to fulfill my responsibilities as Lord. Yet, I am merely a young noble, indulgent and inexperienced in governance, lacking the capability to protect Copper Mountain Town. Fortunately, I encountered my childhood friend, Kloss. He was raised in the Imperial Military Academy, well-educated, remarkably courageous, and possesses a strong sense of justice. In the face of formidable foes, he remains composed and collected, making him far more suited to the role of Lord than I. Therefore, today I declare to the people of Copper Mountain Town that Kloss Klein shall henceforth be the true Lord of Copper Mountain Town, and together we shall safeguard our beloved town. After a moment of silence, the crowd erupted into cheers, calling out Kloss's name in their unique celebration. Kloss himself was taken aback by Gawain's words. He had merely intended for Gawain to make a simple proclamation regarding the new lord. Yet Gawain's performance exceeded all expectations, even his own. However, Gawain seemed not yet finished, and those two words instantly silenced the assembly. I have an agreement with Kloss. Once he becomes the lord of the entire Klein territory, he shall bestow upon me the wealthiest city, and you shall bear witness to this. The townsfolk fell silent, not daring to speak. They did not dare hope for Kloss to become the lord of Klein territory, but they merely wished to be free from oppression. Kloss then burst into hearty laughter. Gawain, you certainly remember that promise well. I do not wish to be deceived by you. You always tricked me when we were children. Ha! Kloss chuckled, patting Gawain on the shoulder before addressing the crowd. What Gawain just mentioned is no jest. I indeed made such a promise. Presently, Klein territory is in turmoil, beset by the factions of Joy and Reinhardt. While the kingdom of Seata invades from without, and the empire seems devoid of the resources to assist us, that I cannot bear to witness the disintegration of Klein territory, nor the suffering of its people due to war. Nor do I wish to see any town fall victim to massacre, as Blackwater Town did, that I aspire to see Klein territory reborn from the ashes. However, this is not a simple task. I require the support of all. Thus, I shall commence my journey from here. Kloss paused, surveying the expressions of the townsfolk. Indeed, most appeared bewildered, while a few seemed to grasp the situation and awaited Kloss's further remarks. Kloss resolved to simplify his message. I have now assumed the role of Lord of Copper Mountain Town, and I shall fulfill all the duties that accompany this title. However, there are several matters I must announce. First, this young man is a Sidon. He is now my guard. Second, this elder is an alchemist, and I shall learn alchemy from him. Third, among the two young ladies accompanying them, one is also an alchemist, the one with twin ponytails. Fourth, the silver-haired girl is a half-breed. Fifth, the werewolf is my companion. Chapter 39. A New Beginning after Kloss's declaration. The townsfolk began to murmur among themselves. That young man is a Sidon. Is it the kingdom of Seata currently invading our lands? An alchemist. What does my Lord Kloss intend to do? I never imagined that the charming little girl is a half-breed. Are we to coexist with werewolves henceforth? The matters my Lord Kloss contemplates are beyond our comprehension. We need only to follow his commands. Although the crowd did not understand why Kloss had assembled such an unusual retinue, they recognized that obedience to orders was their only concern. To that moment, an elderly woman with silver hair stepped forth from the crowd, declaring, "To unite all possible forces, my Lord Kloss is indeed a genius of our age. With such an astute leader, we shall surely no longer face oppression. However, my Lord Kloss, we are currently confronted with a grave predicament." "What predicament?" Kloss's expression turned serious. "My lord, the guards from Sunset City have commandeered our cargo ship, which was laden with copper, or, without that copper, we cannot procure food for the winter from Sunset City." Upon hearing this, the townsfolk grasped the severity of the situation. Without food, they could not survive the harsh winter. Compared to the chaos of war, the townspeople of Copper Mountain Town feared far more the threats posed by nature. The murmurs resumed among the crowd. "What shall we do? That area has been shrouded in thick fog, and we can no longer harvest the ore. Will Lord Kloss allow us to cultivate our own food? Surely the Lord of Sunsetting City would not have the heart to see us starve." "Would he? Do not mention Sunsetting City. I wish to sever all ties with them." Silence. Everyone. Kloss did not permit the discussion to linger, stating, "This is precisely the first issue we must address, that I will find a way to procure food. But you must construct a granary sufficient to store a year's worth of provisions for the entire town within 15 days, that I will discuss this matter further with you later." After Kloss spoke, the crowd began to stir once more. "Why build such a large granary? Why do you concern yourself with such matters? Just do as instructed. Indeed, Lord Kloss has assured us he can obtain the food. Our task is merely to erect the granary." Most had ceased to question Kloss's need for a vast granary, believing that compliance was all that was required. Yet a few were astonished by Kloss's recent pronouncement. "Did you not discern the brilliance of Lord Kloss? He expects us to complete the granary in 15 days, which indicates he can acquire an entire year's worth of food in such a brief span. It is almost unbelievable, incredible. Is it truly feasible? Are we to seek assistance from Sunsetting City?" Kloss again gestured for silence. "I have already informed you how to tackle Copper Mountain Town's greatest dilemma. Now, please line up, as I need to register all residents of Copper Mountain Town." Upon hearing this, the crowd resumed their curious chatter. Kloss's arrival had undoubtedly brought a refreshing change to their lives in this remote locale. "Lord Kloss, must we also register?" inquired Lancelot. "Yes." Hearing this, the elderly alchemist appeared somewhat embarrassed. "My lord, I seem to have forgotten my own name." "What?" "Once, while concocting a poison, I inadvertently poisoned myself and lost consciousness. Upon waking, I found my memory had vanished." "Oh, I still recall alchemy." Lancelot's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the old man, while Gawain and Kloss erupted in laughter. "Ha ha! No wonder you did not respond when we asked your name during our journey. Such an incident must have occurred. Do not fret, I shall bestow upon you a name." "Thank you, Lord Kloss." Kloss commenced the registration with a prepared white linen cloth. Although there were fewer than 30 individuals, he recorded their details meticulously. This was his inaugural experience with such documentation. Yet he understood that the more detailed the records, the more manageable future governance would be. The thoroughness of the records required considerable time. It was not that the information was particularly extensive, but rather that the education level of the Copper Mountain townsfolk was quite low, necessitating Kloss to repeatedly inquire and enumerate familiar items to achieve satisfactory registration results. Thus, Kloss spent a full 2 hours registering everyone. Subsequently, he instructed the townsfolk to return home to rest, retaining the silver-haired woman. "Your name is Wendy?" "Yes, Lord Kloss. You mentioned you were once a court tutor in the Kloss Empire." "Indeed, my lord. How did you come to be here?" "My lord, after my students came of age, I departed the imperial capital. Since that year, I resolved to travel extensively. That I arrived in Copper Mountain Town about a month ago. Wendy's words evidently piqued Kloss's interest. "How long do you intend to stay here?" "I shall remain as long as Lord Kloss does." Chapter 40. The foolishness of humanity. Upon hearing Wendy's words, Kloss laughed heartily. I have numerous inquiries to make of you. Lady Wendy at that moment, Nia hurried over. My Lord Kloss. What is it, Nia? The physician stated that Tina's condition is quite dire, yet she cannot ascertain the cause of Tina's ailment. The smile on Kloss's face vanished in an instant. Nonetheless, he maintained his composure. Nia, do not worry too much. There will be a way that my Lord, I could attempt to examine the girl named Tina. You possess medical knowledge. Then I am in your debt. Lady Wendy, it is my honor to relieve your burdens, my lord. After elegantly bowing, Wendy followed Nia. Watching their retreating figures, Kloss smiled faintly that I never anticipated encountering a royal court tutor in such a remote location. With Lady Wendy's assistance, Lord Kloss will certainly find things much easier, Lancelot remarked. Lady Wendy must have been quite beautiful in her youth. My lord, you must think of an elegant name for me. The elderly alchemist was captivated by Wendy's beauty. That's so. You have interests beyond alchemy, Kloss replied, prompting another round of laughter among the three. From now on, you shall be called Randall. It seems a fitting match for the name Wendy. Thank you, my lord. Before long, Wendy emerged from the physician's abode, approaching Kloss with Nia, who wore a dejected expression trailing behind her. But a sense of foreboding suddenly gripped Kloss. Lord Kloss, may I speak with you privately? Although Wendy's tone bore no heaviness, it did not imply that Tina's condition was favorable. At 49, Wendy would not display sorrow over the frailty of a single life, particularly since she and Tina had only just met and could only be considered strangers. Kloss acquiesced to Wendy's request, having prepared himself for the worst, but he followed Wendy to the harbor of Copper Mountain Town. Lord Kloss, I have encountered many extraordinary individuals and have experienced events beyond the imagination of ordinary folk. I possess a clearer understanding of this world than the vast majority. Your actions today have already revealed your exceptional qualities. You can accept people from enemy nations, half-breeds, and even subhumans. However, you are not yet a legend, for what you accept is known to all. What I am about to convey will surely upend your perception of this world. After Wendy spoke, she cast a glance at Kloss, who understood her intent. Wendy was concerned that Kloss might outright dismiss her forthcoming revelations, which prompted her to test the waters in this manner. Upon hearing Wendy's words, Kloss felt an inner thrill. He was acutely aware that his understanding had undergone a profound transformation, and he knew Wendy's forthcoming words would not exceed his current comprehension. Moreover, he deemed it unnecessary to feign ignorance before Wendy. Should he overdo it, she might choose not to disclose the truth. That Kloss's expression remained unchanged as he retorted, Lady Wendy, you are mistaken on one point. I am merely a mortal, and a foolish one at that. It is precisely because I am aware of my own foolishness that I require the assistance of others. This is the true reason for my acceptance of everyone, not due to any exceptional quality I may possess. This statement compelled Wendy to scrutinize Kloss intently. His serious demeanor revealed no hint of humility, and she was certain that his words had been a genuine reflection of his inner thoughts. In that moment, she felt that her previous remarks paled in comparison to Kloss's, that having lived in the imperial capital, Wendy had encountered many significant figures of the Keksman Empire, holding them in high regard. Yet none of them had ever claimed to be foolish, for they were constantly praised by those around them, and they indeed possessed qualities that surpassed the ordinary. How could they possibly consider themselves foolish? Indeed, those who opposed them would be derided as foolish. However, when Wendy shared her understanding of the world with them, she became the foolish human in their eyes, often mocked as someone too fanciful to be a court tutor. Of course, Wendy knew she was in the right. Thus, she chose to leave the imperial capital, abandoning the comfortable and lucrative position of court tutor. Her desire to probe Kloss stemmed from her recognition of similarities between him and those in the imperial capital, individuals who inherently possessed extraordinary qualities while being lauded by their peers. Naturally, she felt trepidation about the content she was preparing to reveal. Yet, Kloss's response sent tremors through Wendy's very soul to encounter such an exceptional individual who would sincerely acknowledge his own foolishness. What immense capacity must one possess to achieve such humility? Wendy suddenly realized that this young man before her might indeed be ready to accept everything she was about to share. Chapter 41. The Broken Magic Pearl. Wendy took a deep breath and said, Lord Kloss, Tina's current state is a result of magical influence. Kloss was momentarily taken aback, but then a smile graced his lips. What surprised him were several points. First, that magic had been cast upon Tina. Second, that Wendy was able to discern this truth. His astonishment, followed by joy, was indeed a result of magic. Perhaps a buried sentiment within him could lead to new insights. Magic, you say? Are you aware of what enchantment was cast upon Tina? Wendy gazed at Kloss with astonishment. My lord, are you not amazed? Is this your first encounter with magic? I am somewhat surprised, yet not because of the magic itself. First, answer my query, Wendy. Wendy seemed to disregard Kloss's question as her gaze shifted towards Nia and the others. My lord, do they also possess knowledge of magic? Kloss shook his head. Wendy exhaled in relief and continued, I can only ascertain that Miss Tina's condition is influenced by magic. I do not know what kind of magic has been cast upon her. Is there a way to assist her? I cannot bear to see her suffer like this. Wendy lowered her head, and after a brief silence, she whispered, perhaps that great being can restore her to her former state. What do you mean? The endless cycle. Wendy's voice was even softer this time. Had Kloss not been attentive, he might not have caught her words. Are you referring to that mysterious organization? That organization is blasphemous. Wendy suddenly exclaimed, her agitation palpable. I apologize, Lord Kloss. It is of no consequence. Please continue. My lord, the endless cycle is a title bestowed upon a magnificent deity, one who traverses time freely and is eternally ageless and undying. This being may be older than this world itself, or perhaps hails from a distant future. Hence, this great existence is referred to as the endless cycle. However, aside from this title, it possesses a lesser-known moniker, the god of devouring magic, that it can perceive the magical energies around it and absorb them entirely. Upon hearing this, Kloss furrowed his brow and muttered, the old god soul. Wendy continued her exposition. The essence of magic is magical energy. It can consume the magic that afflicts Tina, allowing her to return to her original state. Wendy's explanation concluded, yet Kloss offered no response, his chin resting on his hand as he delved into contemplation. From her words, it was apparent that the deity known as the endless cycle was her faith, while the majority of the Kloss Empire was devoid of belief. A minority did hold faith, often regarded as outcasts by the Empire's populace. Kloss realized that those surrounding him were viewed as anomalies by the Empire, save for Gawain. However, what truly piqued Kloss's interest was the deity's abilities, particularly the capacity to sense and absorb magical energy, akin to those of the old god K'Sul, that he began to suspect that K'Sul might indeed be the very deity Wendy spoke of. If his conjecture held true, he might glean further insights about K'Sul from Wendy in the future, perhaps even uncover more about its powers. Most importantly, Kloss was intrigued by Wendy's final assertion. She claimed that the essence of magic was magical energy. Yet, throughout his time with Tina, he had not sensed any magical energy emanating from her. Kloss concluded that he needed to deepen his understanding of the relationship between magic and magical energy. Wendy, how did you discern that Tina was under the influence of magic? Can you sense magical energy? Wendy retrieved a glass orb from her attire and replied, My lord, Tina has been assessed by traditional medicine and found to be unwell. Yet her physical condition is rather poor, that I surmise she was likely affected by magic. Thus, I utilized this magical artifact to perceive the magic surrounding Tina. With that, she handed the glass orb to Kloss. Upon receiving the orb, Kloss realized it was no ordinary glass sphere. It bore numerous rune-like inscriptions that he promptly closed his eyes and immediately sensed the magical energy within the orb, a saturated deep blue sphere. The surface of the magical orb was smooth, suggesting it was filled with concentrated magical energy. Such purity and high concentration of magical energy stirred a sense of hunger within Kloss that he abruptly opened his eyes, shaking his head to regain clarity, unwilling to be controlled by his bloodline. Once composed, Kloss held the orb before his left eye and inquired, Is this how I observe? Indeed, my lord. I shall see Tina in person. You and Nia bring her to your quarters. My lord, do you mean to observe her using the magical orb? Wendy's tone was tinged with anxiety. Yes, is that not permissible? My lord, only those who possess faith in the god of the endless cycle can utilize the orb. Those without faith cannot perceive anything through it. and holding the orb for prolonged periods may even result in being consumed by its divine energy. Wendy's voice trembled slightly, as if she had genuinely felt the orb's divine power. I understand. Wendy sighed in relief, stating, As long as you comprehend, my lord, I am concerned for your safety. I never declared my intention to forego using the magical orb. Wendy's eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be that you are also a believer in the god of the endless cycle? I am not. Kloss glanced at Wendy. I have made my decision. Seeing Klaus's resolute demeanor, Wendy ceased her objections. Tina lay upon Wendy's bed, appearing frail after days without sustenance. Her once rosy complexion had turned pale. Without Nia's attentive care, Tina might not have survived to reach Copper Mountain Town. You may leave now. Wendy, you too. Kloss, seated at the bedside, commanded. Lord Kloss. Nia, trust me, I will not abandon Tina. Only then did Nia feel reassured enough to depart. Kloss indeed did not wish to witness Tina's demise. She held significant value for him. Her alchemy was unique. Rather than mere alchemy, it resembled metal craftsmanship. However, Kloss aimed not only to heal Tina, but also to gain a deeper understanding of magical energy and magic itself. Presently, he had an excellent opportunity to Chapter 42. The magical orb. Kloss pressed the magical orb against his left eye, and indeed, a blue circle manifested around Tina's head, resembling a headscarf encircling her brow. Kloss immediately recognized this as the magic Wendy had mentioned. However, when he closed his eyes, he could not sense the circle's presence, that he realized he needed to learn more about magical energy and magic. He beckoned Wendy to enter the room, though her countenance was far from pleasant. Since Kloss had insisted on using the magical orb, Wendy's mood had been quite dismal. She feared being perceived as a fraud by Kloss. In her view, only she could see the magic afflicting Tina. Distraught, Wendy thought to herself, Alas, I wonder what this lord, who admits his own foolishness, will conclude. Upon entering the room, she cast a glance at Kloss, who still bore an inscrutable expression, leading her to believe he had not seen the magic. After all, those who first used the magical orb and witnessed magic could not conceal their genuine astonishment. You've arrived. Wendy, come sit. Yes, my lord. Wendy felt a twinge of nervousness, yet she had prepared dozens of responses. Is that magic the blue circle upon Tina's head? However, Kloss's inquiry left Wendy utterly speechless. She stood frozen for several seconds. Wendy, forgive me. My lord, I can hardly believe you. Truly saw it. Indeed, I saw it encircles Tina's head like a headband. Wendy scrutinized Kloss for a long moment, her lips trembling. Lord Kloss, who exactly are you? I am the adopted son of Count Kloss Klein. Kloss Klein? No, that is not what I meant. You are undoubtedly not a believer, my lord. However, if one is not a believer, they cannot activate the orb's abilities. Oh, what makes you so certain that I am not a believer? Your body bears no imperfections. To be a follower of the god of the endless cycle, one must sacrifice a part of their body. Kloss was taken aback. How can you ascertain that my body is unblemished? Wendy raised her right hand and removed her right eye. A prosthetic eye? My lord, this is no ordinary prosthetic. Through it, I can perceive the internal structures of any living being. So that is how it is. Lord Kloss, you are truly exceptional. Few can remain composed upon witnessing me remove this eye. It is of no consequence. My mentor possesses a similar artifact. Let us set aside such matters for now. You previously mentioned that the god of endless reincarnation could assist Tina in returning to her former state. Does this require a prayer to him? It is not a prayer, but rather a sacrifice. Only through sacrifice can one temporarily acquire the abilities of the god of endless reincarnation, thereby absorbing the magic afflicting Tina's head. You can absorb magic. Did you not say it is the magical power that is absorbed? The essence of magic is indeed magical power. Magic merely manifests as a relatively stable form of magical energy. My lord, are you truly intent on harnessing the power of the true deity? Wendy, I simply wish to know how to convert magic into magical power. Utilize the anti-magic orb. As long as it makes contact with the magic will transform into magical power. So it is that simple that I will first save Tina, and afterwards, I shall seek your counsel regarding the god of endless reincarnation and magic." With that, Kloss extended his left hand, holding the anti-magic orb towards Tina's forehead, his right hand following suit. "My lord!" Upon witnessing Kloss's actions, Wendy gasped in alarm, eager to halt him, that I in her understanding. The magic touched by the anti-magic orb would unleash a torrent of magical power, which, if not immediately absorbed, could inflict severe harm on the physical and spiritual essence of the spellcaster. Yet in the next moment, Wendy reconsidered. She discerned caution in Kloss's every movement. A prudent individual would not engage in reckless behavior, and Kloss must have had his reasons for his actions. Furthermore, Kloss, not being a believer, was able to perceive the magic encircling Tina's head through the orb, indicating that he was no ordinary person. Perhaps Kloss possessed a magical absorption ability akin to that of the god of endless reincarnation. This revelation filled Wendy with anticipation for the unfolding events. She fixated on Kloss's every motion, and time seemed to slow, each second laden with tension and expectation. The anti-magic orb halted at the point of contact with Tina's forehead, and Kloss concluded that it had indeed touched the magical ring. He closed his eyes, preparing to sense the magical power. However, his timing seemed slightly off, as a significant portion of the magical power had already flowed into his body through his hands, leaving only sparse remnants around Tina's head. "It appears I misjudged the position of the magical ring," Kloss muttered, evidently dissatisfied with his performance, that he then handed the anti-magic orb to Wendy, stating, "It should have succeeded. Please confirm." Wendy took the orb and examined it, astonished to find that the magical ring around Tina's head had indeed vanished. She could hardly believe her eyes, shifting positions multiple times to scrutinize it closely that it was gone. The magical ring had truly disappeared. This time, Wendy's eyes widened even further, her mouth agape in disbelief. "My lord, Kloss truly possesses the ability to absorb magic." Countless speculations raced through Wendy's mind. Kloss was undoubtedly not human, that in her many years of travel, she had never encountered a human with such a unique capability. Nor was there any historical record of humans possessing such powers. Even the bards would not resort to such absurd claims merely to captivate their audience. Yet, there indeed existed abilities closely resembling magical absorption. This was the magical siphoning technique of the Dark Elves, and those capable of wielding such magic were exceedingly rare. That it was said that a genius of this kind would emerge among the Dark Elves only once every millennium. And the last Dark Elf, known as the Magic Drainer, had long since become a legend. However, Kloss had not performed any magic, leading Wendy to dismiss the possibility of him being a Dark Elf. Moreover, Kloss's appearance and form were strikingly different from that of a Dark Elf. Thus, Kloss could only be of the most enigmatic race in the world, the Dragons. The Dragon race became Wendy's final conjecture regarding Kloss's true identity. Chapter 43. The Anti-Magic Orb 3 records concerning the Dragon race are exceedingly vague. It is said that dragons excel in all aspects, being the most formidable beings in this world, residing at the pinnacle of existence. Moreover, certain dragons are born with special abilities. Thus, it would not be particularly surprising if a dragon possessed the power to absorb magic. Additionally, some dragons enjoy taking on human forms. Kloss perfectly embodies these characteristics. At this moment, Wendy had nearly confirmed Kloss's identity as a dragon, but on the other hand, with the disappearance of the magic, Tina's complexion was visibly improving. Kloss understood that the next steps were beyond his purview. What Tina needed now was a healer. "Wendy, let us step outside. I have further inquiries for you." "As you command, esteemed Lord Kloss." Having recognized Kloss as a dragon, Wendy's manner of speaking had become markedly more respectful. Upon exiting the room, Nia approached eagerly. "My lord, Tina, there is no longer any issue. Summon the healer to conduct another examination on Tina." "Understood." Nia dashed off with enthusiasm. "Kloss, have you truly healed Tina?" Gawain expressed skepticism, believing that if Kloss possessed such abilities, Tina would have already recovered en route and would not be in her current state. Lancelot and Randall regarded Kloss with similar doubtful expressions. "Indeed, I owe it to the assistance of Lady Wendy. Esteemed Lord, you are too humble. I hardly contributed anything substantial." The trio was intrigued by Wendy's sudden humility, eager to uncover what had transpired moments prior. However, Kloss was not in the mood to engage with them. Nor did they have time to linger, that he retrieved the linen document he had previously registered. Gawain, please transcribe this information, ensuring you use parchment. Also, reorder it by age from oldest to youngest. Why do you want me to do this? Gawain questioned in confusion. My lord has instructed you. Thus, you shall comply. Lancelot, you. Also Lancelot. Present, my lord. We do not yet possess our own residence in Copper Mountain Town. Find a place suitable for temporary accommodation, ensuring it is prepared by tonight. Did I suggest you discuss this with Raynor? Yes. Gawain felt somewhat embarrassed upon hearing this. Apologies. Kloss, I had assumed that as the lord of Copper Mountain Town. Oh no, the former lord. I would have a castle. The group's amusement at Gawain's naive assumption was palpable. Esteemed lord, you may temporarily reside in my home. Your dwelling cannot accommodate us all. However, Nia and Tina may stay there for the time being. Wendy felt honored to alleviate Kloss's burdens and, after a respectful nod, expressed, "Thank you, my lord." Randall, choose a location to establish your alchemical laboratory. Select wisely. I do not wish for your laboratory to disrupt the lives of the residents in Copper Mountain Town. May I select a site outside of Copper Mountain Town? Yes. But choose a location that is somewhat isolated. No one can endure such foul odors. Understood, my lord. After dismissing the three, Kloss began to inquire of Wendy about the matter of greatest concern to him, the anti-magic orb. From their previous conversation, Kloss had discerned that Wendy was not particularly knowledgeable about magic and magical power, nor could she truly explain how magic transformed from magical power. This was something he would have to explore himself in the future. However, the anti-magic orb was an unexpected boon. Utilizing it, the magical power he had absorbed today equated to the amount found in half a vial of magical potion. Magical power was Kloss's primary concern, for all his endeavors were aimed at acquiring it. Only with sufficient magical power could he avoid destruction from the backlash of his bloodline. Regarding the anti-magic orb, Wendy harbored indelible memories. Upon her arrival in the imperial capital, she had nearly perished from starvation on the streets until a benevolent fortune-teller took her in. This fortune-teller was the one who guided Wendy onto the path of a believer. After reaching adulthood, Wendy willingly made a sacrifice to formally become a disciple of the god of endless reincarnation. The fortune-teller prepared a dreamlike magical ceremony, where Wendy first witnessed the existence of magic with her own eyes. The entire process of the ceremony proceeded flawlessly, and just as it was nearing completion, Wendy's right eye transformed into a wisp of pale, purple mist, drifting into the vessel prepared by the fortune-teller. Since that moment, Wendy had become a true believer, and from that day forth, she learned much more about the god of endless reincarnation from the fortune-teller. However, not long after, the fortune-teller departed from the imperial capital. Before leaving, they bestowed upon Wendy 2 gifts, one of which was divination, informing her that she could pursue a position as a court tutor. The other gift was the anti-magic orb. After learning of these events, Kloss realized that the fortune-teller was the key. What became of the fortune-teller who took you in? Kloss inquired. Wendy shook her head. What was their name? They never revealed it to me. Is the place where you stayed still there? It is no longer extant. Kloss let out a soft sigh. The clue he had painstakingly uncovered was once again interrupted. Wendy, noticing Kloss's dejection, produced a broken magical orb and presented it to him, saying, "Esteemed sir, please accept this." Kloss was not taken aback by Wendy's gesture. He accepted the orb and remarked, "I was just about to ask you for it. I didn't expect you to offer it first." It was Wendy who nearly laughed at Kloss's words. That be by the way, esteemed sir, the diviner who took me in was once affiliated with the Royal Astrological Society. Though he may have passed away, we should still be able to find relevant information about him through the society. The Royal Astrological Society, you say, Kloss murmured, as he had little knowledge of this organization, that he knew that the members of the Royal Astrological Society resided within the imperial court and, due to strict regulations, were prohibited from interacting with those outside the court. Thus, acquiring information from the Royal Astrological Society through ordinary means was nearly impossible. However, it was not entirely devoid of possibility, should an opportunity arise to enter the imperial court. One could seize the chance to obtain the desired information. The Kleins were currently embroiled in chaos, and Kloss believed such an opportunity would soon present itself to that moment. Nia rushed over, breathless, exclaiming, Lord Kloss. Tina has lost her memory. Chapter 44. The amnesiac Tina. Upon hearing the news of Tina's amnesia, Kloss felt a surge of surprise, believing himself to be the cause. His overconfidence had led him to experiment without sufficient understanding of magic and the broken magical orb. A reckless endeavor that could yield dire consequences. Perhaps he had not absorbed the magical energy in time. The moment the spell was dispelled, a surge of magic had overwhelmed her, ultimately resulting in Tina's amnesia. Kloss found himself at a loss on how to face Tina, remaining silent and engulfed in self-reproach. Esteemed sir, Wendy's voice interrupted Kloss's thoughts that he was about to apologize to Wendy, but realized he couldn't do so in front of Nia. He could not let her know about the magic just yet. Sir, you need not blame yourself. Tina's amnesia has nothing to do with you. Then how did this happen? Wendy leaned closer to Kloss and whispered, Sir, even if a human comes into contact with magic, it does not lead to amnesia. Moreover, an overwhelming amount of magic would simultaneously damage both the soul and the body, while a small amount of magic would have minimal impact. Therefore, Tina's amnesia is unrelated to you. Kloss acknowledged Wendy's point, and after a swift contemplation, arrived at a startling conclusion. To substantiate his theory, Kloss needed to gather more information. Nia, to what extent has Tina lost her memory? What has she forgotten? What does she still remember? She only remembers her name. She has forgotten all of us, and she keeps insisting on seeing Selena. Is she perhaps an old friend of hers? Kloss began to understand. Tina's behavior was not indicative of amnesia, but rather a return to her original memories. Recalling the scene of their first encounter, he became even more convinced of this. Tina had been subjected to a memory-altering spell, and Kloss suspected that the Selena she mentioned was likely the one who cast the spell, residing in Creekwood Town. This further corroborated the rumors of witches existing in Creekwood Town. With this conclusion in mind, Kloss smiled and patted Nia's head, saying, It seems Tina has forgotten us. We can simply reintroduce ourselves to her. Nia was taken aback. She had not anticipated Kloss would say such a thing. She looked up at him, pondering. Forgetting us and reintroducing ourselves is all it takes. Indeed, it could be so simple. Why should she feel sorrowful over Tina's forgetfulness? Kloss, accompanied by Nia and Wendy, returned to Tina with the intention of reintroducing themselves. Who are you? Why am I in Copper Mountain Town? I should be in Creekwood Town. Upon seeing the three strangers, Tina anxiously clutched the blanket. Observing this, Kloss stepped forward, placing his right hand over his chest in a gesture of respect, and said, I am Kloss Klein, the Lord of Copper Mountain Town. These two beside me are my trusted aides. Klein territory is currently embroiled in conflict. Creekwood Town may have already fallen to the enemy, though we found you near Copper Mountain Town, in a rather poor state. You only told us your name. Tina, before falling into a deep slumber. Now that you are beginning to recover, we can finally get to know you, Tina. Tina gazed at Kloss, utterly captivated by his silver eyes. She had never seen such beautiful eyes before. Perhaps due to her favorable first impression of Kloss, she readily accepted his fabricated tale. Thus, oh, you are the ones who saved me. I'm sorry for earlier. Tina lowered her head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Thank you, by the way. Could you tell us what you did before? I mean, what was your occupation in Creekwood Town? Kloss had long harbored doubts about Tina's true identity as an alchemist. Now that her magic had been dispelled, he saw an opportunity to inquire further about her true nature. Tina pursed her lips, seemingly hesitant to speak. Can I really say this, Lord Kloss Klein? What is there to prevent you? Kloss smiled. But you must promise not to laugh at me. Tina puffed up her cheeks, making her round face appear even more chubby. Kloss anticipated that Tina's previous profession was unlikely to be respectable. However, he had mentally prepared himself to go on. T laughed. I am an alchemist. Tina averted her gaze as she spoke, yet she continued to sneak glances at Kloss's expression. Ha. Kloss couldn't help but burst into laughter. You're lying. Didn't you say you wouldn't mock me? Tina pouted in indignation. That I did not mock you. You can't say that. Tina turned her head away. That I recently encountered another alchemist. Also from Creekwood Town. I merely found it amusing that I seemed to have a connection with alchemists. That truly the case? Tina stared at Kloss with wide eyes, bewildered. Kloss nodded. Chapter 45. Guarding Nia, after enduring the defense of Copper Mountain Town and Tina's recovery, Kloss finally found himself with a moment to rest. Due to the retreat of the soldiers from Copper Mountain Town, Kloss and his companions were able to stay in the original encampment. This camp, constructed by Sunfall City, was far more accommodating than the ordinary residences in Copper Mountain Town. Furthermore, the camp boasted ample housing, allowing each of them to have a room to themselves after lying down. Kloss picked up the information meticulously compiled by Gawain on parchment. Currently, Copper Mountain Town housed a mere 37 individuals, including 6 children under the age of 12. The original civilians of Copper Mountain Town were primarily miners, with even the women only engaged in this work. There were no fields, no artisans. All necessities could only be exchanged through gathered ores. Kloss sighed deeply, lamenting. The condition of Copper Mountain Town had deteriorated far beyond his expectations. The primary reason lay in the local populace's capabilities. Aside from Wendy and the female healer, the others were utterly unskilled. With this thought, Kloss felt a sense of helplessness, yet he also gained a general direction. He planned to thoroughly investigate the surroundings of Copper Mountain Town the following day. He understood well that to develop, expansion was imperative, but he placed the parchment on the bedside, rubbed his forehead, and was suddenly overcome by fatigue. The recent series of events had left him feeling utterly drained, and he intended to rest for a while. At that moment, the window swung open, and Nia leaped in from outside. Nia? Shania signaled for silence and turned to close the window. What brings you here? I felt a bit bored, so I came to find you. Bored? Aren't you with Tina? I don't understand what Tina and Wendy are talking about. It feels particularly dull. All right, but why didn't you come through the front door? Nia stuck out her tongue. I forgot. Kloss understood that it wasn't simply a matter of forgetfulness. Rather, it was a matter of habit. When Nia registered, she had written assassin as her occupation, and an assassin would never enter through the front door. Nia, your new dress is lovely. Nia looked down at the new attire she had changed into. Yes. Lady Wendy gave this to me. She told me that girls shouldn't wear armor, but should wear dresses like this. However, this dress is so inconvenient. I can hardly move freely. Nia was not clad in commoner's garb. She was dressed in the attire of a noble maid. Such black and white maid dresses were quite fashionable in the Kloss Empire. This outfit likely belonged to Wendy's original maid, and it suited Nia's petite frame perfectly. Wendy had simply dressed her in it. Yet, for an assassin like Nia, this garment was indeed quite impractical. The skirt was too long, and the sleeves were excessively lengthy. Even though it fit well, it still felt slightly cumbersome. I quite agree with Wendy's decision. I had also intended for you to wear something similar. Why is that? Lord Kloss, is it merely because it looks nice? Certainly not that as an assassin. One must understand the importance of concealing one's identity, that if you persist in wearing armor and display your dagger in plain sight, your identity will be easily exposed. That is indeed true. However, if I wear a dress like this to carry out an assassination, my success rate would undoubtedly plummet. I have a solution. Simply shorten the dress and the sleeves. Nia lowered her head once more to gaze at her maid's long skirt, then smiled and said, Indeed, nothing seems to stymie Lord Kloss. Just have Wendy make the alterations. All right, Nia, remove your headscarf. No. Even though everyone knows I am half human, I still feel more comfortable wearing it. Does wearing the headscarf make you appear more human? I'm not certain, but it does provide a sense of reassurance. Kloss rose from the bed and walked directly to Nia, effortlessly removing the headscarf. With a swift motion, her beastly ears sprang forth that Kloss's actions were fluid and quick, even as the headscarf was removed. Nia had yet to react. You are still quite adorable this way. Nia's face flushed, and she hurriedly picked up the fallen headscarf. Lord Kloss, you cannot just take my headscarf like that. Weren't you bored? That does not justify your actions. As Nia spoke, she had already donned the headscarf once more, and Kloss returned to the bed. Observing the petite and charming Nia, who moved with remarkable agility, Kloss conceived an idea. Nia, you will no longer be an assassin. Then what am I? You shall be my guardian. Chapter 46. Guardian Nia. Nia found it difficult to believe. Lord Kloss, is it truly possible for me? Kloss nodded. Nia, I require your protection. Having Nia serve as his guardian was part of Kloss's plan, as he had previously been the target of an assassination. Thus, when those who sought to kill him learned he was still alive, the risk of assassination would still loom. Among those close to him, Nia possessed the finest skills. Her strength and agility surpassed that of most humans, and she would not pale in comparison to even the top assassins. More importantly, having once been an assassin herself, Nia understood the tendencies of assassins, and her role as a guardian would significantly reduce the likelihood of being targeted. Additionally, Nia's petite stature, coupled with her maid's dress, would allow her to blend in seamlessly, making it easier for potential assassins to underestimate her, thereby thwarting their attempts on Kloss's life. Beyond that, Kloss himself held a strong aversion to assassination. He certainly did not wish for Nia to continue living as an assassin. Strength could be wielded to kill, but it could also be employed to protect. Nia understood this as well. Upon confirming her new role as Kloss's guardian, Nia was filled with joy, though she refrained from showing it, simply expressing her gratitude to Kloss. Subsequently, she leaped from the window and exited the room. Kloss shook his head, muttering to himself, "She just said she was bored and came to chat with me. And now she is climbing out the window. That I truly cannot comprehend Nia." As Nia made her way back to Wendy's home, she wore a silly grin when Wendy and Tina inquired about her whereabouts. She offered no response. Instead, she simply flopped onto her bed, burrowing herself into the covers. Before nightfall, the entirety of Copper Mountain Town had fallen into a silence akin to the depths of night. Nearly everyone had drifted into slumber. However, in the distance, Creekwood Town was anything but peaceful. This unrest was not due to an external attack, but rather the result of certain events that had left the true lord of Creekwood Town feeling uneasy. "Miss Selena." "Is it true?" Selena's maid exclaimed in terror. "Yes, I just tried it. My mental connection with Tina has been severed. Tina's magic has been dispelled." "Impossible. This cannot be." I too found it hard to believe at first. But after multiple attempts, I can only acknowledge this reality. In contrast to her maid's panic, Selena remained remarkably composed. Who possesses such power to break Miss Selena's magic?" "I suspect it may be Kloss Klein." "Him? Question mark. Yes, I am beginning to understand why he is searching for witches. He must also be a wizard." "Incredible. If he truly is a wizard, then he is undoubtedly the youngest wizard in history, and the most gifted one at that. It was a grave mistake not to use magic to scrutinize his soul last time. Miss Selena, allow me to go to Copper Mountain Town. I will uncover all of Kloss's secrets." "You cannot go if my magic can be undone by him. It indicates that his magical prowess is on par with mine. Your presence would be futile in due time. I shall personally visit Copper Mountain Town. Until then, this matter will be entrusted to you." "I will obey your every command, Mississippi. If Kloss truly is a wizard, then we need not hide our identities any longer." The hope of the Klein territory. How amusing. Following Selena's words, a mysterious smile crept across her face. The next day, Kloss made it a point to visit Lena first. He was immensely grateful to Lena. Though not a native of Copper Mountain Town, he had risked his life to defend it. That Lena's knightly spirit was admirable. Yet it was perhaps this very spirit that had led to him being assigned by the Lord of Sunset Town to Copper Mountain Town. It was not that the Lord of Sunset Town believed only Lena could safeguard Copper Mountain Town. Such a place was unlikely to face external threats. The true reason lay in the fact that Lena's ethos clashed significantly with that of the Lord and the other nobles of Sunset Town. This discord posed a threat to the interests of the Lord and the nobility. Thus, the avaricious Lord arranged for Lena to come to Copper Mountain Town, allowing this noble-hearted man to enjoy a life of ease in such a remote locale. "Lena, how are you feeling today?" "My Lord Kloss, I am feeling much improved." Despite being unable to move, he stubbornly asserted his recovery. Perhaps this was the mindset expected of a captain. "Lena, will you remain in Copper Mountain Town, or return to Sunset City?" Kloss had no intention of beating around the bush. He hoped Lena would stay, yet he understood that Lena's home was in Sunset City, and a man of his caliber would not easily pledge allegiance to a new lord. "My lord, once I have fully recovered, I shall return to Sunset City. With you as the brave lord of Copper Mountain Town, my presence is no longer required here." "Very well. When you have recovered, I will escort you back to Sunset City. By the way, I have one more request to make of you." "Speak." "I hope you can inform Sunset City about the attack by the Seattle people on Copper Mountain Town, that I believe those Ontal goblins are merely the vanguard. The main force of the Seattle army must still be on the way." "Understood. I will send someone to notify Sunset City today. However, I am curious. Why do you believe those goblins are merely the advanced troops of the Seata kingdom? Intuition. Lena, focus on your recovery and refrain from worrying too much. Thank you, my lord. After leaving Lena's room, Kloss felt a twinge of concern. Veterans like Lena possessed a keen sense of war. His intuition was likely closer to the truth, but he suddenly realized that, rather than focusing on rebuilding Copper Mountain Town, it was far more crucial to conduct a thorough reconnaissance of the surrounding areas, an undertaking that required immediate attention. Chapter 47. Guardian Kloss temporarily assigned Gawain and Lancelot to perform basic reconnaissance duties. They became the provisional scouts of Copper Mountain Town. This arrangement not only provided Copper Mountain Town with a foundational intelligence capability, but also served to train Lancelot. As for Gawain, Kloss merely hoped that he would swiftly acclimatize to life in Copper Mountain Town. After all, this remote and barren settlement was a far cry from the environment Gawain was accustomed to. On another front, when he had already completed the blueprint for the granary and was directing the townsfolk in its construction. The granary was strategically situated to the north of Copper Mountain Town, marking Kloss's initial step in the expansion of the settlement. Randall had chosen the southeastern hillside of Copper Mountain Town for his alchemical laboratory. Kloss expressed his satisfaction with this decision, as he had previously harbored concerns that the mountain path could serve as a covert route for enemies to infiltrate Copper Mountain Town. Now, such worries were alleviated that Randall's laboratory would function as a forward outpost, and under the influence of the noxious odors emanating from it, enemies would be unlikely to advance along that mountain trail. However, the construction of Randall's laboratory posed considerable challenges. The mountain needed to be excavated, and he could not undertake this endeavor alone. Kloss assured him that assistance would be procured once the granary was completed. As for Tina's laboratory, Kloss had already made arrangements for her, intending for her to dig the pit at the crossroads, thereby creating a barrier along the main road leading to Copper Mountain Town. Of course, their laboratories would merely serve as experimental sites. Kloss planned to construct proper housing for them within Copper Mountain Town, as he did not wish for the two to treat their laboratories as their homes. As they had done in Streamwood Town, Kloss himself was not idle. Utilizing his knowledge of geography combined with some agricultural insights imparted by Wendy, he selected a tract of land suitable for grain cultivation. This area, adjacent to the southeastern mountain, lay to the northeast of Copper Mountain Town. Once developed into arable land, the main road leading to Copper Mountain Town would become considerably narrower. This represented Kloss's initial planning, as he intended to expand Copper Mountain Town directly along the main thoroughfare to the crossroads. However, land reclamation was necessary, and with the town's sparse population, he would have to wait until the granary was completed before undertaking the cultivation of fields. As for subsequent planting, he still intended to entrust the entire process to Wendy. After thoroughly briefing the others on the matters at hand, Kloss prepared to set off for Sunset City, leaving Copper Mountain Town temporarily under Wendy's stewardship. However, he was not embarking alone. At that moment, he was waiting at Wendy's doorstep for Nia. "Lord Kloss, please bear with me a moment longer." This was the 5th time Nia had uttered this phrase. Wishing to spare Kloss from any impatience, dressed in a maid's outfit, she had Tina assisting with alterations, since Wendy had mentioned that direct alterations while wearing the outfit would yield better results. Nia ultimately made this decision. However, Tina was not Wendy. She lacked the skill to tailor clothing, focusing instead on metalwork. Fortunately, Tina was remarkably patient, dedicating an entire morning to complete the alterations on the maid's dress. When Nia opened the door and appeared before Kloss, he was captivated by her appearance. The originally ankle-length maid dress had been tailored to a length above the knee, revealing a portion of her thigh. As for the long sleeves, they had been completely removed, transforming the dress into a sleeveless design. Of course, for aesthetic appeal, Tina had added a decorative trim to the cut edges, a task that had consumed considerable time. Additionally, she had fashioned a charming headpiece from the leftover fabric, allowing Nia to forego wearing a headscarf. Feeling Kloss's gaze upon her, Nia shyly turned her head away. Lord Kloss, my handiwork is rather commendable, isn't it? If only Nia's hair were a bit longer, I could style it into delightful twin tails." Tina suddenly chimed in from behind Nia, peeking out with a handful of cutoffs, likely to dispose of the scraps indoors. "Indeed, you appear even more charming than last night." "Last night?" Tina asked curiously, leaning closer to Nia, who blushed inexplicably that Nia's blush was not due to Tina's proximity, but rather from Kloss's compliment. "So, you visited Lord Kloss last night. No wonder you returned so elated. I am still quite happy now. That is not apparent. Let me check your heartbeat," Tina declared as she reached toward Nia's left chest. "Tina, stop fooling around." Kloss and Nia departed Copper Mountain Town on horseback. Before leaving, Kloss borrowed the great sword used by Raynor. Without this emblematic weapon of Raynor's, the lord and nobles of Sunset City would likely refuse to meet with Kloss. That Kloss's purpose for visiting Sunset City extended beyond merely informing them of the Goblin Army's incursion into Copper Mountain Town. He also sought to ascertain Raynor's whereabouts and pay a visit to his family, as he did not wish to release Raynor back to Sunset City so easily. Naturally, besides these matters, he needed additional strategies to retain Raynor. However, retaining Raynor was not Kloss's primary objective for his journey to Sunset City. Chapter 48. The Tavern in Sunset City. Departing from Copper Mountain Town, one could reach Sunset City by following the main road northeast. The distance was not substantial, requiring no more than 3 hours by horseback. By noon, Kloss and Nia beheld the towering walls of Sunset City. In comparison to Streamwood Town, Sunset City was magnificently grand, with its walls rising to heights rivaling those of the unyielding fortress. Sunset City required robust defenses against the demi-human tribes from the northwestern mountains, necessitating the construction of high and sturdy walls. The origin of the city's name was quite straightforward. It was the westernmost city of the Keksman Empire, situated closest to the setting sun. Hence it was aptly named Sunset City. Although the walls of Sunset City were imposing, the guards' vigilance appeared somewhat lax. Only a handful of soldiers were stationed atop the walls. And at the city gate, a solitary guard leaned lazily against the wall, dozing off. Observing such a scene, Kloss felt a pang of concern for Sunset City. As a frontier stronghold, such negligence was alarming. However, in recent years, the demi-human tribes from the northwestern mountains had refrained from incursions, leading to a prolonged state of complacency among the soldiers of Sunset City. When Kloss and Nia entered the city, they encountered no inspections or inquiries. In fact, the soldiers barely noticed the silver-eyed Kloss. While such laxity and security was decidedly poor for Sunset City, it proved advantageous for Kloss. The relaxed entry regulations would attract individuals from various locales. And in a war-torn era and region, a place like Sunset City, devoid of entry restrictions, was akin to a paradise that a myriad of people would converge here, resulting in a rich tapestry of information. Gathering intelligence was one of Kloss's primary objectives for visiting Sunset City. Upon entering the city, Kloss and Nia immediately made their way to a tavern near the city gate. That moment, the tavern was still relatively empty, but the dirty floor and greasy tables evoked a sense of familiarity for Kloss. This was the typical state of most taverns in the Keksman Empire. "The tavern isn't open yet. You might want to return in the evening," said a plump woman at the bar, who resumed her slumber. "We require lodging, and our horses need rest," Kloss replied. The drowsy woman lifted her head with irritation, and upon recognizing Kloss, she rubbed her eyes in disbelief. "Silver-eyed Kloss?" "Indeed." Instantly, the woman perked up, shouting towards the staircase, "Hey Hart, come down quickly and see who has arrived." Then, she brushed her disheveled hair and stood to greet Kloss with a bow. "It is our honor, Lord Kloss Klein, to have you grace our humble tavern. I shall arrange our best room for you. I need 2 beds. 2. The woman tiptoed to peer beneath the bar, realizing only then that Kloss was accompanied by another person. This was not due to Nia's short stature, but rather the bar's excessive height. At 1.5 meters, Nia was obscured by the nearly 1.6-meter bar. However, in such taverns, it was common for the bar to be elevated to prevent brawls, allowing the owner and staff to safeguard themselves. "I will prepare that for you, Lord Kloss." At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from the staircase, and a stout man hurried down, appearing so flustered that he was only half-dressed. Upon seeing Kloss, an uncontainable grin spread across his face. "Lord Kloss Klein, is it truly you? Hart, what are you babbling about? Aside from Lord Kloss, what other human possesses silver eyes? I never imagined I would meet the eldest son of Count Kloss Klein in person. That I am utterly honored." Upon confirming Kloss's identity, Hart became even more animated, nearly tumbling down the stairs in his excitement. Hart, take them for a tour around Sunset City. I need to find a few slaves to help tidy up. I will leave the tavern matters in your capable hands. Larafiel, count on me. Hart approached Kloss and bowed respectfully. Shall we go, Lord Kloss? Unlike the impression given by Larafiel, the stout Hart appeared relatively clean. He sported no beard, indicating a habit of shaving, and his hair was not greasy. Kloss speculated that Hart might primarily be responsible for receiving the upper-class guests, while Larafiel was the true manager of the tavern. That it was, in any case, impossible to maintain such an establishment in a constant state of cleanliness and order. Kloss was somewhat taken aback by the warmth exhibited by the tavern's owner and proprietress. He had anticipated spending a few days with Nia in a disheveled tavern room. However, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the moniker Silver-Eyed Kloss could afford him so many conveniences. And surely, there were more to come. After donning his attire, Hart led Kloss and Nia through the bustling streets of Sunset City. "My lord, is this your daughter?" Hart inquired, casting a glance at Nia. "No, she is my maid," Kloss replied, fully aware of the implications behind Hart's question. That in the Kloss Empire, a select few nobles would adopt daughters to satisfy their peculiar predilections, and it was evident that Hart meant this in such a context. Since Hart was familiar with Silver-Eyed Kloss, he undoubtedly knew Kloss's age, making it impossible for him to have a daughter at this stage in life. Moreover, Nia's attire hardly resembled that of a noble. Rather, it appeared to be the enforced garb of someone with peculiar tastes. Nevertheless, Kloss's resolute response deterred Hart from probing further into the matter. "My lord, may I inquire if you will be drinking in our tavern's hall tonight?" "I shall," Kloss affirmed. "Then, may I publicize your presence at our tavern this evening?" "That is permissible, but it is not without cost." Kloss understood Hart's intention, utilizing Silver-Eyed Kloss to attract patrons, particularly those affluent nobles, an endeavor that promised substantial returns. "I am well aware of that. I shall ensure you receive appropriate compensation. What I desire is not compensation, but pertinent information." Hart grew wary of Kloss's request, contemplating whether Kloss Klein intended to procure sensitive intelligence regarding Sunset City. Should he divulge such information, Hart feared for his own safety. "What troubles you?" "Hart, regarding the information, rest assured, the intelligence I seek bears no relation to Sunset City." Chapter 49. The Tavern of Sunset City. Hart, undoubtedly a shrewd tavern owner, possessed a wealth of information. The situation in the Klein territory had undergone significant upheaval. The usurper Joy had audaciously declared the independence of Klein territory, a profoundly foolish act. Reports indicated that the Empire had dispatched troops toward Klein territory, not only to quell Joy's bid for independence, but also to drive back the forces of the Saida Kingdom. Concurrently, Reinhardt's insurgents seized this opportunity to proclaim their allegiance to the Empire, gaining its support, and he was bestowed the title of the new Count of Klein territory. Consequently, Reinhardt's forces transformed from mere rebels to legitimate defenders of the realm, now under the rightful banner of the Count of Klein territory. Reinhardt's maneuver, however, lacked finesse and, in Kloss's estimation, bordered on failure. It was clear that Reinhardt sought to leverage the Empire's strength. Yet in reality, the Empire merely aimed to exploit his capabilities. This was evident to many lords. And thus, upon Reinhardt's appointment as the new Count of Klein, he garnered scant support from the nobility. Most lords, amidst such chaotic circumstances, tended to adopt a conservative stance, for Klein territory faced not only internal strife, but also the far graver threat of invasion from the Saida Kingdom. Some lesser lords had even surrendered to the forces of Saida. Furthermore, Reinhardt's ascension to Count would inevitably make him the primary target of the Saida army, forcing him to redirect his focus from Joy to the advancing enemy. At this juncture, Reinhardt likely found himself beset on all sides. However, his remarkable military acumen should suffice to navigate the current predicament. Yet Kloss was certain that Reinhardt could not endure for long. As for Joy, the information Hart provided was rather intriguing. It was alleged that Joy played a significant role in the Saida army's breach of Fort Bulwark. Some speculated that Joy had deliberately lured the Saida forces, replacing the original garrison commander with a power-hungry leader, resulting in the new commander being easily overwhelmed. All of Joy's actions seemed motivated by personal ambition. For him, the presence of an external threat to Klein territory would enhance his chances of successfully usurping power. Naturally, Hart also conveyed the rumor. Kloss Klein is the hope of Klein territory. In response to such a rumor, Kloss could only smile that in addition to intelligence regarding Klein territory, Hart also provided insights into the Kloss Empire. Following the invasion by the Saida Kingdom, the Kloss Empire had also come under attack from the northern Slantir Church. The empire's current condition was precarious, yet it boasted a deeper military heritage compared to the kingdom and church. Moreover, the empire held the largest territory and most abundant resources, making it unlikely that the Saida Kingdom and Slantir Church could extinguish the Kloss Empire even if they exhausted their national strength. Nevertheless, the incursions of these two great powers would undoubtedly have a considerable impact on the empire. Kloss expressed his satisfaction with the intelligence Hart provided, yet he sought more specific information regarding Klein territory. Mr. Hart, do you know the current whereabouts of the Saida forces? Haha. Hart laughed heartily, his round belly jiggling rhythmically with each chuckle. My lord, how could a humble tavern owner possibly know such things, if you wish to know? You might inquire at the lord's castle. Please lead the way. Hart nodded. Throughout the journey, Kloss refrained from gathering intelligence, instead relishing the sights around him. Merely from an aesthetic standpoint, the buildings of Sunset City appeared far sturdier than those of Copper Mountain Town, and the streets were bustling with numerous vendors and pedestrians. The vibrancy of this place was even comparable to some of the larger cities in the central region of Klein territory. This was a stark contrast to Kloss's expectations of Sunset City. He had assumed that a border town would prioritize military matters over commerce, yet its prosperity had truly broadened his horizons. My lord, it feels somewhat uncomfortable walking alongside you. The two of you attract far too much attention, Hart suddenly remarked. At that moment, Kloss realized that the surrounding onlookers were surreptitiously gazing at them, seemingly whispering among themselves. My lord, do not be concerned. They are likely familiar with you just as I am. Who in Klein territory does not know of Silver-Eyed Kloss? I see. It appears that the tavern's business will be exceptionally brisk tonight. Ha ha ha. They may not solely wish to visit the tavern to see you. Your maid has also captured the attention of those men. Oh, is it that my maid is exceptionally beautiful? Ha ha. Such directness in your character is indeed rare among nobles. Kloss cast a glance at Nia, who remained expressionless beside him, her demeanor unchanged throughout their journey. My lord, we have arrived, and I shall not accompany you further. Hart indicated toward the castle in the distance. Without Hart's introduction, Kloss could surmise that such a prominent castle could only belong to the lord. Very well. Thank you for guiding us. It is my honor to alleviate your burdens, my lord, and I shall prepare a lavish feast for you at the tavern. Please do not return too late. Understood. Hart bowed graciously with his corpulent form before turning to depart. Gazing at the opulent castle, Kloss could not help but exclaim, "This lord certainly knows how to indulge." "This is my first time witnessing such a grand castle," Nia remarked, finally breaking her silence. Gawain would surely appreciate such a sight. Upon hearing this, Nia could not suppress a giggle, covering her mouth. The pair approached the castle gates, only to be halted by the guards. "You are Lord Kloss Klein, are you not?" "Indeed, I am." "What business do you have with our lord?" Kloss unsheathed the massive sword strapped to his back. "The forces of the Saida Goblin army have besieged Copper Mountain Town. This blood-stained sword belongs to Reiner." "Reiner's sword?" The guards examined the blade closely and confirmed it to be Reiner's. "This sword alone cannot signify much. It merely proves that Reiner's sword has been stained with blood. If you cannot provide more compelling evidence, I will not inform our lord of your presence, even if you are the adopted son of the late count." Kloss smiled as he handed the massive sword to Nia, then retrieved a parcel wrapped in leaves from his belongings. "What is this?" one guard inquired, puzzled. "Open it and see for yourself." As the guard accepted it, a delightful scent wafted forth, though it was tinged with a slight, unpleasant odor. Chapter 50. "But I am your bodyguard, a goblin's head," the guard exclaimed upon opening the parcel. "It is the head of an Enthra goblin," Kloss corrected. "I shall report this immediately. Please wait here." The guard hurried off toward the castle. Before long, he returned. "My lord, please follow me. You two, together." Kloss retrieved the colossal sword from Nia's grasp, and the duo followed the guards into the castle. The castle was vast, yet eerily devoid of inhabitants, as they traversed the corridors. Kloss only spotted a few servants tidying up the premises. The fortress was constructed atop a modest mound, its gentle slope accompanying their footsteps, which rendered the castle all the more majestic. After ascending a considerable incline, they finally arrived at the palace within the castle. Tall and grand, this was Kloss's initial impression of the palace. Upon entering, the guards continued their silent guidance, leading them to a staircase at the end of the hall, which ascended to the upper chambers of the palace. Kloss found it rather perplexing that the Lord's residence was situated so deep within the structure, at last, after ascending several flights of stairs. The guards halted before two towering doors and said, "The Lord is inside. Please proceed." The doors stood over 10 meters high, adorned with engravings of a colossal dragon, which instantly made Kloss acutely aware of his own insignificance. "May I enter as well?" Nia inquired. The guard nodded. The two pushed open the doors and blinding sunlight streamed in, prompting them to instinctively shield their eyes with their hands. "Welcome to Dragoness Roost, the esteemed Kloss Klein, adopted son of Soars Klein. I am the lord here, Vander." As their eyes adjusted to the light, Kloss discovered that they stood at the pinnacle of the castle, with only a section near the door covered. The remainder lay exposed to the elements. It was an expansive open-air platform. At the far end of this platform sat a gaunt, pallid old man leisurely in a chair. He was the very lord who had spoken, the ruler of Sunset City. To his left stood a seemingly underage maid, while to his right loomed a fully armored female warrior. The warrior stood approximately 1.7 meters tall, donned in a horned iron helmet, the horns curving menacingly forward. Her entire face was shielded by the helmet, revealing only her eyes. Covered in armor, her physique appeared lean, and Kloss surmised that she possessed an agile form. Behind her rested a massive battle axe, whose size suggested it weighed more than Reiner's giant sword. She was undoubtedly no ordinary human. Kloss concluded that she might not even be human at all. "Greetings, Lord Vander. The town of Copper Mountain has been besieged by the Enthara goblins." Kloss replied. "Enough." Vander waved his hand, interrupting Kloss. "I did not summon you to Dragoness Roost to hear such news." Kloss felt discomfort at Vander's words, compounded by the Lord's gaze, which unabashedly scrutinized Nia. It was evident that Nia's presence was not without ulterior motives. Vander clearly harbored peculiar inclinations. However, Kloss found himself puzzled. If Vander held no interest in intelligence regarding the Seato army, why had he permitted Kloss to enter? Was Vander intending to forcibly claim Nia for himself? The thought made Kloss smirk inwardly. He had no intention of merely indulging in idle games. He sought to return with tangible results. Suddenly, Kloss adopted an authoritative demeanor. "Vander, are you not concerned about Sunset City being overrun by the Seato forces?" Vander had initially perceived Kloss as merely a child and had intended to intimidate him with an adult's gravitas. Yet he found himself unsettled instead as Vander beheld Kloss's silver eyes radiating an icy glare. His frail frame recoiled slightly, casting a tremulous glance at the warrior beside him, who instinctively placed a hand on her battle axe. Then Vander regained his composure, a strange smile creeping across his pale visage. Vander finally directed his gaze back to Kloss. "Young man, you have no conception of Sunset City. Our forces are formidable, and the mere Seato army could never breach our defenses. That if you doubt this, shall we engage in a contest?" "What sort of contest?" "A one-on-one match between you and my guard." "Very well, but do not be too hasty to agree. This contest will involve stakes to make it more interesting." Kloss glanced around, noting that only 5 individuals occupied the open-air platform. In such a setting, the act of killing someone could be deemed inconsequential. Vander could easily eliminate Kloss and retain Nia for himself. Yet, he had proposed stakes, clearly indicating he did not intend to resort to murder. However, the stakes witnessed by only 5 individuals lacked any semblance of fairness. That Vander's motives might simply be to compel Kloss to concede during the contest. For even in defeat, he would only lose a wager. "Very well, I shall wager the colossal sword in my possession." Vander shook his head. "Young man, it seems you do not quite grasp our customs. Allow me to enlighten you. What I truly desire is both of you, and that shall be your wager." "Oh, if we offer such a wager and subsequently lose, what then if we refuse to relinquish it?" "You would face the punishment of the arbiter." The Arbiter? There are only 5 of us here. I neglected to mention, my guard is the Arbiter. Kloss instantly comprehended his precarious predicament. Within Dragoness Roost, Vander was the master, and he could dictate the terms as he pleased. The so-called wager was, as he had stated, merely a means to enhance the amusement of the affair. Kloss suddenly felt that reporting military intelligence to this Lord of Sunset City was an act of folly. He even dismissed the notion of forming an alliance with Sunset City and contemplated eliminating Vander to plunge the city into chaos. However, he lacked the confidence to defeat the female guard, but if he could not prevail against her, then vanquishing Vander would remain a mere figment of his imagination. At that moment, Nia took a bold step forward. Standing before Kloss. I am Nia, the guardian of Lord Kloss Klein. Guardians should compete against guardians. Nia's tone was resolute, tinged with a hint of anger, clearly indicating that Vander's words had unsettled her as well. Kloss was taken aback by Nia's impulsiveness. He had not anticipated her to act so rashly that he swiftly pulled Nia back to his side, stating, Nia, you are not her match. But I am your guardian. Chapter 51. Dragoness Roost. On the other hand, Vander erupted into laughter upon witnessing Nia's actions. Ho ho ho, such a petite and charming girl as a guardian. Your master must be quite amusing. Vander's words dripped with sarcasm, mocking Kloss for relying on a girl for protection in such a moment. Kloss paid no heed to Vander's derision. To him, Vander was nothing more than a weakling, an oblivious one at that, merely a figure of ridicule. Vander was not intimidating. The true source of danger lay in the female guard beside him. That warrior was indeed an extraordinary individual. Her mere presence exuded a palpable psychological pressure. It was this very sensation that made Kloss acutely aware of his dire circumstances, that he had a foreboding feeling that even with all his strength, he might not overcome the female guard, and escaping her clutches would pose a significant challenge. Kloss found himself regretting that his original plan had encountered unforeseen complications in response to Kloss's silence. Vander could not resist speaking again. Soars Klein's adopted son. What are you pondering? Speak forth your desires. If I can fulfill them, let the contest commence. Stakes. Vander had invoked that term once more, and Kloss felt a sense of resignation. In his view, even if he triumphed, there was no guarantee he would genuinely receive the wager from the other party. What significance could such stakes hold? If I win, will I truly receive the wager you offer? Of course, Vander replied arrogantly, casting a sidelong glance at Kloss, provided that you win. But there are only 5 of us here. 3 are your men, and 2 are from our side. That shouldn't there be a neutral party present for a wager? Otherwise, what if you resort to trickery upon losing? How could we possibly lose? Vander's confident proclamation echoed throughout the vastness of Dragoness Roost, and he indeed held considerable faith in the prowess of his female guard. However, Kloss caught a peculiar flicker of apprehension in Vander's demeanor. As he uttered those words, Vander discreetly glanced at the female guard, his expression betraying a blend of fear and a silent plea for her approval. This prompted Kloss to recall an earlier gesture from Vander, and a startling hypothesis dawned upon him. The true master here was not Vander, but rather the female guard. To validate this suspicion, Kloss forcefully plunged his colossal sword into the ground, the metal striking the earth and sparking with a shower of embers, the resounding clash reverberating through the air. With a stern tone, he declared, Have you become overly arrogant? Vander? Indeed. Vander again shrank back into his chair, trembling, and furtively glanced at the female guard. Rest assured, Lord Kloss Klein, we shall adhere to our pact. We are willing to abide by the outcome. The previously silent female guard finally spoke. Her voice steady and calm, a tone that would have convinced any ordinary person. Yet Kloss was no ordinary individual. Words alone are insufficient. You are quite right, Lord Kloss Klein. The female guard drew a pouch from behind and tossed it towards Kloss. Inside are 50 gold dragon coins. If we resort to trickery, you may leave with this money. Kloss opened it to find indeed the Empire's highest denomination of universal currency, the gold dragon coins. These coins held little value in Copper Mountain Town, as there was scarcely anything to purchase in Copper Mountain Town. Food was worth more than gold dragon coins. However, in Sunset City, they could procure a multitude of goods. In fact, Kloss could purchase every slave here and still have some left over. The guard's gesture did indeed ease Kloss's mind, allowing him to make a demand. I want you. I am afraid the three of us cannot be used as stakes, the guard replied. Isn't that unfair? Why should only two of us be put up as wagers? My lord, there is nothing unfair about it. You are merely commoners while we hold significant positions in Sunset City. Oh, allow me to inform you of something. I am the Lord of Copper Mountain Town, and Nia is my guard. Upon hearing this, Shandis' astonishment was unabashed. Though he had yet to fully recover from his earlier tremors, he radiated anger. You brat! What nonsense are you spouting? Copper Mountain Town has always been under the jurisdiction of Sunset City. Where does this so-called lord come from? Kloss no longer felt the need to display respect for Shander, the false lord of Sunset City, that he regarded Shander coldly and enunciated each word clearly. If I so choose, I could also become the lord of Sunset City. Shander's body began to tremble once more. My lord Kloss, I believe what you say, that if that is the case, then I can indeed wager myself. Unless there are other questions, let us commence. Kloss had merely been testing the waters. His true desire lay with Raynor and a few craftsmen from Sunset City. However, he had no intention of revealing his genuine needs, for he lacked confidence in his ability to win, and should he miraculously succeed, what he could gain would far exceed his original desires. Very well, let us begin. Please follow me, my lord Kloss, as Kloss was about to advance. Nia grasped his leather armor. My lord Kloss. Nia's concern for Kloss was palpable, and he reassured her, do not worry. I shall be fine. Even if I exert all my strength, I still have potions. Only then did Nia release her hold on his armor. The two arrived at the arena, a portion of the platform that extended outward, forming a semicircle, suspended above an empty space that plunged over 100 meters to the ground. That a fall from this height would surely result in obliteration. My lord Kloss, this semicircular area is our battleground. Should either party be knocked out of the arena or declare surrender, that party is deemed defeated. Are the rules clear? Clear enough that I have one question. Please ask. Might you disclose your name? My lord. I regret to say that I cannot. No matter. Kloss sighed. I know you are formidable, yet I am merely an ordinary human, that I harbor no hopes for this duel. In fact, I may perish in this confrontation. Now, I can no longer ascertain who I might die at the hands of, should I not at least know your race. As for that, I can only apologize. However, rest assured, my lord, I shall not kill you. Sigh. Kloss breathed a soft sigh. Chapter 52. The fierce battle. Kloss had gleaned no useful intelligence from the female guard. He understood that only through actual combat could he probe further. Then, shall we begin? No sooner had Kloss spoken than he charged at the female guard, wielding his massive sword with one hand. Outside the arena, Nia clenched her fists, while Shander observed with keen interest. And the little maid merely watched in a daze as Kloss approached the female guard. He leapt forward, raising his great sword high above his head before striking down fiercely, while the guard finally drew her battle axe from behind. In an instant, the clash of sword and axe erupted in a thunderous explosion, the sharp, piercing sound reverberating through the air. That a whirlwind of air was generated beneath the guard from the intense impact. However, this vortex did not create a significant disturbance in their initial exchange. Kloss did not unleash his full power, nor did the female guard. Both were merely testing the waters, intuitively retreating from one another. My lord, your prowess is not that of an ordinary human. Is that so? Yet my best effort was effortlessly parried by you. My lord, it seems if I do not take this seriously, you will not speak the truth. I speak nothing but the truth. The female guard ceased her words, opting instead to engage Kloss in earnest, driven by her own motives. However, after their first clash, she realized she could not gauge Kloss's true strength, indicating that his power had exceeded her estimations. This was something she had not anticipated. She could never have imagined that a human could possess such formidable strength. Even one resurrected. It was precisely for this reason that she sought to ascertain Kloss's true combat capabilities. She abandoned her initial defensive posture and lunged at Kloss, battle axe in hand. In an instant, the female guard appeared before Kloss. This sudden onslaught did not startle Kloss. Rather, he seemed prepared, his great sword already aimed at her waist for a horizontal slash. Should she fail to defend herself, the female guard risked being bisected. Fortunately, her reflexes were remarkably swift, and she immediately blocked the strike with her axe. However, she could not withstand the overwhelming force behind it. Another thunderous crash echoed, and this time, the engagement was no longer a mere test, particularly for Kloss, who had put forth all his strength in that last swing. Consequently, a shockwave erupted at the point of contact, dust swirling outward in the wake of the force. "My Lord Kloss!" Nia cried out in concern. Shander stared, dumbfounded, pondering. Was that boy named Kloss truly human? After their second exchange, the female guard found herself pushed against the enclosure by Kloss's full-powered strike. Had that blow been even a fraction stronger, she might have broken through the barrier and fallen to the ground. Kloss, too, was rebounded to the inner boundary from the recoil. He shook his head, puzzled. He had intended to provoke his adversary's fighting spirit with words while preparing to counterattack. But that prime opportunity had vanished. This female guard was truly extraordinary. What manner of race did she belong to? At that moment, the female guard charged forward once more, her speed seemingly heightened. And this time, she had learned from her previous lesson, already poised for attack. Boom! A resounding explosion. Countless shards of stone erupted from Kloss's position, and a wave of dust billowed outward from that single point. Shander shrank back in fear, though he remained unharmed under the protection of the little maid. Nia shielded herself from the debris and widened her eyes, striving to catch a glimpse of Kloss through the dispersing dust. However, before she could locate him, the sound of fierce metal clashing reached her ears once more. The battle between Kloss and the female guard intensified. Yet after dozens of exchanges, the sound of sword meeting axe faded away. Outside the arena, Shander covered his ears, trembling violently, while the little maid remained remarkably composed. Nia, however, was solely focused on Kloss, searching visually. She refrained from shouting out, not wanting to disrupt his concentration. Gradually, the dust began to settle. Two figures emerged, the female guard on the left and Kloss on the right. The guard still wielded her battle axe, while Kloss's greatsword had suffered a significant break. Nonetheless, neither bore any injuries, nor had they been grazed by debris. Ha ha! Ha ha ha! The female guard suddenly erupted into laughter. "Oh no!" the little maid inexplicably exclaimed. Kloss, on the brink of exhaustion, had exerted himself to the limit during their many face-to-face clashes, even surpassing his original threshold. Yet, it was unavoidable. Had he not done so, he might well have become a corpse by now. Furthermore, amidst the escalating battle, Kloss sensed the exhilaration of his opponent. Yes, his adversary reveled in the life-and-death struggle. This female guard was a combat fanatic. Her laughter stemmed from an instinctual joy, a recognition of Kloss as a human capable of pushing her to fight with all her might. However, to Kloss, that laughter sounded like a final ultimatum. The female guard's fighting spirit surged. She now sought only to revel in battle. Without warning, she hurled her battle axe aside, took a deep breath, and began to roar at Kloss. The roar that echoed was evidently not a mere growl. It was infused with a destructive force that could shatter the very fabric of existence. Had it not been for Kloss's swift reflexes, which compelled him to tense his body once more, he would have likely been propelled out of the confines of the arena by the sheer impact of the roar. Simultaneously, the cry of the female guard also affected those outside the dueling ground. As Nia clasped her ears, her expression contorted in agony. The maid, however, appeared unaffected. She covered Xander's ears with her hands, seemingly murmuring something under her breath. The force of the roar penetrated Kloss's being, rendering every cell in his body numb. He was acutely aware that his opponent's attack was imminent, yet he found himself paralyzed, powerless to act. Left only to await the moment of being pierced by his adversary, that a sense of dread enveloped him, leaving him uncertain whether it was the roar that instigated his fear, or if it was the female guard herself that invoked such terror. At that moment, the female guard charged forward. Chapter 53. The True Power of Bloodlines. The female guard's speed had intensified, as though the previous roar had unleashed her full potential. She was entirely consumed by the thrill of combat. However, Kloss remained immobile. Although the guard wielded no weapon this time, the sheer force she possessed was more than sufficient to incapacitate him, even unarmed. Was this to be the end? Would it conclude here? Kloss found it impossible to accept this grim reality. He could scarcely believe he was to confront death once more. He had no desire to perish. Yet in the face of such overwhelming disparity in strength, He was utterly powerless. He had expended every ounce of his energy, and even then, he could not gain the upper hand in the skirmish. Worse still, he had surpassed his limits, and all that remained was a feeble attempt at defense. A mere struggle against the inevitable. Death was his final conclusion at this moment. Even Xul, who claimed to be an ancient deity, could not save him. Nevertheless, he was unwilling to succumb so easily. There were countless things he still needed to accomplish. He could not die. He absolutely must not die. Suddenly, the pervasive fear ignited a fierce survival instinct within Kloss. Yet his body remained entirely rigid. Even as his mind yearned to survive, his body lagged behind. He needed to stimulate his nerves with pain, to awaken himself from the clutches of fear and oppression. This was his sole recourse. Move, move. Kloss concentrated on his right hand, preparing to inflict pain upon his right leg in an effort to rouse his body. However, his consciousness failed to translate into action. Yet, he discerned something peculiar. Several seconds had seemingly passed, yet why had his opponent not yet made contact with him? He shifted his gaze forward. The female guard was not far from him, and she was advancing slowly. His peripheral vision inadvertently caught sight of the scene outside the duel. Nia was still covering her ears, her face twisted in pain. Xander remained curled up in his seat, and the maid was now alarmingly close. Kloss suddenly realized that everything around him was undergoing a profound transformation. The environment began to slow. Even the air seemed to thicken. He could not fathom the reason behind this phenomenon. And yet everything around him continued to evolve in increasingly bizarre ways. The surroundings grew quieter, and Kloss could distinctly perceive the rhythm of his own heartbeat and breath, though the naturally steady cadence had inexplicably decelerated. More astonishingly, the colors within his field of vision began to fade, the world around him gradually transforming into shades of black and white. He could not comprehend this shift, yet he understood one thing. He was still alive. Suddenly, his body convulsed that he could move. Kloss immediately rolled to his right, and just as he completed the maneuver, a deafening explosion resonated behind him. Boom! A cataclysmic sound followed, as countless fragments scattered like fireworks. Brittany! The maid's shout coincided almost perfectly with the detonation. Kloss continued to distance himself from the epicenter of the explosion, acutely aware that his opponent was located there. Shortly thereafter, Nia called out, "Master Kloss." At that moment, Kloss noticed that everything around him had returned to its original state. Although he remained oblivious to what had transpired moments ago, he had survived, he had narrowly escaped, yet he did not allow himself to relax his guard. As the dust settled, the female guard lay on the ground, the surface around her forming an exquisite radiating pattern, with the maid standing by her side. The maid gazed at Kloss, her eyes brimming with confusion and astonishment. "Master Kloss." At that moment, Nia rushed toward him. "I am fine." "Nia," Kloss replied with a smile. Yet, Nia's emotions were tumultuous. She couldn't help but wipe away her tears and softly exclaimed, "Thank goodness, you are safe, Master Kloss." "Impossible! You actually evaded Brittany's strike?" The maid voiced the question that lingered in her mind. Faced with this inquiry, Kloss himself was at a loss for an answer, for even he was unaware of what had just occurred. He surveyed his surroundings, still struggling to comprehend why he had managed to evade that lethal blow. And why, after that strike, the female guard lay incapacitated on the ground, as if she had suffered grave injuries. What had transpired just moments ago? The maid approached Kloss step by step. Instantly, Kloss assumed a defensive stance. While Nia joined him at his side, Kloss cautiously inquired, "Who are you?" "You need not know." The maid's demeanor starkly contrasted with that of the female guard. "Then can you tell me what happened to my opponent?" The maid glanced at the fallen female guard. "Are you referring to Brittany?" "I defeated her. This is her just punishment." Kloss was taken aback, utterly astonished. Defeated? He could hardly believe it, yet the evidence lay before him. The female guard had undoubtedly been bested by the maid. However, Brittany, who had been so formidable, had been vanquished by this maid in such a brief span of time. This maid's strength must surely far exceed his own. This place was too terrifying. He needed to leave. Moreover, the duel had concluded, and it was time to depart. "My duel with her has ended. She no longer possesses the capability to fight. Did I have emerged victorious?" Kloss declared. "She was defeated by me. You did not win." However, you evaded her full force strike, so you did not lose either. That it is a stalemate. Then why did you attack her? I thought you would perish, yet you evaded. You did it to save me. I did not want you to die just yet. The maid halted her advance. I do not know how you managed to evade, but can you avoid my attack? No sooner had she finished speaking than the maid lunged at Kloss. Her speed comparable to Brittany's full force strike. The Kloss's body tensed once more. He had no time to contemplate the maid's true identity. He had to evade. He must evade. At that moment, peculiar changes manifested around him once more. Everything slowed, and sounds began to fade, along with the colors of the world. The maid hovered before Kloss. Her feet suspended above the ground. He could evade. Kloss swiftly lifted Nia into his arms and dashed to the side. When he landed safely, everything around him began to revert to its former state. He turned to glance back at his previous position, only to find the maid just now alighting from the ground. She caught sight of Kloss, her curiosity still unresolved, but then she noticed a more astonishing transformation in him. Golden eyes. Chapter 54. Kloss's golden gaze. The golden eyes lasted for less than a second before reverting to their original silver hue. Only the maid had discerned this secret that moment. Her heart surged with tumultuous emotions. She and Brittany were not of ordinary lineage. They were of the draconic race, the most powerful and enigmatic beings in this world. When Kloss evaded Brittany's strike, her heart was not merely filled with astonishment, but also with unease and even anticipation. She feared encountering a being more potent than herself, yet she also yearned to meet a more ancient dragon. Thus, she personally tested Kloss. However, the outcome far surpassed her expectations. Not only had Kloss evaded her ambush with ease, but he had also taken Nia with him. This realization inundated her with an unprecedented sense of pressure. In this world, even her brother could not evade with such nonchalance. Consequently, upon witnessing Kloss vanish from her sight, she began her search, soon discovering his whereabouts. Moreover, at that time, Kloss's eyes were golden. The golden gaze was not a special trait, but a transformation from one color to gold was an exceedingly rare phenomenon. In the maid's understanding, she knew of only one such existence, and that was a figure from legend, the golden-eyed dragon king Enthra. In most tales, Enthra was merely an extraordinarily powerful red dragon. However, in the lore of the draconic race, Enthra symbolized the pinnacle of strength, an undefeated entity. The legend spoke of the dragon king Enthra, whose eyes were red by default, transforming to gold in times of peril, thereby significantly enhancing his power. Thus, the already formidable Enthra has nearly become an invincible entity. Moreover, Enthra magnificently transformed into a human and engaged in interactions with human women, leading to legends that speak of numerous human descendants of Enthra, referred to by humanity as Dragonborn. Kloss is likely one such Dragonborn. With this thought, the maid dared not provoke further. Continuing her probing could lead to dire consequences. She even entertained the notion of befriending Kloss, although she could not easily reveal this sentiment. That on the other hand, Kloss seemed to have noticed his own anomaly. His previously depleted strength appeared to have been restored without his awareness. As for the recent changes occurring around him in such a brief span, he remained utterly perplexed. Lord Kloss, please set me down, Nia softly requested, as she found herself cradled in Kloss's single arm. Kloss complied and gently placed her down. Thank you for saving me, Lord Kloss, Nia expressed joyfully. Had she been in her position, evading the maid's sudden attack would have been impossible. It was Kloss who had rescued her, and he had emerged unscathed, allowing her to feel a profound sense of protection. Nia, remain by my side, Kloss instructed. Yes. He then turned to the maid and inquired, do you intend to kill us? Faced with Kloss's accusation, the maid immediately knelt. I am deeply sorry, Lord Kloss Klein. Please forgive my foolish actions. Kloss was somewhat bewildered by the maid's sudden shift in demeanor. How could her attitude have transformed so drastically after merely dodging her attack? At the very least, you must tell me your name if you wish for my forgiveness. Esteemed Lord, my name is Kresha. Observing Kresha's profound respect, Kloss seized the opportunity to dispel many of his lingering doubts. Kresha, present, who is the lord of this place? Viscount Shand is the lord of Sunset City. Yet I am the true master here. Kloss sighed inwardly. Indeed, Shand was merely a puppet. Brittany is your guard, correct? Indeed. What is your race? Kresha hesitated, glancing at Kloss. After a brief contemplation, she stated, "We are of the Dragonkin, specifically the Red Dragons. Dragons, and among them, a particularly powerful red dragon." The roar they had just heard was a dragon's roar. Both Nia and Kloss were astounded by this revelation. He had just been battling a red dragon. He had initially suspected that Brittany was not an ordinary human, but rather a formidable demi-human, yet he had never anticipated that she belonged to the Dragonkin. Perhaps it was precisely because of Brittany's dragon lineage that Shand and his companions felt such confidence. Even more astonishing to Kloss was the fact that he had managed to hold his own against a dragon, an outcome he had never expected. He had assumed his strength was only comparable to that of a werewolf, possibly slightly superior, but there was undoubtedly a vast chasm between him and the Dragonkin. However, the reality was as such that at this moment, Kloss finally grasped a true understanding of his own power. Yet, he would not allow this astonishment to surface. "So, you are the Dragonkin. No wonder you were able to compel me to unleash my true strength." "I am truly sorry, esteemed Lord Kloss," Kresha replied, still bowing her head, further confirming Kloss's identity. Kloss was indeed a descendant of the Dragon King Enthara. "One more question. Why do you wish to capture us? And bringing us here certainly isn't due to the invasion of the Saida army, is it? After all, as Dragonkin, you should not fear a mere handful of troops." Upon hearing this query, Kresha's body began to tremble uncontrollably. She seemed at a loss for how to respond satisfactorily to Kloss. "You need not overthink it. State the reason plainly." "Yes." Eventually, Kresha divulged the truth. "We did not bring you to Dragon's Lair due to the Sidon invasion, but because of you, Lord Kloss. Brittany and I are members of the Endless Cycle organization, and not long ago, we received orders from our leader to capture you alive upon discovery. That is the true reason. The Endless Cycle again. This organization was far more formidable than he had imagined. Had it not been for this recent trial, Kloss might never have known that Sunset City was actually under the control of the Endless Cycle." That he glanced at Nia, signaling her to remain silent, for he was uncertain if she might inadvertently reveal her own past encounters with members of the Endless Cycle. "Then why not allow me to come alone? Why bring Nia as well?" Kloss continued to probe. "I wish to ascertain whether the maid beside you—" "Oh no, the guard is affiliated with the organization," Kresha replied. "And what was the result of your inquiry?" "She is not one of us." Kloss finally comprehended the complete narrative. However, the existence of the Endless Cycle filled him with trepidation. His foremost concern was regarding his resurrection. Most of the upper echelons of the Endless Cycle should be aware of his assassination, yet they may not know of his revival. Moreover, only a select few within the organization would be privy to the necromancer's plan for his resurrection. Their leader may have already learned of Kloss's revival, and possibly even the necromancer's demise, thus issuing the command to capture him alive. Furthermore, the influence of this organization surpassed Kloss's imagination, especially its leader, who could command the Dragonkin. His power was not to be underestimated. More importantly, the leader, Harriman, operated from the shadows while Kloss remained in plain sight. That Kloss's current predicament was far from optimistic. He was not only facing a shortage of magical power, but also the covert actions of the Endless Cycle. He resolved to prioritize the development of Copper Mountain Town. Only then could he find peace of mind. However, the immediate priority was to leave this place. "Thank you for your previous answers. Now, Kresha, may we depart?" "Lord Kloss, you need not seek my permission. You may leave at any time you wish and return whenever you desire. I am curious about one thing. How will you explain my departure to your organization's leader?" "I lack the capability to capture you. And that is my answer." A rather honest response. "Lastly, may I ask why your demeanor towards me has shifted so suddenly?" "Your extraordinary strength has utterly impressed me, Lord Kloss." Kresha's reply cast doubt in Kloss's mind. After all, he had merely evaded the attacks of Brittany and Kresha in succession. How could that have left her in such awe? Nevertheless, Kresha's attitude and tone conveyed no hint of insincerity. "So that is the case. And what of this bag of golden dragon coins? That belongs to you." "My lord, then I thank you. It is I who should express gratitude." Subsequently, Kloss departed Dragon's lair with Nia. "Lord Kloss, are you all right?" Nia inquired with concern. "For now, I am." Kloss understood what Nia was truly asking. "Let us return to the tavern. I remain quite worried about you. First, we must locate a blacksmith to repair the broken sword." "Very well, Lord Kloss." Within Dragon's lair, Shan gradually regained his senses in the wake of the dragon's roar. He discovered debris scattered all around, even upon himself. Yet he could not locate Kloss and Nia, nor were Kresha and Brittany present. "Where are they? Where is that brat?" Shan bellowed. Kresha had already awakened Brittany, and the two transformed into their dragon forms, soaring above the solar mountains. "I sincerely apologize, Your Highness." "Brittany, if you cannot control yourself next time, I will have no choice but to dismiss you." "Princess Kresha, do you dispute this?" Do you know what I am about to say?" "Brittany, I realize I nearly killed him. You could never have slain him. He evaded your strike." "Impossible. How could he possibly evade the attack of a red dragon? That is precisely why I summoned you here. Remember this, Brittany." Kloss Klein, his eyes will turn golden. "He is a descendant of the Dragon King in Thera." "What? Yet I feel he is not my match." "You should be grateful to him. He did not use his full strength. He only changed the color of his eyes while dodging your and my attacks." "Your Highness, even your attack was..." "Yes, and then I noticed his silver eyes transform momentarily into gold, only for them to revert to silver in the next instant." Brittany has finally come to realize the grave mistake she has just committed, and she sincerely appreciates that Kloss did not exert his full strength. "But, Your Highness, how shall we report this matter to His Excellency Harriman?" "We shall convey the truth." "Your Highness, whom do you believe is stronger, Lord Kloss or His Excellency Harriman?" "I cannot say. Their strengths are like towering mountains, beyond my capacity to judge. Perhaps, in due time, we shall find out." "Your Highness, if Lord Harriman were to be slain by Lord Kloss, what shall we do?" "I have already prepared to foster a good relationship with Lord Kloss. After all, we, the two exiled dragons from our families, can only rely on a more powerful existence to survive in this world. While Harriman has granted us the opportunity to live within the human kingdom, we have also contributed significantly to the organization. We owe him nothing, and we possess the right to make our own choices. However, we can never choose to exist alone, for our enemies among the dragon kin are far too many. Alas, Princess Kressia, if you had not initially rejected the union proposed by the Dragon King, we would not find ourselves in this scattered predicament. I must govern my own life. At the very least, I believe my current existence is far more joyous than living among the dragons. Indeed, this is also why I am willing to leave with you. Let us return to Dragon's Roost." "Very well. Tonight we shall meet him. Let us prepare thoroughly." "To meet Kloss?" "Yes. I learned he would be at the Sunset Tavern tonight before you awakened." "Oh no. I do not wish to wear human attire. Would you prefer to be knocked unconscious by me again?" Inside Dragon's Roost, Xander continued his loud commotion. "Shut up, you imbecile!" Before Kressia's arrival, she had already relayed the message to Xander. Upon their return to the fortress, the two dragons swiftly transformed into their human forms. Brittany remained a tall and elegant woman, while Kressia appeared as a petite girl. Upon seeing the return of the two dragons, Xander promptly tumbled from his chair to the ground and knelt before them, performing a deep bow. "Princess Kressia, get away, fool!" "Yes, Princess Kressia. Has that brat been killed?" Upon hearing this, Kressia rushed to Xander and seized him by the collar. "You insect! Remember to address him as Lord Kloss Klein from now on, or you shall meet your demise." Chapter 56. The Power of Bloodline. Time stopped. Kloss and Nia returned to the tavern and entered the now tidy room. Lord Kloss. Ever since the previous night, when she learned of Kloss's condition, Nia had been deeply concerned for his well-being. Moreover, this time Kloss had engaged in battle with the dragons, and the toll on his body would surely be no less than the previous encounter with the carrion beasts. Likewise, the condition of his body might be even worse than before. However, Kloss felt that Nia's worries were somewhat excessive. Although he had indeed exceeded his previous limits after evading Brittany's attack, he experienced something unusual. This anomaly pertained to his physical state. After utilizing the power of his bloodline, Typically, one would feel fatigued, as the body struggles to bear the heavy burden of such strength. Yet this time, he did not experience such exhaustion. Rather, he felt capable of continuing to wield the power of his bloodline. That it was this irregularity that led Kloss to sense something was amiss. Nevertheless, Kloss had no intention of resting. He sought to seize this opportunity to once again harness the peculiar force. The power that induces changes in his surroundings in his view, this power was not mere coincidence, but rather the essence of his bloodline. A force that erupted in times of crisis, and he needed to test it. Nia, I require your assistance. Before Kloss could articulate the nature of his request, Nia nodded in agreement. For her, no matter what Kloss wished her to do, she would comply. Stand before me and do not move. Keep your gaze fixed upon me. Nia did not comprehend Kloss's intentions. Soon after, Kloss began to concentrate, that he envisioned an enemy launching a rapid assault towards him, and with no means to defend himself, he could only evade to preserve his life. Suddenly, Kloss felt the air around him disperse under an invisible force, and then everything began to transform. The world gradually fell quiet, losing its vibrancy, and Nia's movements slowed considerably, her every blink nearly coming to a standstill. Kloss commenced his movement, intending to circle around in Nia's back. However, as he reached her side, the surroundings instantaneously reverted to normal. Startled by Kloss's sudden appearance beside her, Nia exclaimed, "Lord Kloss, how did you arrive here so suddenly? Did you not see my movement just now?" Kloss inquired. Nia shook her head, her expression one of astonishment. She had glimpsed Kloss's golden eyes. Yet upon closer inspection, she realized they remained silver. Nia dismissed her initial fright as merely an illusion. "Did you sense anything unusual just now?" Kloss continued to question. "No. The only peculiarity was that Lord Kloss appeared beside me so suddenly. Do you recall Cressia's attack at Dragon's Roost? Was it not akin to that experience?" Nia pondered, her finger resting on her lips. "It seems so, my lord." She was about to strike us. Yet in an instant, we found ourselves elsewhere. "Lord Kloss, can you teleport?" "Teleport?" Kloss mused, judging by Nia's description. It did resemble teleportation, yet based on his own experience, it was not quite the same. What had just transpired did not align with the notion of teleportation. Nevertheless, Kloss was still uncertain about the nature of the occurrence, yet he was acutely aware that it was undoubtedly connected to the bloodline of Ksul within him. He began to recall Wendy's explanation regarding the god of endless reincarnation, soon grasping the pivotal point. Wendy had mentioned that the god of endless reincarnation could traverse freely through time, although Kloss was far from mastering such temporal navigation. If what had occurred was indeed time-related, then all his uncertainties could be elucidated. Kloss had momentarily halted his surroundings at a specific point in time. Within that stasis, only he could move freely. Time had stopped. Kloss momentarily concluded thus. The surge in power, speed, and physical capabilities was merely a fraction of Ksul's bloodline power. That it was the ability to halt time that truly embodied Ksul's strength. Moreover, such a capability could be deemed nearly invincible, Kloss's mentor once remarked. Even the most foolish individual can conquer a kingdom, but a truly powerful person can conquer time. With the ability to halt time, Kloss had attained genuine power. However, he was aware that his capability was still in an exceedingly nascent stage. He estimated that he could only suspend time for approximately 0.5 seconds, at most not exceeding 1 second. This ability was formidable, yet it might merely be the tip of the iceberg concerning Ksul's bloodline power. Much more of this power awaited Kloss's exploration. That, of course, Kloss also understood one thing clearly. The backlash from his bloodline this time would undoubtedly be more severe. The urgency to gather information regarding magical energy intensified to the same time. He began to worry about the Ksul bloodline within him. He had always been aware that Ksul might very well be leveraging his body for resurrection. And now that the bloodline power had truly been activated, was he not closer to Ksul's revival? In this moment, Kloss longed to communicate once more with Ksul within the depths of his soul. But such desires remained mere fantasies. All he could do was collect more intelligence concerning Ksul. Kloss remained silent for a considerable time, which drew concern from Nia. Lord Kloss, coming back to his senses. Kloss noticed Nia gazing up at him with wide eyes, appearing exceedingly adorable. momentarily alleviating his burdens that he tugged at Nia's headpiece, causing her fluffy beast ears to spring forth once more. Ah! Nia instinctively covered her ears. No covering allowed. Nia obediently lowered her small hands from her head, gazing up at Kloss with wide eyes. Lord Kloss, do you like me like this? But showing my ears makes me less human. What is so good about being human? If my lord prefers me like this, then when we are alone together, I shall remove the headpiece. No, only I shall remove it for you. Upon finishing, Kloss affectionately ruffled Nia's hair. Please, Lord Kloss, my hair will become messy. Nia, with her head bowed, allowed Kloss to tousle her hair. Though she protested with words, her body betrayed her, showing no inclination to evade his touch. Instead, she placed her tiny hands upon her chest, embodying a sense of enjoyment. Kloss, feeling unusually indulgent on this day filled with unexpected delights, relished the moment. After a brief yet affectionate ruffle of Nia's hair, he withdrew his hand, but it was evident that she yearned for more caresses. She lifted her gaze, her large eyes blinking innocently as she looked at Kloss. Chapter 57. The Crowded Tavern. Nia, thank you, Kloss said, his voice sincere. Why does Lord Kloss thank me? She inquired. I take solace in your courage today at Dragon's Roost Castle. I am but Lord Kloss's guard. My duty is to ensure your safety. Had you not forcibly restrained me, I would have engaged in battle. Kloss smiled, choosing not to respond. Lord Kloss, do not attempt to persuade me. Next time, your efforts will be in vain. Nia, being a guard is not merely about that. Isn't it to protect you? She questioned. Perplexed, it is not solely that. Consider this. Should the adversary be overwhelmingly strong, it is unwise to confront them head-on. You must survive to safeguard me. Do you understand? Nia appeared somewhat confused. It is imperative to gauge one's strength. When faced with formidable opponents, we must prioritize our lives and conserve our strength before launching an attack. Nia nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grains. I understand. Kloss chuckled softly, aware that Nia still did not fully comprehend. However, he felt assured that after this discussion, she would be less reckless. As night fell, the tavern was alive with boisterous chatter, the hall overflowing with patrons. The proprietor had resorted to constructing makeshift seating outside with empty barrels and long wooden planks. The influence of silver-eyed Kloss extended far beyond the tavern owner's expectations, leaving him, his wife, and several attendants overwhelmed. Yet their hearts were filled with joy, with barrels of ale and platters of roasted meat. The Sunset Tavern was destined to be the brightest spectacle of Sunset City that night. Hey, Hart, where's Silver-Eyed Kloss? We didn't come here just to drink your ale. Bring him out. Yes, let him appear. I am particularly curious about what Silver-Eyed looks like. You know, if you just rolled your eyes, someone quipped. If rolling my eyes would suffice, then why not simply call him White-Eyed Kloss instead? Laughter erupted among the crowd, the inebriated patrons unabashedly voicing their thoughts. Hart, the tavern owner, felt a pang of urgency. Several attendants had already been dispatched to summon Kloss for dinner, but their only reply was a curt, understood. Yet Kloss remained upstairs. At that moment, a cacophony of whistles erupted from outside, drawing Hart's attention that he hurriedly made his way to the tavern's entrance, anxious to prevent any potential brawl. The source of the whistles was two women. One stood around 7 meters tall, clad in a black gown, her long, wavy red hair cascading down her back. Beside her was a woman of approximately 1.6 meters, donning an eccentric black dress, also with red hair, styled into two playful pigtails. Due to Kloss's influence, women were indeed present in the tavern, though they typically arrived accompanied and protected by men. The rare sight of two women arriving together was noteworthy, even in the dim light. Their beauty and alluring figures were unmistakable, explaining the drunken whistles outside. The two women were none other than Kresia and Brittany. Hart was about to greet them when several intoxicated men staggered forward. Beautiful ladies, care for a drink? Brittany swiftly raised her leg, sending one of the drunken men soaring into the air, who landed moments later, bloodied and sprawled on the ground. Clear a path, or this will be your fate, Brittany warned. Fortunately, the tipsy men, not entirely inebriated, recognized Brittany's strength and obediently returned to their seats. Hart sighed in relief. Grateful that the situation had not escalated, he instructed his servants to attend to the injured man and approached Brittany. "Lady, you must be of noble birth?" he queried. "Who are you?" Brittany replied. "I am Hart, the proprietor here." "When will Kloss emerge?" she pressed. "Soon, very soon. Would you care for some ale?" "No, thank you," Brittany replied, tossing a gold dragon coin to Hart. "Thank you. I shall find you a suitable seat. We're fine standing here," Brittany asserted firmly. Hart, having received the coin, refrained from further protest. After expressing his gratitude, he prepared to ascend the stairs to seek Kloss. Just then, Kloss descended, wearing a wry smile as he lamented, "Were it not for Copper Mountain Town, I would not be in such a crowded place." "Lord Kloss, just bear with it. It will soon pass," Nia comforted him. Kloss had delayed his descent, awaiting the backlash from his bloodline. Previous tests had taught him that using his bloodline power would inevitably lead to a backlash. This time, he indeed felt the effects. With Nia's assistance, he swiftly suppressed the backlash, albeit having consumed an entire vial of magical potion. Now, he had only 3 vials remaining. Kloss's appearance instantly ignited the atmosphere in the tavern. "Silver-eyed Kloss has arrived. Let me see. Let me see. Silver-eyed Kloss is just a child. Indeed, it is silver-eyed. Such beautiful eyes. I can go home and sleep now. When I have children, I shall tell them I once laid eyes on the world's one and only silver-eyed man." The tavern remained raucous, filled to capacity with over 100 patrons. Yet amidst the throng, Kloss felt a stirring in his heart. If only Copper Mountain Town had such a populace, it was truly lacking in people. His gaze swept across the room, landing on Kresia and Brittany, whose dragon-like presence was impossible to overlook. Kloss pondered. The true masters of Sunset City had arrived, necessitating a shift in his plans. Kloss had chosen to appear in the tavern to convey a singular message. Kloss Klein is the lord of Copper Mountain Town. This would allow the rumors that Silver-Eyed Kloss is the hope of the Klein territory to take root. Those who believed this and had suffered from war and persecution would flock to Copper Mountain Town, facilitating its development. Furthermore, Kloss aimed to lay the groundwork for future expansion plans in Sunset City. Of course, there was an even more crucial reason. Chapter 58. The tavern speech. Kloss's choice to present himself in the tavern served multiple purposes, the foremost being to inform the endless cycle of individuals where he currently resided. Although Kloss had confirmed after the battle at Dragon's Roost that Kresia would report to the organization's leader, the response from that leader might not align with Kloss's desires. Thus, he felt compelled to announce certain matters to the majority of those in Sunset City. Only in this manner could he draw the endless cycle individuals from the shadows into the light, allowing him to gradually address this latent threat. Naturally, it would be far easier if their members were like Kresia. Kloss had no intention of creating enemies at this juncture, and cooperation would yield the best outcome. "Lord Kloss Klein, this is a reserved seat for you and your maid." Hart invited Kloss to sit. "There's no need. Let those 2 ladies occupy the seats instead," Kloss replied. Knowing they had come seeking him, he would arrange for them to be seated first and converse with them once he had completed his affairs. Very well. The patrons reluctantly parted to create a path, and Hart courteously invited Kresia and Brittany to take their seats. Brittany gracefully approached, while Kresia remained rooted in place. "This lady?" Hart inquired, puzzled. Kresia surveyed the greasy floor littered with spilled ale and bluntly stated, "I refuse to tread this filthy path." Hart was at a loss for words, knowing this would embarrass Kloss. However, Kresia had only declined to walk on that path, not to take a seat. With a powerful leap, she propelled herself upwards, touching the tavern ceiling before using the rebound to soar towards Kloss. In a simple, elegant arc, she flew toward him. Instinctively, Kloss extended his arms, successfully completing a flawless princess carry as Kresia landed in his embrace. The patrons in the tavern were momentarily stunned by this dazzling display, before erupting once more into thunderous cheers and shouts. Kloss was captivated by the enchanting Kresia in his arms. With her crimson eyes, vibrant red twin tails, and an exquisitely adorable visage framed by her fair complexion. Her attire was rather distinctive. While the upper part of her dress featured long sleeves, it was designed to be off-shoulder, and the lower half was a short skirt, akin to that worn by Nia. This particular ensemble lent Kresia an air of charm intermingled with hints of sensuality, despite her and Nia both sharing the trait of modest busts. "You may set me down now, Lord Kloss." Lest Nia becomes quite displeased, Kloss released Kresia while casting a sidelong glance at Nia. The latter maintained an expression of calm, devoid of any visible anger, yet Kloss was acutely aware that such a demeanor was decidedly out of character for her in this context. Indeed, Nia was genuinely irked. Once Brittany took her seat, Kloss signaled for silence among the gathered patrons of the tavern. Confusion rippled through the crowd. "We are here to drink. Why must we be quiet?" "Indeed. Although we came because of you, we favor a lively atmosphere. What joy is there in a silent tavern?" The chatter only grew more boisterous. With a commanding shout, Brittany instantly hushed the room. Though she refrained from unleashing her dragon roar entirely, her voice, being that of a dragon, resonated far more powerfully than any human's. After expressing his gratitude to Brittany, Kloss continued, "I understand your presence here. You are merely eager to witness the famed Silver Eyes. Now that you have seen me, your purpose is fulfilled. However, I too have my own objectives for being here. Allow me to introduce myself. I am now the Lord of Copper Mountain Town." Perhaps out of fear of Brittany's authoritative tone, the murmurs that followed Kloss's declaration dwindled significantly. The prevailing sentiment centered around the diminutive size and remote nature of Copper Mountain Town, lamenting the arduousness of ruling such a place devoid of prospects. Among the voices, a few expressed a more peculiar viewpoint, asserting that Copper Mountain Town, being a satellite of Sunset City, should not possess an independent lord. Kloss surmised the identities of those voicing such opinions. Their remarks stemmed from the fact that his ascension to lordship had stripped them of certain privileges. These individuals were, in fact, nobles of Sunset City. Ignoring their comments, Kloss stated, "Currently, the Klein territory is embroiled in an unprecedented century-long conflict, with internal strife between the factions of Joy and Reinhardt, coupled with the invasion from the kingdom of Ciarda. Although the Empire will offer support, it too grapples with its own challenges. Prior to my assumption of the lordship over Copper Mountain Town, the town faced an assault." An assault? How come we were unaware of this? Copper Mountain Town is under the guard of Sunset City. Ordinary assaults are hardly noteworthy. Indeed, the town is protected by the guards of Sunset City. As the discussions began to subside, Kloss continued, "Of the guards stationed at Copper Mountain Town, only 3 remained to resist, the rest fled. The attacking force consisted of over 100 Intharad goblins. No wonder the guards fled. Such a brutal force. That must be the main army of the kingdom of Ciarda, right? Thankfully, they did not assault Sunset City, given the current defensive capabilities of Sunset City." What would it be? Brittany interjected suddenly. "While the number of guards in Sunset City is small, each one is an elite warrior. Dealing with so many goblins would be exceedingly easy. However, I am furious that those sent to Copper Mountain Town chose to flee. If they return here, I shall ensure they are severely punished." The crowd reacted with discontent to Brittany's words, particularly the nobles, as most of the soldiers dispatched to guard Copper Mountain Town were their offspring. These children, lacking discipline, had been sent to Copper Mountain Town to hone their skills, and they understood that the deserters were likely their own kin. Thus, someone, unable to contain their indignation, posed the question, "Who are you? What right do you have to punish the guards of Copper Mountain Town?" "I am the captain of the guards of Sunset City. I not only intend to punish them, but I shall also hold accountable every individual who recommended them to me." Upon uttering these words, the tavern was enveloped in an immediate silence. Kloss himself had not anticipated Brittany would make such a declaration in this setting. However, this bold statement would undoubtedly facilitate the success of Kloss's forthcoming plans. Chapter 59. The duel outside the tavern. After a brief silence, someone finally inquired, "Did Copper Mountain Town repel the goblin invasion?" "Indeed," Kloss replied. "Wow, impressive. Those 3 guards are incredible. They managed to fend off a force of over 100 Intharad goblins. The deserters deserve punishment, while those 3 should be rewarded." Kloss couldn't help but chuckle at the crowd's discourse and added, "They indeed deserve accolades. One of them sustained grave injuries, and the other 2 fell in battle. However, the true force that repelled the goblins was a werewolf friend of mine and myself." "You?" This declaration, of course, drew skepticism. "Lord Kloss, how could your slight frame possibly contend with the ferocious Intharad goblins? Werewolves are indeed formidable. But Lord Kloss, Are you truly that powerful? Perhaps Lord Kloss possesses some extraordinary qualities? Ha! Having a werewolf friend is indeed quite a remarkable asset. Kloss had long grown accustomed to such doubts, yet both Brittany and Kresia found it intolerable. They knew Kloss's strength surpassed their own and would not allow the residents of Sunset City to remain so oblivious. Brittany slammed her hand on the table, cleaving it in two that instantly the tavern fell into silence. Standing, Brittany proclaimed, "Do not say there are over 100 goblins. Even if there were 1,000 for Lord Kloss, slaying them would be as effortless as crushing ants. Lord Kloss Klein is one of the strongest humans I have ever encountered." A profound silence enveloped the tavern, since the captain of the guards of Sunset City had attested to this. They could only acquiesce. Yet having not witnessed such prowess firsthand, they remained unconvinced. True to form, a burly man pushed through the crowd. "I wish to verify this personally. Is that acceptable, Captain Brittany?" Brittany recognized him as one of the guards of Sunset City. "Sanders. Ah, Sanders, allow me to caution you. You are the one challenging Lord Kloss. I am not coercing you. Should you perish, it is of no concern to me." Initially brimming with confidence, Sanders felt his resolve waver upon hearing Brittany's words, which bore no hint of bravado. She merely intended to inform Sanders to prepare for the worst should he act recklessly. Nevertheless, the surrounding crowd was eager for entertainment and began to cheer, eager to witness whether Kloss possessed such strength. "Very well, I accept your challenge." After contemplating, Kloss deemed it necessary to demonstrate his capabilities before these onlookers. "I shall don my armor and procure my weapon." Sanders was taken aback by Kloss's prompt acceptance and hurried back to camp to equip himself. "Lord Kloss, you need not go to such lengths," Kresia remarked. "Indeed, my lord, he is merely a somewhat robust human. Among my guards, he ranks at the bottom. There is truly no need to lower your status for such a trivial matter," Brittany added. "It may serve to lighten the atmosphere. After all, by the way, Brittany, most of the guards here are demi-humans, correct?" Brittany nodded. "No wonder the number of guards is so scant that I shall step outside to warm up." "Lord Kloss, do take care," Nia said with concern. Kloss casually turned his face and replied, "Do not worry. Miss Nia, please take a seat here." Kresia invited Nia to sit. Nia accepted but continued to fixate intently on Kloss's direction. "Rest assured, Miss Nia, he will be fine." Nia nodded. "Let us drink." Nia shook her head. "I do not enjoy the taste of alcohol." "Then, how about some roasted meat?" Kresia offered Nia a generous piece of roasted beef. The succulent, juicy beef was too tempting for Nia, who was already quite hungry. She accepted it and began to devour it eagerly. Kresia and Brittany couldn't help but laugh at Nia's voracious appetite as Kloss and Sanders prepared to duel outside the tavern. The onlookers, eager for a spectacle, spilled out of the crowded establishment, encircling the two in a ring. Clad in iron armor, fully equipped, Sanders stood ready with a warhammer, striking a combative pose. Opposite him stood Kloss, dressed in simple leather armor, devoid of any weapon. The disparity in their physiques was stark. Kloss was lean, while Sanders was robust and imposing. However, on the surface, the seemingly fragile Kloss maintained an air of composure, as if this sparring session were a mere, trifling affair for him. The onlookers merely wished to observe the spectacle, eager to ascertain Kloss's prowess. They had tacitly accepted that he would emerge victorious. Yet some found the atmosphere rather dull. One individual proposed, "Is there anyone willing to place a bet? I relish underdog wagers. I bet on Sanders to win." "Count me in. I too favor the underdog. I wager on Sanders' victory." No, this is far too mundane. I have an idea that if Silver-Eyed Kloss can defeat Sanders within 3 rounds, he is the victor. Conversely, if Sanders can endure beyond 3 rounds, Silver-Eyed Kloss shall be deemed the loser. What do you think of this proposal? Excellent. Now we have something interesting. Wait, aren't 3 rounds a bit too few? Not at all. The defensive captain claimed that Silver-Eyed Kloss could easily vanquish 1,000 goblins. Ha! With that in mind, 3 rounds might even be excessive. It can't be shorter. Sanders is no slouch, or else everyone would bet on him winning. Then it's settled. Agreed. The crowd echoed in response. Even if Silver-Eyed Kloss is formidable, it is implausible for him to defeat Sanders in just 3 rounds. I wager on Sanders. Sanders is fully equipped, While Kloss wields no weapon, Sanders is certain to win. There is no way Kloss could breach Sanders' armor so swiftly. Under these rules, the odds favor Sanders overwhelmingly. Have you forgotten Sanders' record? He once single-handedly dispatched a dozen escaped death row inmates. Even without such armament, it is improbable that he could be felled within 3 rounds. Under these stipulations, the majority place their bets on Sanders. I mention my affinity for underdog wagers. Since so many of you are betting on Sanders, I shall certainly back Kloss. Only a handful opted for Kloss, but their choice stemmed not from confidence in his abilities, but rather from a habitual inclination toward gambling. The night breeze swept through the street, and the duel between the two was about to commence. Chapter 60, A Single Strike. My Lord Kloss, I shall show you no mercy, Sanders declared. I shall take this seriously as well. With their exchange concluded, the true contest was poised to begin. The gathered spectators held their breath. Having not witnessed such an exhilarating match in quite some time, their anticipation for the duel was palpable. Suddenly, Sanders let out a thunderous roar, its volume rivaling that of a dragon's, though its impact was far less formidable. Nevertheless, the spectators instinctively covered their ears, unable to withstand the sheer force of the sound. Following his bellow, Sanders swung his warhammer downwards with all his might. Boom! In an instant, debris and dust erupted, and then Sanders swung his hammer toward the airborne stones, directing them towards Kloss. The entire maneuver was seamless. It was evident that this was not a spur-of-the-moment tactic, but rather a well-honed combat technique. The shattered stones hurtled toward Kloss at high speed, yet he exhibited no inclination to evade. Instead, he focused intently, locking on a Sanders position that at that moment, Sanders charged from behind the cover of the debris toward Kloss. Should Kloss choose to block or dodge the stones, Sanders would seize the opportunity to exploit any opening and deliver a decisive blow. This was Sanders' strategy. Such a rudimentary tactic could hardly pose a challenge to Kloss, who had been raised in the Imperial Military Academy. Upon fully pinpointing Sanders' location, Kloss suddenly unleashed the full extent of his strength, surging forward at an astonishing speed toward his adversary amidst the debris. However, Sanders was no novice. He swiftly recognized Kloss' unorthodox approach to combat. Aware of Kloss' speed, he prepared a preemptive strike with his hammer, lifting it high and preparing to bring it down immediately. Meanwhile, Kloss disregarded the incoming stones, swiftly closing the distance to Sanders that he soon realized that his opponent was far from foolish. Sanders' hammer was already descending, poised to strike his head. I was careless, Kloss muttered to himself. Despite his oversight, he did not falter. Just as the hammer was about to collide with Kloss' head, he activated his time-stopping ability, that he deftly evaded the hammer's trajectory and, with all his might, delivered an uppercut toward Sanders. As his fist connected with Sanders' armored form, the effect of time dissipated. Boom! Another resounding explosion echoed, as the ground suffered significant damage once more, and the second floor of the tavern across the street erupted in chaos. Dust billowed, and debris flew in all directions. The onlookers, bewildered, coughed and covered their mouths, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of dust. Soon, a slender figure emerged from the haze. It was Kloss. He addressed Branny, still inside the tavern, saying, I apologize, your subordinate has been sent crashing into the second floor across the street, but he is likely injured. As expected of Lord Kloss, I shall take care of the situation from here, Branny replied as she exited the tavern. Swiftly, she dragged the unconscious Sanders out, bidding farewell to Kloss and Kresia. After all, Sanders was her subordinate, and an injury to him warranted immediate attention. At this juncture, the murmurs among the spectators erupted into a cacophony. Did you see that? I didn't see a thing. Neither did I. What on earth just happened? Indeed. What just transpired? How did Sanders end up over there? For a moment, the gathered crowd stood in stunned silence, having witnessed only the outcome without any understanding of the events that led up to it. The answer is quite simple. A voice suddenly silenced the bewildered crowd, who awaited the so-called explanation. The duel between Kloss and Sanders lasted but a single round. Kloss evaded Sanders' attack and sent him flying to the second floor within that round. How do you know that? Did you actually see it? No way. Did you really see it? It stands to reason. It must have unfolded that way. It does seem plausible. The discussions among the spectators did not cease. For them, this duel undoubtedly represented the pinnacle of skill, And it was this very contest that solidified their recognition of Kloss's capabilities. Ah, it just hit me. I bet on Kloss to win. I've struck it rich this time. Ha ha ha! The crowd joined in laughter, the victors relishing their success, while those who lost did not feel despondent. Though they had not witnessed the thrilling confrontation firsthand, they had nonetheless borne witness to Kloss's extraordinary prowess. Yet, amidst the throng, one individual wore a serious expression, intently observing Kloss's retreating figure until he vanished into the tavern. This person, covering his mouth, muttered in astonishment, "Is Kloss truly human?" Not only did he evade that lethal strike, but he also countered and sent Sanders crashing to the second floor. Inconceivable. Even the most agile of demi-humans would struggle to evade such an attack. Could it be magic? Could Kloss Klein wield magic? No. This matter must be promptly reported to Lord Reinhardt. Rather than courting the Lord of Sunset City, it would be wiser to ally with Lord Kloss of Copper Mountain Town. Before long, this figure slipped away into the crowd. Upon Kloss's return to the tavern, the previously boisterous atmosphere had quieted considerably, as the patrons now regarded him with a newfound reverence. "I suppose I can be considered a warrior." At least, Kloss jested. "You are undoubtedly a warrior among warriors. Indeed, Lord Kloss's skills are surely among the finest in the entire empire. My lord, should anyone ever doubt your strength again, I shall be the first to teach them a lesson." Nia couldn't help but laugh at the dramatic shift in sentiment. "Of course, I did not come here merely to boast about my combat prowess, that I wish to convey that one must not underestimate the forces of the kingdom of Seata. Those Enthra goblins are merely their vanguard. I understand that the guards of Sunset City are formidable, yet Copper Mountain Town currently lacks any capable defenders. Moreover, those few deserters have absconded with the remaining or from Copper Mountain Town. The town now faces a multitude of crises and is in desperate need of assistance. Naturally, I will consult with you, my lords, regarding the specifics of the aid required." As soon as Kloss concluded, someone shouted out, "Help! I will do everything in my power to assist Lord Kloss." From the tone, it was clear that this was the very individual who had earlier vowed to teach someone a lesson. Chapter 61. The needs of both parties. Kloss did not specify the exact nature of the assistance Copper Mountain Town required. Consequently, only a handful of fervent souls responded. Nevertheless, Kloss's endeavor at the tavern had essentially met his expectations. He merely needed the people of Sunset City to be aware that Kloss was the Lord of Copper Mountain Town. Furthermore, he was confident that this information would spread among them. Next, he was about to have a serious discussion with the true Lord of Sunset City, and he was eager to uncover the reason behind Cressia's visit. In the dead of night, several drunken men in the tavern had already begun to snore, while Nia and Brittany had succumbed to their inebriation, sprawled across the table. The tavern owner and his wife had retreated to their quarters for rest. The only ones still awake were Kloss and Cressia. "My Lord Kloss, may I now inquire about your thoughts?" Cressia naturally referred to Kloss's needs. "I require Lena, a few farmers, and several craftsmen." Kloss indeed desired these. Yet this was merely a probe. He wished to ascertain Cressia's purpose for coming to the tavern and her current stance towards him. "Farmers and craftsmen, do you truly intend to sever Copper Mountain Town from Sunset City? Copper Mountain Town already has its lord, and its growth would benefit Sunset City as well. The only one who could assist Sunset City is you, Lord Kloss Klein. If Sunset City requires assistance, I would indeed give it priority." Kloss did not immediately express his position due to Cressia's affirmation. He was determined not to place himself in a passive position. Cressia, too, was not surprised by Kloss's response, for in her eyes, Kloss was a descendant of the Dragon King Enthra, and it was only natural for him to be proud. However, there was one aspect she found perplexing, prompting her to ask, "My Lord Kloss, may I be so bold as to inquire if you wish to achieve something?" "I do not comprehend Lady Cressia's meaning." Cressia smiled. "You aspire to become the Lord of the Klein territory, do you not?" Kloss returned her smile without answering. Cressia inwardly sighed. How intriguing it was that the freedom-seeking Dragon King Enthra had such an ambitious descendant. Taking a sip of her drink, Cressia stated, "I understand your intentions now. My Lord Kloss, I shall issue a command. Yet whether anyone is willing to venture to your domain is beyond my control. As for Lena, I will personally commend him and have him accompany you. Cressia felt a surge of joy at the prospect of being able to assist Kloss, and the thought of entrusting Lena to him delighted her most of all. Lena was indeed imbued with the spirit of chivalry, yet his excessive rigidity had alienated many nobles, including Cressia herself. Handing Lena over to Kloss was undoubtedly a favorable arrangement for Cressia. With Cressia's response, Kloss gained a clearer understanding of her views and attitude towards him. Cressia continued to regard Kloss with a sense of reverence. Thus, Kloss ceased his probing, recognizing that Cressia's visit held significance, and he asked directly, "You have come here specifically to see me, have you not, Cressia?" "Indeed, my lord Kloss. There is a matter I wish to entrust to you." "What is it?" "I hope you can provide refuge for some of the subhumans from Sunset City." Upon hearing this, Kloss felt a surge of delight. Copper Mountain Town was in dire need of manpower, and subhumans possessed certain advantages over humans, making this an extraordinary opportunity. However, Kloss quickly reconsidered, sensing that matters were not as straightforward as they seemed. The true lord of Sunset City was of the dragon lineage, which suggested that the subhumans living there would face significant challenges. Why then did Cressia wish to rid herself of them? Surely, there must be a reason. Why do you believe I would shelter subhumans? My lord Kloss, the dragons I can perceive many truths. For instance, Nia, who is half-human, indicates that you might be inclined to accept subhumans. Then why not allow them to remain in Sunset City? The guards here are predominantly subhumans, are they not? They lack combat prowess and struggle to conceal their subhuman traits. Keeping them here would make it easy for the residents to discover them, which would be detrimental to my governance and management. After all, this is a city of humans. After hearing this, Kloss felt somewhat disheartened. Subhumans who were not adept in battle had limited utility. Yet, as long as they could work, even in agriculture, it would suffice. What kind of subhumans are we discussing? The Hoffer tribe. Kloss was momentarily taken aback. He was quite familiar with the Hoffer tribe, and their uniqueness was well-known. To label them as subhumans might only be due to their humanoid appearance, yet their average height was merely 0.9 meters, and they were all somewhat rotund, each possessing an endearing baby fat. Because of their physique, the Hoffer tribe lacked combat capabilities and could not easily blend into human cities. However, they were not without merit. They were exceptional diggers. Chapter 62. The situation in the Klein territory. The Hoffer tribe primarily inhabits the Solar Mountains, possessing ears strikingly similar to those of elves, both being pointed. The other parts of their bodies resemble those of human children. The males and females of the Hoffer tribe look remarkably alike. Even their voices are indistinguishable, making it difficult to differentiate between them based solely on appearance. Even they themselves find it challenging to tell one another apart. The Hoffer tribe typically opts to dwell in arid scrublands, as the bushes serve as their natural barrier. However, spotting a Hoffer among the bushes is exceedingly difficult, as their homes are underground. They are skilled diggers. Despite their seemingly corpulent appearances, their legs are robust and powerful, enabling them to build their civilization beneath the surface. Some adventurers have even discovered fantastical underground structures, which were the masterpieces of the Hoffer tribe. As for how the Hoffer tribe in Sunset City lost their homeland, Cressia provided an explanation. The Dark Elves in the mountains had recently launched an assault on Sunset City. Faced with an army of Dark Elves numbering in the thousands, Cressia immediately sought assistance from the leader of her organization, while Sunset City also called for aid from surrounding areas. The battlefield for both sides happened to be above the Hoffer tribe's homeland. The ferocity of the battle caused the land to collapse, destroying the Hoffer tribe's homes and resulting in numerous casualties among their kin. Although Sunset City ultimately emerged victorious, the conflict had inflicted significant losses. Cressia initially planned to exterminate the Hoffer tribe, deeming these little ones as utterly useless, both to herself and to Sunset City. Not only were they of no use, but they would also consume resources. However, her brutal intentions were curtailed by the organization's leader, Harriman, who chastised Cressia for her cruelty and insisted that she spare the remaining Hoffer people. Thus, Cressia reluctantly took in over 20 healthy Hoffer individuals. The appearance of Lord Kloss, the Lord of Copper Mountain Town, presented a timely solution to her predicament, as Cressia was well aware that Copper Mountain Town was in need of all sorts of inhabitants, even those as seemingly insignificant as the Hoffer tribe. Cressia's intuition proved correct. Yet Kloss was not inclined to simply assist her without conditions. He sought to gain something in return. Upon learning that the individuals in question were Hofer, Kloss initially appeared bewildered, but then exaggerated his expression, wishing to convey to Cressia the difficulties of accommodating them. "I did not anticipate it would be the Hofer people." Kloss's reaction surprised Cressia, prompting her to quickly add, "My Lord Kloss, more than 20 Hofer individuals would be quite valuable labor for Copper Mountain Town." "Lady Cressia, if they are indeed valuable labor, why then do you wish for me to take them in? Moreover, throughout the entire Kloss Empire, there is no place where subhumans can live openly in towns, is there?" Kloss's statements were entirely valid, especially the last one, that he had ample justification to refuse Cressia's request. This realization further led Cressia to believe that the leader of her organization, Harriman, had made an erroneous decision. With this thought, Cressia's gaze subconsciously fell, revealing a hint of melancholy. Kloss recognized that he could no longer prolong the charade, stating, "To shelter so many Hofer individuals is indeed no trivial matter. However, I do not wish to place you in a difficult position." This statement electrified Cressia's senses, and she abruptly lifted her head. "You agree, then?" "My Lord Kloss, I desire something in exchange." Kloss ceased to beat around the bush and directly articulated his demands. Since he and Cressia had only just met, offering assistance out of friendship might leave her feeling uneasy. Presenting a bargaining chip would facilitate her acceptance. For parties unfamiliar with one another, transactions were often simpler. Cressia understood his implication. "My lord, as long as it is within my power, I can provide whatever you seek in exchange. I wish to obtain intelligence regarding the current situation in the Klein territory." A smile graced Cressia's lips, clearly indicating her familiarity with such intelligence. Taking a sip of her drink, she leisurely teased, "My Lord Kloss, you truly have ambitions. I merely wish to ensure my own safety." With a smile, Cressia remarked, "My Lord Kloss, I hope the intelligence I provide proves beneficial to you. First, concerning Joy, he has taken control of Klein City, while his confidants occupy Holy Helm City and Northwind Fortress. Joy's influence predominantly spans the eastern, northeastern, and northern regions of the Klein territory. Concurrently, it appears they have forged a clandestine alliance with the Kingdom of Saida. Next is Reinhardt, who commands Wolfheart City and has garnered the support of Norman City. Their power is concentrated in the central and southern areas. Finally, we have the forces of the Kingdom of Saida, who have seized Fort Unfailing, with their vanguard having penetrated deep into Klein territory, even engaging in skirmishes with Reinhardt, which seemed to end in failure. However, recent intelligence from within our organization indicates that the army of Saida has departed from Fort Unfailing and is now advancing towards Reinhardt's domain. Kloss contemplated this, already envisioning the power dynamics of the Klein territory in his mind. He felt a measure of surprise. He had assumed that Northwind Fortress and Holy Helm City, situated to the north and northeast, respectively, were in a state of neutrality, for he had not heard of Joy having any loyalists beyond Klein City. Nevertheless, this revelation shifted Kloss's perception of Joy. He was far from foolish. Rather, it was Reinhardt who appeared to be the imprudent one. That were Kloss in Reinhardt's position, he would never openly defy Joy under such circumstances, even if Joy bore the stigma of treason. The disparity in overall strength between Reinhardt and Joy was simply too great, and even with the support of Lord William from Norman City, it would not suffice to bridge the chasm between them. Moreover, the alliance between Joy and the Kingdom of Saida was an evident truth, and to resist openly would be akin to throwing oneself against a wall of stone. Yet, it was unexpected that Reinhardt would persist in opposing Joy with military force under such unfavorable conditions. That Reinhardt's actions were evidently unwise, but his decision must have been backed by some rationale. Perhaps, in his eyes, even with the support of Northwind Fortress and Holy Helm City, Joy was not formidable. After all, when it comes to military prowess, Reinhardt ranks among the elite within the entirety of the Kloss Empire, having been recognized as one of the few geniuses by the Imperial Military Academy. Chapter 63. The situation in Klein, too, amidst his astonishment, Kloss found himself harboring a newfound respect for Reinhardt. However, what concerned him more was the consideration of which territories in Klein remained unclaimed by these factions. What about the remaining areas? Kloss inquired further. "My Lord Kloss, aside from the cities and fortifications I have mentioned. The only significant city left in Klein is Sunset City. Indeed, Sunset City stood as the sole urban entity not embroiled in treachery or rebellion. Yet Klein still boasted numerous smaller towns that had not pledged allegiance to any faction. And it was these towns that Kloss truly wished to comprehend. Given his current capabilities, he could only expand his influence through these towns and villages. I am aware of that. What I seek to understand are the towns governed by the barons within Klein. I apologize, my lord. I am not well informed on that matter. They are unlikely to choose neutrality, as the overall strength of the towns is too feeble. Cressia's conjecture was likely not far from the truth. In times of chaos, the weaker party invariably seeks the aid of the stronger. However, their loyalty is often tenuous. When faced with a more formidable force, they may alter their allegiances. And what of Sunset City? Kloss's inquiry was deliberate. He was aware of Sunset City's neutral status since his arrival, and he sought to extract more information from Cressia. Sunset City currently maintains a position of neutrality. Why is that? Kloss's question was pivotal. It is the directive of our organization as leader, and I wholeheartedly endorse this decision. A wise decision. You share this sentiment, do you not, my Lord Kloss? I would like to hear your analysis, Cressia. If you could remain in Sunset City for a few more days, you might just hear my insights. Kloss expressed his confusion. Cressia elaborated. The forces of Baron Reinhardt are advancing towards Sunset City. If I am not mistaken, his purpose is to sway the town to his side. Kloss immediately sat up straight. This information was, thus far, the most valuable he had received. Cressia nudged Kloss gently with her elbow. What say you, my Lord Kloss? Shall you consider prolonging your stay in Sunset City? Kloss was indeed inclined to remain. He wished to witness firsthand the genius hailed by the military academy as a once-in-a-century talent, Reinhardt. Moreover, he sensed that Reinhardt might very well become a formidable rival in the future. Even if he were not privy to this information, he would still choose to stay in Sunset City for several days, as he sought to uncover knowledge regarding magic and sorcery. So it is Reinhardt who approaches that I in order to hear your analysis. I shall extend my stay here. My Lord Kloss, you may reside at Dragoness Roost. No need. This place is quite satisfactory. By the way, Cressia, have you heard any news regarding the Empire dispatching troops to Klein? No. It is said that the Empire is currently engaged in battle with the Northern Church. They are unlikely to send forces to Klein. However, Reinhardt has seized this opportunity to become the Empire's appointed Lord of Klein. I see. Kloss mused. If the Empire did not send troops to Klein, his opportunities would significantly increase. Otherwise, with the military prowess of the Empire and Reinhardt's capabilities, the title of Count in Klein would undoubtedly fall to Reinhardt. Their discussion continued into the early hours, both having consumed a fair amount of alcohol, yet remaining sober. Until tomorrow, my Lord Kloss. Farewell. After laying Nia down on the bed, Kloss returned to his own quarters to ponder the matters at hand. The turmoil in Klein was likely to persist. Although Copper Mountain Town was somewhat backward, it possessed a commendable geographical advantage: its remoteness. Such a location would allow Copper Mountain Town to remain insulated from the ravages of war, fostering development until it could amass sufficient strength for expansion. Kloss had formulated a general direction, one quite akin to his initial thoughts. However, this plan hinged on one crucial condition: genuine detachment from the conflict. Merely relying on geographical isolation would not suffice to shield Copper Mountain Town from the chaos engulfing Klein. Kloss also needed to engage in diplomacy. Of course, diplomatic endeavors had already commenced since his time in Blackwater Town. William, Blackwater Town, Streamwood Town, Sunset City, and even Reinhardt. These were the factions with which Kloss needed to maintain amicable relations that AS for joy in the Kingdom of Saida. Kloss might undertake some diplomatic initiatives, albeit contingent upon the evolving circumstances of the conflict. Contemplating this, Kloss felt a headache brewing. Managing all of this was quite exhausting. Thus he chose to retire to bed for the night. When Kloss awoke, it was already past noon. Nia had tidied the room meticulously and provided Kloss with a fresh change of clothes. Upon noticing Kloss's awakening, Nia inquired, "My lord, you are up?" "Yes, in this attire. It was gifted to you by Hart, the tavern owner." "Oh, it suits you well, my Lord Kloss." In truth, The so-called new clothes were merely ordinary silk undergarments, the kind Kloss had worn daily in his youth. "My lord, this is the lunch prepared for you by Hart. Please come and eat." No wonder it smells so delightful. Kloss stretched lazily and made his way to the dining table. Freshly baked bread, roasted beef, and corn on the cob adorned the table, accompanied by wine. This time, it was exquisite grape wine. Upon seeing the spread, Kloss's mouth watered. It had been far too long since he had indulged in such fare. He mused that Hart must have made a handsome profit yesterday to afford such a lavish meal. Compared to beef, Kloss had a penchant for the crusty bread slathered in butter, which, when toasted, became all the more delectable that today's beef was even more succulent than the previous night's. And the wine, a step above the barley ale he had consumed before, just as Kloss was relishing the feast. A thunderous cheer erupted from outside.